صباح من والاه أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة السلام عليكم.
Good morning. Welcome to the fourth edition of the Real Estate Future Forum. The good thing about it is that we are waiting excitedly and excitingly, of course, to better know more about what is new in terms of the topics that give us a more comprehensive overview and diverse overview about the future. Today, it is the third day and the final day of this edition. We are very happy and excited, and we're looking forward to look into the agenda items. Today, we'll start with a panel discussion about the trends of real estate from a global perspective. السيدات والسادة، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير، حياكم الله. والآن ننتقل في اليوم الثالث إلى
Trends from a global perspective. The session moderated by Miriam Stanley. Please join me welcoming Miriam.
Shukran, Abdullah. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? Everyone good? Fantastic. Are you ready and energized? And minds open like a parachute? That's what Katerina said yesterday, wasn't it? No, it wasn't Katerina. Who was it who said yes? Minds open like a parachute, indeed. That's what we want. We want to be open-minded and ready because we have some fantastic sessions coming up throughout the course of today. And the first one is all about this real estate trend from a global perspective. Really fantastic and interesting insights from 4 panelists who are going to be joining me on stage. First of all, we've got Antonio Campagnoli, who's the FIABC World President-elect, and he's a pioneer in real estate law and valuation. And with decades of experience managing multi-billion-euro projects, Antonio is at the forefront of advancing ESG strategies and innovative financing in real estate. Take the stage, Antonio. Hi, have a seat. And next up, we've got, maybe that one. Thank you. We've got Elisa Bankovska, who's the founder of Voice of Space and head of the Rebuild Green Committee at FIABC Ukraine, and she's joining us here as well this morning. She's a trailblazer in urban innovation and sustainable design, exploring how the transformation of physical spaces can be a catalyst for community and cultural growth, sustainable living, and societal progress. Anything else you'd like to add to your CV? Elisa, fantastic. Come and join us. It's wonderful to have you here. We're also joined by Badr Al-Balawi, a leading expert in Saudi Arabia's giga projects. He is absolutely focused on the advancement of the industrial innovation and driving transformation growth in the region. He works with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources. Badr, it's an absolute honor and privilege to have you here with us today on this panel. Please have a seat. And finally, leaving him not to last, but to give him the moment he deserves, we are joined by Hossam Radwan, a visionary leader with extensive expertise in global finance and real estate. From pioneering mortgage solutions to managing strategic investments, Hossam's insights into capital markets and housing make him a key figure in shaping Saudi Arabia's real estate landscape. Hossam, it's a privilege and a pleasure. Come and join us, please. Can I have a massive round of applause, please, for our 4 brilliant experts who are going to be joining me for an enlightening discussion all around global trends in real estate. Thank you so much. That's so kind. So what we really want to do with this session is find ways of taking these insights, but also giving you some meaningful actions that can be taken after this session. So turning talk into action is so important, because you are all here as leaders to shape the future of the real estate industry. So what I'd like to start by doing is give you all just 2 or 3 minutes for a very brief overview of the diverse projects that you're all involved with, because you work across this sector in some really fascinating ways. So Badr, perhaps you can begin by telling us about the Rawabet Industrial Program, because it's a fascinating program.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for having me today, and I'm glad to represent Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resource. And Rawabet program is one of the initiatives that provided by Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resource to increase spending in local content by awarenessing local manufacturing. Before was like a knowledge lack between giga project and local factories. And the Rawabet program is filling the gap between the local factories and giga project. And we work with them daily as we get the order from them about the product that they need. Then we make an analysis for the product. We make sure the specification meet with the factories. Then we send it to the giga project, and also we'll follow up with them to make sure that the factory meet their requirement. Most of the companies that we work with are real estate development companies. And we considered this program as an incentives program. That's why we always encourage the investors in real estate development to register in this program to market their product.
Fantastic. But I love the sound of something that is such a practical solution to a problem. You've talked about filling a gap, and that's such a good inspiration that the things we do should absolutely be about solving problems or creating solutions. So thank you for the overview of that program. Perhaps now, Hossam, as advisor to the Minister of Municipalities and Housing, can you talk to us a little bit about those key real estate trends that you're seeing within your work, particularly when it comes to attracting foreign capital to the Saudi mortgage market? Because it's something I know a lot of people in the room are trying to do. How do we attract that foreign investment, that foreign capital? So tell us about those trends you're seeing.
Great, thank you very much. Perhaps I could maybe give you some background as to how this whole trend unfolded. It's almost actually exactly a year to the day that His Excellency, the Minister of Housing, took a trip with me to London for 3 days where we visited 12 financial institutions. And the reason for that was, as you know, the Saudi mortgage market has reached a significant level. The size of the market today is roughly 750 billion riyals. But we all know that financial institutions have a limit to what they can issue in terms of mortgages. So with high interest rates and with pretty filled up balance sheet with mortgages, the cycle pretty much stalled. And as you know, there's an ambitious target to reach 70% home ownership by 2030, which we are well on our way to achieving because we're roughly around 64% today, coming from a very low base when His Excellency took over the ministry at around 49%. So it's a significant achievement in such a short period of time. So we all know that Saudi is a G20 country, but with a sophisticated financial market that is as good as G7, maybe even better. And the area that still needs a lot of development is actually the mortgage sector. If you look at the mortgage sector globally, it's probably much bigger than the corporate and much bigger than the sovereign debt market in the most sophisticated countries. So with that in mind, we went to London, we visited 12 institutions, as I said, and we were very, very surprised, pleasantly surprised with the appetite for them to come and invest in the mortgage market. So what started as an exploratory trip ended up being an actual action point where we had 2 or 3 institutions that have expressed willingness to partner with the ministry. One of them, for example, is Apollo. Not only that we have just exchanged ideas about the mortgage market, they are actually now ready to deploy capital by buying mortgages directly from the banks and the financial institutions. So in a way, they will be performing a role similar to what the Saudi Refinance Company has been doing over the last few years. But SRC cannot actually fulfill that role on its own. So hopefully by the first quarter of 2025, you will hear of institutions like Apollo and BlackRock entering the mortgage market directly. So we're very excited about that.
Yeah, really exciting, very encouraging trends. I love the sound of all of that. And also you've touched on the idea of partnerships and collaboration as a key trend, which I think we've been hearing a lot about, and maybe we'll dig into that a bit more in our conversation. Thank you, Hossam. So Alyssa, turning to you now, because you work on some really different and interesting work. It's all around spaces, impact spaces. I'm not sure we all know what that is, so why don't you tell us a little bit more about what you're up to?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm really honored and happy to be here today. We are in real estate, we're all working with spaces. And during this Congress, during this forum, we heard a lot about the impact of the real estate, environmental, social, economical. But I would like to ask you about the spaces. What transformational impact do your spaces have? And how do they can set your legacy in stone? So, impact spaces. This is the definition that we create based on the understanding how the spaces influence people. Actually, the spaces influence people all the time. This is the most powerful tool of communication, impact, and transformation. But yet, too often, the spaces designed for functionality missing the potential of education, of transformation, of driving changes. We, in Voice of Space, we work with impact spaces, and they go beyond the functionality. They become the strategic tool that amplifies the values, that build connections, and shape behavior. This is what we bring to real estate. We not just build the structures, we build the meaningful experience and the ecosystem of influence. For example, we work with the green and sustainable real estate that implement different green solutions, technologies that usually are not so visible for those who are in these spaces. And from one hand, through the spatial interaction and spatial impact, we can make all these solutions visible, understandable, and we can connect them with the company, with the organization that integrate the solution, and build the reputation of future-proof approach in real estate development and construction. From other hand, we can influence through the spatial interaction the shaping of the sustainable lifestyle of the people, because actually the development and success of this property depends on the audience that will choose this property to live in, to invest in, to be engaged for long term. Other example, we work with the shaping of industries, with the project of industrial parks, of innovation parks, science hubs and parks. And the base of the success and development of such objects is the tightly interconnected community. And through the spatial impact and spatial interaction, we can create, we say, like intellectual crashes between the residents and visitors of these spaces. We can grow community and make them interconnected. We can stimulate the creativity, collaboration, and innovation. Another example is the creation of legacy museums for educational institutions, or we can work with big ideas of philanthropists and connect these big ideas and the leadership with these spaces and influence people how they feel, think, and what they will be encouraged to do with this.
So there's a lot to dig into there, and I hope we get the chance to go into that in a bit more detail in our conversation. But in terms of trends, we're talking about viewing real estate as moving beyond bricks and mortar. You're talking about the interconnectivity of communities, using those spaces for so much more than just maybe being residential or for work. So absolutely fascinating, and we're going to hear a bit more from you in a moment. But I want to give Antonio his moment as well to share with us a little bit about an integrated approach that you're a real fan of, aren't you, Antonio, that's uniting legal expertise, crowdfunding platforms, and financial innovation, because you believe in this sort of holistic framework, don't you, that allows for development in sustainable and societally impactful ways. So tell us more about that.
Thank you very much. I want to give you a very brief overview of what we have done. We basically help the condominium to be refitting in the last 5-6 years, about 6 billion euro employed. And what we learn is after, I learned when I came here, so thank you for sharing your view, is to increase the public and private partnership, and more of all, the crowdfunding, lending and equity on the project which are focusing on public infrastructure like sports center, school, hospital. What is today the main thing? I think there is a huge link between Saudi Arabia and Europe. And I tell you that, for example, I studied the Sharia, and like recently I found many common places. And the idea is to not speak about finance just among institutions, among big entities, but bring this connection among the people. And I tell you, when you create a community around a energetic community, or around a swimming pool, around a park, around a square, this is something that grow up the sense of the feeling of to be a community, to be a part of the same entity, to grow, to sharing goals. And this is a great benefit. So I very strongly believe in something that is not only anymore bricks and the real estate part, but is the intellectual part of real estate that is connecting.
Fascinating. So lots for us to get our teeth into now. This is what I'm going to call our quick fire round. So I'm trusting my panelists to give me very short, succinct answers so we can have a very dynamic conversation over the remaining 10 minutes of our session. So Hossam, I'm going to come to you first because you've talked about attracting this foreign investment into the Saudi real estate market. So how can we do that in a way that also ensures local communities still benefit?
Well, I mean, 2 days ago, there was a major announcement on this platform, actually, that made the rounds, whereby foreigners are now allowed to buy into funds and REITs that invest in Mecca and Medina. And you saw the reaction of the shares. I think this is a fantastic step and a first step towards full ownership in the kingdom, which has been announced a while back. This, coupled with the drive to push home ownership towards 70%, is being enabled by the fact that you have several institutions within the the Ministry of Housing's ecosystem that enable a successful and healthy environment, not just for Saudis, but also for foreigners to own in Saudi Arabia directly. And I think we're going to see the fruits of this in 2025.
Fantastic. Big ambition, having targets, focusing on those, and these announcements around partnerships. It sounds like a great initiative. Thank you, Hossam. Badr, why don't you tell us how the Rawabet industrial program is linking giga projects with local industry in a way that's impacting Vision 2030? Can you talk about those links for me?
Sure. Actually, Rawabet program was created with National Industrial Strategy, also with Vision 2030 goals in mind, specifically to enhance the utilization of local content and the localization, to encourage the localization. And as I mentioned before, like when we work with the Giga project, we don't have all the projects that we produce today in Saudi. We get the project and we send it to the investment department as investment opportunities. And that's part of the vision of 2030.
I think it's so important that we see those links because anything in its silo doesn't have as much impact, does it? So thank you for reiterating that. And Antonio, you've talked about the need for shifts in mindset in terms of our leadership behaviors, in terms of the way we view models. And you've also talked about sort of this integrated proposal where we look at doing things beyond where we've gone before, that we're not stuck by the way we've always done things. So can you talk a little bit about that model and how it can be adapted to these diverse cultural and financial contexts?
I'll give you an example. I speak about what the project we call the 100 Square. Basically, today we can put together the companies that work in that area to provide finance to pay what we call a neighborhood manager, a person that know all the people in that neighborhood and try to combine the needs and give them the response. Basically, in the square is a place where to meet and to finance a refurbishment of the square and put together the effort to have services in the square. Basically, the real estate is not only part of renovation of the buildings, but of neighborhoods. And also is a very strong legacy between public and private, because usually this kind of activities is public. But to combine private public, you can renovate a square with funding from the private, having services totally aligned with the public services. So this is an example we call 100 Square, and is very in line with this kind of new reshaping the real estate towards public interesting.
Yeah, public interest and alignment. These are such fantastic words, so encouraging to hear this. Alyssa, what you're doing is very much about aligning public interest and community interest and human interest with space. We're all leaders in this room. We're all innovators, and we want to be on the forefront, that cutting edge of adopting these trends. And lots has changed in the last few years. So tell us, what do we need to be doing as leaders to adopt this mindset? How can we be viewing space in a different way? How can we be at that cutting edge? Give us some inspiration to do more of that.
Thank you for this question. The key is the creation of spatial impact strategy. So we start with this. Spatial impact strategy is based on the understanding of the needs on the impact of the organization or the leader, needs of the audience, and the potential of the spaces. Based on this, we create the system of spatial interaction, phygital touch points of interaction in the space. Phygital means the combination of physical space with digital interaction tools. And
not fidgety.
This is the way how we can create the impact spaces and integrate these big ideas behind the project in the spaces. Yeah. And to become the special influencer, I would suggest to consider two ways. The one is to join the ongoing transformational collective projects, and I would be happy to share with you a couple of them that we really consider transformational, and if they are resonates with your values, you are welcome to join such projects. And the second way is to create your own impact spaces and to set your own legacy in stone, as we say, through these spaces.
Well, we all want to be having more of an impact, and I love that idea about aligning with things that resonate with our personal purpose and values. And I think that's evident across all the work you're all doing. And I cannot believe how fast this session is flying by. So I'm going to start coming to a question to close for each of you. And I'm going to ask you the same thing, which is looking to the future. What are you seeing? So Hossam, I'm going to begin with you. What are you seeing as those key trends that are really going to impact this real estate market? And what do we as leaders need to be doing to jump on those trends and benefit from the opportunities they create?
Well, for me, there are two key events that are taking place. One is interest rates are decreasing, and that always helps the mortgage sector. So that will help, obviously, kickstart the mortgage cycle again. The second is, there is no doubt in my mind that by foreign capital or financial institutions who are experts in mortgages coming into Saudi, that will just catapult Saudi into a completely different stratosphere.
Amazing. What about for you, Badr? What do you see as a really transformative trend that's coming up that we all need to be aware of and benefiting from the opportunity?
I think the trend now, Saudi Arabia has a lot of opportunities that can be announced for investors. And also, we have a lot of initiatives that can be targeting to the way to Saudi Arabia. That's what I think.
So targeted initiatives and making sure that we continue to educate ourselves and get involved.
Yes.
Fantastic. Yeah. Alyssa, something that you believe is a good next actionable step that we can all take to have more of an impact when adopting trends like the utilization of spaces?
Yeah, I think that for now, all the meaningful projects, they should become the spatial influencers. And let me show with example of such kind of transformational project, the project of the hub, transformational project that shaped actually the industry. The first wings hangar, the project of the hub that educate, that innovate and engage and stimulate the industrial collaboration in aerospace industry. This is the project in which you can become the part of these transformational spaces and set your own leadership in forming this industry, because through these spaces we show not only the heritage and achievements in aerospace industry in Ukraine and all around the world, but we also set up the possibility to be the dreamers and the innovators that will shape this industry in the future. And we can do this through the spaces that will also push the international interest and collaboration. I invite the social investors and experts that could become the advisory board for such a project if this resonates with your values, and we can be we can shape this industry together with you through such kind of objects. And the second example I would like to show is the shaping of the green approach to construction. We, together with the FIAPC Ukraine, with Synchrospace, we run the Rebuilding Ukrainian Cities Green project, through which we develop solutions based on bio-based approach to construction, with green solution that will be the examples of such sustainable, fast reconstruction of the war-affected regions that could become the not only examples, but scalable approach for also other locations, other cities, and other countries in the world. And we have several such projects that has the valuable impact to the recovery of the society. From one hand, it's like the contribution to the rebuilding of this Ukrainian cities affected from the war. From other hand, this is the possibility to build your own brand and your own reputation as the influencer in green construction approach based on the bio-based materials and smart solutions for the sustainable construction.
Very inspirational indeed, and I hope you do go and chat with Alyssa more about these projects. But in closing, Antonio, you have a financial brain, you have a legal brain, you have a real estate brain. He's got a lot of brain in that head of his. Give us some parting words how we can all adopt and adapt to this changing world and embrace some of these upcoming trends.
One of the most important things that are going on is that the company should make a non-financial report. So basically the company must to say not only how they do money, but not only how much money they do, but how they do. And this is the link between a development of real estate more friendly, close to the society. Basically, all the green bond, all the crowdfunding is making a link between our neighbors, our population, and the big finance. And the not financial reporting is very much where this game is played. Our company want to be seen as not only very profitable company, but company that know how to proceed to reach goals that make a better world.
Fantastic. Ambition beyond purely profit, alignment with projects and goals. We've got collaboration, we've got being innovators and dreamers. It was certainly, I found, a very inspiring, thought-provoking session. So please join me in thanking my guests, Antonio, Alyssa, Badar, and Hossam. A big round of applause, please, everybody. Badar, pleasure.
Thanks, Miriam, for your moderating this session. Miriam has a long time today for a lot of sessions. Yes. والآن إلى كلمة عن دمج الشراكات بين الحكومة والقطاعين العام والخاص لتوفير السكن بأسعار معقولة. يقدمها لنا معالي وزير الإسكان والتنمية.
Minister of Urban Development and Housing.
To session about building government and public-private partnerships to deliver affordable housing, presented by His Excellency Ahmed Tinjewa, from Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good morning. It's indeed my pleasure to speak at this 4th edition of the Real Estate Future Forum in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Before proceeding, I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia under the able leadership of the King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud for the hospitality and the initiative this annual Real Estate Future Forum through the Ministry of Municipality and Housing. I would like to also extend my commendation to His Excellency Majid Al-Haig, the Honorable Minister, and his dedication team for their continuous efforts in making each edition of the forum a resounding success. As the Minister of Housing and Urban Development for Nigeria, I'm delighted to attend this edition for the first time. As you can see from the remarkable progress of Saudi Arabia in housing development, cities play a key role in driving economic growth. With the continuous expansion of urban areas, the development of housing emerges as the crucial factor in determining the long-term success of these cities. Adequate and affordable housing serves as a key catalyst for urban growth, directly influencing why people live, work, and even access essential services. When housing is meticulously planned and integrated into the city's infrastructure, it fosters efficient urban development and it also manages and leverages the benefits of increased population density and stimulate the local growth. The primary challenge facing African cities today lies in their largely informal nature. With urban populations expanding at an unprecedented rate, surpassing growth rates in any other region in the world, governments are struggling to ensure the provision of affordable and adequate housing for their citizens. The situation presents not only a significant problem, but also a big opportunity for transformative change, impactful interventions, and even lucrative investment opportunities. For instance, in my country, Nigeria, we have a housing deficit of over 20 million units. This is amplified by a steady annual population growth. This creates a strong demand for affordable housing solutions and presents lucrative opportunities for investors in this critical sector. To effectively bridge this gap in our country, we need to build about 500,000 housing units annually over the next 10 years. This requires an annual investment of approximately 5.5 trillion naira, approximately over $3 billion US at exchange rate. The Ministry's Housing and Urban Development under the current administration of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we have embarked on an ambitious initiative to address the housing deficit challenge through the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program. Under phase 1 of this Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program, we plan to deliver a total of 100,000 housing units across Nigeria. The cities are to have minimum of 1,000 housing units per site in one location in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country and the Federal Capital Territory, while estates, the Renewed Hope Estates will have 500 housing units per site in the remaining 30 states of the country. We have designed the Renewed Hope Cities as integrated living communities targeting all income brackets. They comprise the block of flats, terraces, and duplexes. On the other hand, we have conceptualized the Renewed Hope Estates to cater to the low and medium income earners. They comprise 1, 2, and 3 bedroom detached bungalows. To enhance affordability and ease of access and offtake, we used organic designs where 1 bedroom can expand to 2 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms. To ensure also affordability, we made provision for the broad range of affordable home ownership options. This includes single-digit up to 30-year mortgage loans, the rent-to-own options to be offered by Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, a housing institution in the country, and outright purchase or installmental payments for high-income earners. For us in Nigeria, the Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program is not only a grand vision, it's a necessity for many reasons. Establishing new cities and estates provides an opportunity for us to deliberately plan and design urban spaces that are not only beautiful additions to our landscape, but also efficient and sustainable. This is more so given the climate challenges that we have, and ensure that the housing sector contributes its quota to helping our country meet its green gas reduction targets. At the ministry, we believe that implementing green building techniques, efficient waste management, and creating green spaces can contribute to a healthier and more environmentally friendly urban landscape. The Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program is also designed to be a catalyst for economic growth. The 100,000 housing units that we plan to deliver under Phase 1 will create over 2.5 million direct and indirect construction jobs. We also plan to establish building material manufacturing hubs in each of the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The manufacturing hubs that we intend to establish are designed to address the growing demand for locally produced high-quality building materials so that we can reduce dependence on imports and also drive down construction costs across the country. These hubs will serve as industrial centers for the production, innovation, and distribution of key construction materials such as cement, roofing sheets, ceramic tiles, steel rods, and bricks tailored to meet the efficient needs of each region. Our government is also working towards the implementation of a comprehensive nationwide social housing delivery program targeting the low-income, the vulnerable, and the underprivileged groups who form over 70% of the population. The social housing delivery program aims to provide 100,000 social housing units spread across 774 local government areas in the country, across the 30 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, at an average of 120 housing units per location. Because of this massive financial requirement and limited budgetary provision for the government to implement all these initiatives, the ministry has made public-private partnership a key part of our strategy. We would therefore like to use this opportunity to call on all governments, housing finance institutions, and reputable global developers to take advantage of these opportunities to partner with us towards making these projects a reality under mutually beneficial frameworks. As a government, we are committed to creating the necessary environment in the form of access to land, bankable off-takers guarantee, and other concessions as may be required. In conclusion, I want to say again that the housing challenge in Africa and Nigeria is not only a big problem, it also presents a big opportunity for investors. The Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program that we are championing under the current administration, coupled with plans to establish building material manufacturing hubs and the National Social Housing Fund, represents a multi-pronged strategy to address the housing deficit and also unlock the sector's immense potential. These initiatives offer compelling investment opportunities for forward-thinking investors. By partnering with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, you can contribute to a more prosperous Nigeria while achieving significant returns also on your own investments. We invite you to join us in this transformation journey and also contribute to building a better future for all Nigerians. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that beautiful address. We really appreciate it. We're going to move on to our next guest in just a moment, but before we do so, I would like to ask the team to play, please, a video for you to watch.
The world is on the move again, connecting across land, air, and sea. People are seeking world-class experiences to make memories that last a lifetime. Today, we're not just imagining the cities of the future. We're building them greener than ever, cleaner than ever, safer, smarter, and more impactful than ever. We're building on the best of today and advancing towards a better tomorrow. This is big. It will take our creativity, our diversity, and our expertise to build the world's next-gen infrastructure, advance society's most needed solutions, and move people and goods efficiently, sustainably, and comfortably. We're coming together to build, advance, and move the communities of tomorrow.
So we have a really exciting session coming up now on green building value chains. And to deliver that and to have a conversation with me, I am absolutely delighted to introduce a true thought leader who's shaping the future of sustainable development and innovation. Yvonne Jo is a leading expert in sustainability, net zero cities, and also green building innovation, such an important topic. She's based here in Riyadh, and she is a managing director and partner at BCG. We've just seen the video from the Boston Consulting Group. She's got over 2 decades of global experience working with governments and real estate firms, and also the wider industry to deliver and shape absolutely transformative solutions. She's a key collaborator with the World Economic Forum on decarbonizing value chains, and Yvonne is also the author of influential works like Green Building for Tomorrow. I would be delighted if you could give your warmest RFF 25 welcome, please, to Ms. Yvonne Jo. Let's hear some applause. Yvonne, I think you might need this. Is it on? Sofiane, come and save us. The wrong one.
Can you hear me now? Good morning, everyone, and happy Chinese New Year. Today is the first day of Year of Dragon, Year of Snake. Small Dragon. I'm very happy to be here and to share very quickly before my chat with Marian some of the key message on green building for tomorrow. Let me first share why we're talking about this. The fact that you're all here, you're probably already fully aligned. This is a global number. Buildings are the #1 contributor of global emission. So the whole building value chain is 37th of the global emission come from the building value chain. Although when we look at the value chain, most of the emission actually come from the building material. So over 50% of those emission is in building material, and then over 40% is in the building operation. Less than 5% is in the construction itself. But still, this whole value chain emits a lot of carbon. But it's more than carbon. The buildings and urbanization also contribute more than 1/3 of global habitat loss. So it has a negative impact on the biodiversity. That's why we're looking at the building. If you look at, we have this chart to say for the global to reach net zero by 2050, we need to reduce the building emission really drastically at 13% every year. So a very drastic curve is needed. However, we have an opposite curve. By 2050, the global building floor space will nearly double. So on one hand, we need to really sharply decrease the emission, but on the other hand, the buildings itself are doubling. All of our current buildings, global, 80% of the current building will still be there in 2050. So that means we have a huge task in rejuvenate old buildings. And then there's so much new building coming up, especially in global south, especially in the region we are here, in KSA. So how do we do the green building in the new field and also with the older building? It's a very challenging task if we look at the two opposite curve. A lot of people, when we talk about green, people talk about low carbon, but we think we need to, when we think about leaving a legacy for the future generation, we should think more comprehensively, more holistically. The green building is not just low carbon. It also, of course, is low carbon, but it also need to be nature positive. You need to think its impact on the environment, on the ecosystem. It also need to be resilient, right? We are seeing so much record high heat, drought, flood, all those extreme weathers, and also extreme political or social situations. So how would the building be resilient to the disaster and to the environment? This is a very critical topic to consider. The last, I think it's also very important, is buildings need to be inclusive. What do we mean by inclusive? Is when we're thinking about green building, the green building cannot be just for the few. The green building need to be for the majority of the population, majority of the citizens. It needs to be affordable. So that's a key problem when we're thinking about the premium of technology. How do we drastically lower the cost of the technology? So the green building for tomorrow is not only green, but also affordable to the majority of our citizens. It also needs to take good care of well-being of the citizens. If people commute 1 hour or 2 hours to the work, it have a negative impact on the quality of life. So when we think about green well-being, it's 15 minutes community. So when from your home to your work, to shopping, to living, to entertainment, to social, you can ideally walk within the community to satisfy majority of your needs. So that's what we say, the mixed-use development, the community livelihood services, and also shared services. Shared services are so important because it's not only make efficient use of the resource, it also make it quite accessible to the majority of the public. So this is what we define as green building for tomorrow when we think about the 4 characteristics to have a holistic goal for a sustainable green building. How do we achieve that? So we did a very thorough analysis, and there are many levers to help us to achieve the goal. Out of the many levers we prioritize, of the top 11, the top 11 will help us achieve 80% of goal. So this is much more manageable, right? It's not used, I give you 60 different levers, but the top 11, green energy supply, recycling of the material and the minerals, decarbonizing traditional building materials as steel, cement, heating, cooling system upgrade, integrated energy management, smart buildings, building insulation upgrade, switch to sustainable materials, building materials, shared services and facilities, self-sufficient facilities, water recycle system, and last but not least, design. Design as part of the value chain has very low emission in itself, but it has a very profound impact in the emission or the green footprint across the value chain. So how to design for low carbon, nature positive, resilient, and well-being. So those are the 11 levers we need to push. We talked to many players in the building space. Building is such a complex value chain. So we have designers, we have investors, we have constructors, we have building material manufacturers, we have operators, we have recycling people. So we have financiers, we have government, we have consumers. So it's such a complex value chain. So when we think about the 11 levels, the technology are there, and there are more and more new technology coming up. But there's a lot of barriers for people to adopt. Cost, of course, is one of the major barriers. There is a premium, cost premium, in pushing the technologies, in taking the measure. Who's going to pay for it? The complexity of the value chain also means people who's investing, for example, in the building material, in the building installations, normally they are constructors or developer. A lot of the saving on energy comes later. In some of the cases we done, you can basically recoup all your investment in 5 years, 5 to 8 years. But the people who's benefiting from the energy saving are the consumers. So the people who invest is different than the people who benefit. So that makes the whole complexity of where the money comes from very complex. So to enable us to get to this, we think a cross-value chain collaboration is really critical. So when we think about value chain collaboration, the first important thing is have a global standard on what is green building, how do we measure it. Without a global standard, we have a lot of standards right now, but a lot of them just focus on low carbon, with part of the low carbon, with part of the environment. So have a comprehensive global standard will make the playing field much easier for everyone. It's also easier for the regulators to set up subsidized policies on this. There is a challenge. A lot of innovation come from startups, come from technology companies, and a lot of people who invest are the traditional developers. So how do we make sure the new technologies get adopted by the traditional player? They come from two different worlds. The flagship projects are proven to be very powerful. We have identified a lot of great flagship projects in our report together with WEF. You can access it. But there's more and more flagship projects in the world that should be promoted, and people can learn from each other. The third one is incentive. I think one of the biggest barriers is on the cost, and the government play a critical role. So how the government set up the standard, so they raise the entry barriers by setting up a higher standard on the green, and also how to give the subsidies on funding, how to give tax rebate, all sorts of different incentive schemes the government can play. The last one is how do we engage and enable the startup communities? How do we make sure the technology can flow as smoothly as possible? So I will stop talking here, and now let's get in the interactive session. So it's me chatting, but I really welcome you to raise any questions or comments throughout our conversation. So anytime you feel like talking, raise your hand. Right? We are happy to engage you to make this as interactive as possible.
Please don't stop chatting. We love the chat. It's fantastic. But I'm absolutely a big fan of audience engagement too. So if there's anybody who is brave enough at any point during our conversation to say, do you know what, I'd like to chip in, then we'd love to involve you. I know we haven't done it hugely at this forum, but it always makes for a really dynamic, interesting conversation. So do let us know. Yvonne, why don't we take a seat? You can chat into this microphone here. And she's hovering with that handheld roving mic, so be warned, we might come after you. Thank you so much, Yvonne, for that really interesting insight around green building value chains. But let me start by asking you something that's maybe not so soft. We've been talking about this stuff for years. We've come to conferences for years and talked about green buildings and the necessity for green buildings and sustainability and integrating these things into our buildings. Why aren't we already doing it? Why are we still, what are the barriers? What are the obstacles, and what do we need to be doing differently? Because I don't want to just talk about it, we want to take action on it. Yeah, should be good? Yeah, no, there you go. Yeah. Can we have mic number 2, 3? Oh yeah, go for it, that one, perfect. Yeah, I guess so. Can we have the handheld again?
Which one's
yes,
oh,
fabulous, good. Amazing.
I think the big question is who's going to pay for it?
Okay.
So this is probably the #1 barrier we see, because the premiums normally ranging from, for example, for green steel, if you make a net zero steel for the building, that's 60% of more. And you know the constructor, they are very sensitive. The building cost is very tightly controlled. Who's going to pay for 60% premium? That's why I said the government play a very important role in this, in terms of, especially why the cost is so high, right? There's a few reasons. One is when the technology is new, it lacking the economy of scale, so the cost normally is very high. The technology takes time to mature. There's a lot of R&D goes into this, so there is a period that the cost is high. But once it goes into large-scale deployment, the cost should reduce dramatically, as we're seeing with so many other technologies. The difficult thing is always in the takeoff space.
Yes.
And this is where the government can play, the financiers can play such a critical role. One is by setting the standard, two is providing subsidy, and then giving funding. So this is a very critical thing. On the cost, so as I alluded earlier, is also this important consideration of complexity of value chain. So we talked to the architect, the designers. So they said, we love to design a green building, a net zero building. However, the developer don't understand. They are not willing to consider this. Or they say, however, the government do not recognize it because they don't have the standard to talk to it. The architect would also say, we love the concept, but we need education as well, because for so many years we've been educated for a great building, but not a green building. So we need to be educated on what do we consider a green building. So this, the cost is number one. Second, also education. Yeah. So this is something that I think is truly important. People do not consider climate or green just as fashionable. And so when people do greenwashing, they say,
we hear a lot about that.
Yeah, so it's a fashionable thing to say. I think fashion come and go, but green is not a fashion because this is the only sustainable way for us and the future generation. This is not something we can wear it lightly, so it's really is a commitment to the future generation. Yeah. So once you have this, this awareness that green is a sustainable way for our generation, it's a responsible way to develop and grow, then you are, this is first awareness important, and then you need to have full education on what are the levels possible. I think one common, BCG have done so many decarbonization projects with all sorts of industry. One common mistake people make is they say, let's pull level A, B, C, D, E. And for us, we always say, have you considered what's the cost of this level? Because there are so many, but first of all, people sometimes are not aware of the full arena of the tools that are actually available to them. So instead of considering from a pool of 70, you're just drawing from like 7 levers. And some of those levers can be very costly. Yeah. And so we always suggest our clients thinking about the whole levers and then thinking about the cost and the ROI. What's the investment needed and what is the impact? And then you should always do it in wave. Nobody can achieve net zero on one go. I think this is extremely costly and unnecessary. Yeah. But you can do it in wave. So when we think about, there is a curve of the technology, so your cost will go down over time. So you start with a batch of levers, maybe 6 or 10 in the first year, and that help you reduce carbon emission probably 60%. And then for the next year, the technology would advance and the cost would dramatically decrease. And then you deploy the new technology for the second year. So you should always follow the curve on what is the highest ROI levers you could do. So that also helps to manage the cost problems.
You talk about green being sort of fashionable, and yet I don't think anybody here in this room would say that they want to build in green ways or sustainably because of fashion or because it's a tick box exercise. I think everybody here feels that they understand and believes in the importance of this as part of building for the future and part of the legacy for our future generations. But you've also mentioned these sort of complexities of the value chain. You've mentioned that we have so many stakeholders involved with these projects and all the different considerations. So one of the things I guess I would be asking if I were sitting there right now is, how do you even begin to create alignment across that complexity of stakeholder value chain? How do you begin to get people singing from the same hymn sheet, talking off the same page?
The full value chain view is so critical. The collaboration is so critical. I think one thing is when we did this project with the World Economic Forum, when we do the workshop, we don't just invite developers. We don't just invite government people. We invite architects, designers. We invite the building material people. It's shocking to me. That was the first time they sit together. It is really shocking. You think that people on the value chain will have the frequent interaction, but actually no. Like, because a developer will complain to say, I would really love to have green steel, but I cannot buy it. And the green steel people will say, we have this technology, but no one has asked. Or who's going to carry the cost? So I think having this global collaboration platform, having within the country, have these workshops across the value chain with the full value chain. So as I said, most of the emission come in the building material side. So you've got to have the building material manufacturer sit together with the investors, with the developers, with the government people, so that they actually come up with some very constructive solutions.
Yeah. Would you all say that those are the two biggest obstacles that you face in trying to build in a greener, more sustainable way? Can I have hands up for people who think it's mostly cost your biggest obstacle? That argument about cost? Some of you? Only a couple, I'm surprised. What about hands for people who think it's more about collaboration and alignment and the complexity of the value chain and getting people sort of bought into the idea? Is that a biggest obstacle for anyone? Hands up for both, maybe? Okay, so there's definitely some resonance there with the people here today, that these are things that are challenges that we have to surmount. And you've talked about levers, and I love those, the 11 levers, or I probably should say levers, because that's a bit more Americanized, isn't it? And that's how we pronounce it here. But the 11 is a lot. And your colleague, Peter Jameson, sat here on stage on Monday evening and said, one of the best things we can do is not have to do everything all at once. And I think it can often feel a bit daunting to look at the variety of actions and steps that we might be able to take and not really know where to start. So do you have some advice and some thoughts about prioritization? I know you've talked about where the biggest ROI is, but how should we begin?
So first, the 11 levers, the owners are different. So we have another very complex slide. I don't want to burden you today. But if you map the 11 levers with the value chain players, actually each of the lever will have one or two different value chain players because they have a different ownership. So if you are one, for example, if you are a developer, you probably only have 3 or 4 key levers that get you 80% result. So this is something that I would encourage to start for everybody, regardless of your position in the value chain, thinking about all the lever pool available to you. So we have BCG in our pool, because we have done 2,000 decarbonizing project with our client. We have 700 levers. So when we helping with any client, we go through of all the levers and we say, for this particular client, in this industry, in this part of the value chain, what are the top 5 levers that will give you the most result and that is also cost efficient now? We're thinking about the cost today. Has the cost get to the optimal level, or would the cost decrease significantly in the future? And then you actually put them into wave. So normally it will come into 3 or 4 different waves to get you to the result.
Is there a risk in that because sometimes we operate in silos and we understand our part and our bit and our pillar, that we believe that our levers are more important than someone else's? And how do you find, have you seen any interesting or innovative ways to create alignment across the different owners of the different pillars to ensure that everyone is sort of bought into what those priorities are?
I will twist your question. I think some of the levers have more than one owners. So that's a tricky thing. Like just me investing it is not important. I need my partners to do that. So that's a complexity that is created. And this lever maybe is understood by me, but it's not understood by my contractor. So this is the big complexities that comes in. So I think there are different roles need to be played here. One is education. So let's go beyond why green climate is important. Let's say exactly how we can get there. What are the different levels affordable? So this kind of education, this is something we call upscaling.
Yeah.
Everybody needs upscaling on the levels. So this level of education and continued upskilling is critical.
Yeah.
Second one is the regulation plays such a critical role. The regulation, when we say what's the role of the government, we don't think the government role is just to pay, to give money. Government is not so efficient in giving money, but government role is really in reducing barriers. And one of the barriers when we talk about cost is high cost. How do you reduce the barrier of high cost? What if, I say, I want to invest in green steel, but the developer, I cannot afford the 70% premium on the green steel. And then the government can say, I have regulation dictate that you have to reduce the footprint of your steel to a certain level. And then this is a math, it's a compliance issue, it's no longer a cost issue. So that's kind of government regulation really play a very critical role beyond the funding or subsidy they can get.
It also sounds as if you're really talking about building allyships across the value chain. You're talking about who do I need to influence, who do I need to educate, who do I need to keep informed. Exactly. Would there be a story or an example you might be able to share with us, Yvonne, of a successful project that's maybe managed to create those alignments or got the government bought in or got the contractor on side in a really effective way?
I don't think we have the example right now. I think everybody is starting to experiment. However, we did see a lot of great examples, net zero buildings. There's plenty of those examples. We've seen net zero community in Chengdu. So the R&D centers in Chengdu, that whole community was designed and built and operate in a net zero way. So we're seeing quite a lot of those projects. I think the challenge right now is we can see the technology, we can see the examples, but it still needs a large-scale deployment. For that, the regulation need to be in place. The government is really working hard to catch up, right? So, because we talk to regulators as well. The regulators say, wow, there were so many different technologies. How do I set regulation? How the regulation catch up with the technology? The financier comes to play as well.
Of course.
So, so all of this still need to come in place. So I think this is an ongoing process. I wouldn't say we have what they call the end of history. I don't think we come to end of history. We're at the beginning of the history.
I love the fact you talk about sort of experimentation. People are starting to experiment, starting to play a bit with these ideas. And I think that's a wonderful mindset shift, because sometimes I think the fear of complexity or the barriers that we've addressed already today can be an obstacle to even trying. And this mindset around potentially experimentation is a fascinating shift. Are there any other sort of mindset shifts that you think leaders or the people in this room need to be aware of or perhaps open to?
Yeah, so maybe I use another example to illustrate this point related to your previous question as well. I don't think this green game should be an expensive game. If people think that I have to invest so much money just to be good, I don't think this will ever take off, right? Because every country have limited resource and lots of demand for that resource. So things need to start on a sustainable base. So one example, as I was thinking, is if you go to the rural China, the Chinese farmers, they build a house, and then a lot of them have solar panel on it. Why they do that? Farmers, they're not rich, but those solar panels not only supplied the full house electricity, some of the actual electricity they can sell back to the grid. So they make an income on that. So this is a very easy selling for the farmers, right? So if you tell farmer you have to invest to be good, no farmer will take you because they say, I have lots of demands on my money. But if you tell them that you invest in this, all your electricity is free, plus you make 2,000 every year by selling your actual electricity to the grid. And once you have this family proven that, all of the other farmers will follow because everybody can see a good business case. I think this is the way we need to consider how do we do this kind of deployment at larger scale to make a very sustainable case.
Yeah, and it's a classic sort of benefits-led approach, isn't it? The idea that if we're paralyzed by the fear of cost, or all we can see are the obstacles, people need to understand how this is going to benefit, how those things outweigh the costs and the obstacles. Is anyone brave enough to want to ask a question of Yvonne? We have such an amazing expert here who's got extensive experience across this topic, and it's such a big topic, and I don't want to miss anything that you might have burning there in your minds. Would anyone like to ask Yvonne anything, or shall I keep going with this fabulous conversation? This is your chance, everyone. I think they're just happy to listen in for now, Yvonne. But it's great, because you have so many insights to share with us. So this would be my next question, and I think if I was sitting there, I'd be wanting to ask this as well. Sustainability, green, we have to start now. There's no other option, right? But what do we really need to do to build that momentum, to stop dragging our heels, to move ahead with this absolutely essential thing where we integrate sustainable green principles from the outset of a project?
I think for every one of us, the concept is critical. So people need to think about the green not as a nice thing to have, but it's a sustainable way to grow, not just for our generation, but also for the future generation. So this long-term view is very critical. Second is I'm against giving people moral lecture to say why you need to be good, because people have short-term interests to take care of. So how do we actually collaborate across value chain, the regulators, the financiers, the developers, the manufacturing technology suppliers, to actually helping people to find a cost-efficient way to build a strong business case for them to adopt those technology. I think this is a very critical mindset to think. Maybe the government and financier can help at the takeoff phase, but eventually the business case need to be there. You cannot moral people into green. People have to go there, with full willingness, and they need to see the benefit.
Yes, I think it has to be that whole spectrum, doesn't it? As you say, it's got to be a good, strong business case. It's got to make economic sense. It's got to make sense for their shareholders, investors, their people who are, having to bear the cost or the load, or bring the right people on board, or the right technologies. As you say, it has to make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, and one maybe last thing I would add to this is, do not think that you have to adopt the most expensive levers, because people tend to think, I want the most latest technology. All of those are expensive. Actually, you don't have to. So when we do project with our clients, we don't normally recommend the most latest technology. There's a lot of low-cost technology you could do, and you'll be so surprised how efficient or how effective they are in helping you to achieve the goal. Heat pump, everybody heard about it. This is technology 40 years old. This is definitely not sexy, but extremely effective in reducing your energy usage. So that's why we think it's very important to have the complete pool and not just be dazzled by technology. You need to think about the ROI of the technology and really need to comprehensively consider your options.
I think that'll be music to everyone's ears here, that it doesn't have to be the latest, the most expensive, the biggest cost burden. You mentioned the future, Yvonne. The whole summit, the forum here, is about the future of humanity. We've talked about future generations, future of our planet, and of all the young people coming through and the next generations beyond that. So can you finish by painting us a picture of what you dream the future might look like, say, in 5 years' time? We're getting towards 2030 and Vision 2030 here for the Kingdom. But what does that future look like if we start to take action and play our part today?
One question I'm surprised you have not asked me is everybody been asking what's the impact of the Trump executive orders, right? There's a lot of talk in the environment place. A lot of talk is saying, would the world step back because U.S. withdrawn from the Paris climate agreement? So I'm surprised you didn't ask that question.
I think sometimes we shy away from very political content at this forum, and we'll all have our own opinions, but it obviously is an impact. There's lots of political change across the globe, and you're right, it will make a difference.
Yeah, but I would love to combine that with your question, actually. I actually think when you do the green transition, you don't do it for Trump, you don't do it for the US, you do it for your own country.
Yeah.
This is how you are responsible for your own future generation. So I think the climate agenda is not because someone in Paris are forcing you to do that.
Yeah.
This is a very wrong way of looking at it. I think we are sitting in KSA, we're sitting in this region, part of the global south. What really pleased me to see, I come from China, what really pleased me to see is the global south is now waving on the commitment on climate.
Yeah.
Right? They're now waving. I think in the Europe there's a lot of talk. In the US there's huge talk. But I think global south is committed. China, for example, is super committed because this is an internal driven motive. This is not so that we look good in front of Paris or in front of US. This is because how we want to take care of the citizen and the future generation of our citizens.
Yeah.
And then when we talk about green, I think a very important thing is on green development. It's not to stop the global south from development. It's to find a better way, to find a sustainable way of development. So this is a very important thing I keep sharing with my clients is you should not stop development because of the climate. People have a right to grow. People have a right for development. So let's find a better way, find an efficient way, find a sustainable way for development. And there's a lot of exciting levers, technologies to leverage. So we can find a better model. And so maybe I stop here. It's a better model for the future, not a fashion or slogan or political agenda.
Yeah. I think that's what I really take away from this, which is it's exciting. There are ways of doing it which are creative and innovative and different, and it will make a difference. It's not this chore or this burden or this kind of massive, great big challenge. It can also be exciting, and in doing so, we get to do the right thing for the future of humanity as well. Yvonne, it's been a fascinating conversation. I hope you all agree. I'd love you to show your appreciation, please, to Yvonne Zhou. Thank you so much. Awesome. And happy Chinese New Year. Let's give everybody 5 minutes to come in and take their seats ahead of the next session. Don't go anywhere because we have a very exciting guest coming up next. But we're a couple of minutes ahead of schedule, so let's give everybody a chance to come in from that exhibition area, because I think the next conversation is also going to be one that we don't want to miss. In the meantime, if you want to grab Yvonne, any of the other panelists or speakers from this morning to hear more about their expertise, there's only a certain amount we can touch on here from the stage, but they have so much depth of knowledge and insight that you must absolutely make the most of this opportunity to explore further and to hear more about the projects that they're all involved with. So sit tight, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Do please all take your seats. Thank you so much. We're in for a real treat. Our next special guest has spent decades navigating the complexities of politics and media. And now, through his podcast, The Tucker Carlson Show, he's continuing those conversations, interviewing some of the most influential leaders across current affairs, business, and the political sphere. He was formerly the host of Tucker Carlson Tonight, which was the highest-rated show in cable news history. He's the author of 2 New York Times bestsellers, and Tucker's inimitable approach continues to seek out the truth on the topics that really, really matter. He continues to challenge the status quo, and he keeps us all thinking. Joining us here today on stage for what I absolutely have no doubt will be a fascinating conversation moderated by Muzwiam Adechil. Please join me in giving your absolute warmest welcome onto stage to Mr. Tucker Carlson. You're very welcome. Delight to have you.
Oh, it's a great honor to be here. Thank you.
Muzwiam, it's gorgeous to see you. Have a wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
The mic, test mic. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. It's Tucker Carlson at the Real Estate Future Forum 2025.
Thank you.
So, Tucker, welcome to Riyadh.
Thank you.
Finally, right?
I first tried to come here in 1999 and wasn't able to, so I've always wanted to see the city, and I'm grateful to be here.
What took you so long to come to Saudi Arabia?
Visa denial.
Mm-hmm. But
no, I'm just kidding. Half kidding. No, for a lot of reasons, I've traveled in this part of the world a lot, and Saudi Arabia is the focus of many, many dinner conversations, in other countries, simply because of its scale, its significance in Islam. Everything about Saudi Arabia makes it the center of conversation often. And all of a sudden, in the last couple of years, everywhere you go, you run into people who've just been in Riyadh. I mean, everywhere. And that's a sign that something important is happening here. And I just was very anxious to see it. And so I was grateful to be invited to this, and then I thought, well, let's just spend 10 days going around the country and see what's happening in Saudi Arabia. And after 4 days, I've been amazed by it.
well, let me tell you, the time is now, and the place is Saudi Arabia. It's great having you here at the Real Estate Future Forum. What excites you the most about what you have been seeing around?
Well, I mean, there's a lot. My job is basically, or as I conceive it, my job is to try to understand how the world is changing. Those changes have accelerated dramatically in the past 10 years, particularly in the last 5. And I think Saudi Arabia, for many different reasons, is at the center of a lot of it. But if you want the honest answer, the architecture has pleased me most. That's what's pleased me. So from my perspective, as a complete outsider from another part of the world, having never been here, and seeing, a country sort of creating a different version of itself or becoming something, in the process of becoming something, I'm distressed by what a lot of other countries who have tried to do that have wound up creating. And they've increased, again, this is just from an aesthetic point of view, but the sum total of ugliness in the world by crowding their cities with glass boxes, following the I am pay 6th Avenue model that is such a blight on New York City and so many other cities. And I was in Tour Durée yesterday, and I was just delighted to see local architecture, native indigenous architecture represented at scale, and the absence of glass boxes. That may seem like a minor thing. It's not a minor thing in my view, I think the physical legacy that we leave is really meaningful. I think the things that we create are a measure of who we are, of our values. And to see a project with 1 million new trees and shrubs, 1 million, it just thrilled me. It thrilled me. I hope that's the future. I hope the future is not the one envisioned by central planners in Western Europe where, people live atop each other to 100 stories crowded, cut off from nature. So I just thought that was the most inspiring thing I've seen in a long time.
So you know that Diriyah is the birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
I did know that, yes.
Yeah, and it's called the City of Earth.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, before coming here, I'm pretty sure you looked into the real estate in Saudi Arabia and how it's putting an evolution on a global scale. What are your thoughts on the scale and size of such giga projects? We're talking about The Line, Neom, Red Sea, Amala, and the list goes on.
Well, I haven't been to Neom. I was with, I've been with a couple people involved in it and have asked a million questions, but I haven't seen it. And I think that it's hard to assess things without seeing them, smelling them, walking around them. But the scale of it, one of the reasons I'm sad I haven't seen it yet, and I plan to, is because the scale of it is hard to understand, I think. It feels like we're watching the Great Pyramids get built. So I can't really answer that question in any meaningful way. But the canvas, the tableau that the Saudi government has to create its vision is amazing. It's amazing. And again, I would just say, this is the story of development globally, nations that expand their physical infrastructure so often follow a template designed by others, and in the process, lose what makes their country distinctive. And in the process of that, lose their culture, their history, their sense of themselves. They lose the reason their country is different from other countries and therefore valuable. And what I see happening here, I think, after 4 days, I'm hardly an expert, but my sense is these are projects that are thoughtfully undertaken in an effort to preserve what makes Saudi Arabia different from any other country. And I think that's very important. And not just in this region or this country, but I think if Belgium were to undertake a massive building project, I think that its guiding principle ought to be, let's preserve what's good about Belgium, what's distinct about Belgium. Distinction is the thing that has disappeared from the world post-war. It's very recognizable, very noticeable, very distressing to someone like me who travels a lot. Every place is very much like the next place. And I think that that's a sin. I think it's wrong. Actually, it's morally wrong. But I also think it produces a sameness, a blandness, a uniformity that's sinister, actually. Why erase all differences? I mean, in my country, we attempted to erase gender differences, the most basic of all differences. And chaos was the result. But it's not just gender that you can erase, it's also culture. And so I just can't say it enough. This is not my culture, this is not my region, it's not my language or religion. I mean, it's all very different to me. So I'm American, very American, but
proudly American.
I am proudly American, actually, and I will, I live there, I will die there, as my ancestor did. However, I am thrilled by differences. And when I go to a place that's proud of itself, is not embarrassed of who it is, and is sort of showing the rest of the world, this is who we are, this is what we believe, it's not exactly what you believe, or we're a little different from you, and that's not bad, it's good.
Absolutely.
I'm thrilled by that. I love that. There's so much downward pressure that comes through foreign investment, by the way, to make your country, whatever country, the international finance community is investing in, exactly like every other country. And I think that's worth resisting in the way that you would resist any foreign invasion. That's not good. So fight it.
For you, immersing yourself in new cultures like Saudi Arabia, how does it give you an eye-open perspective, not only as a journalist, but as a human being as well?
Well, I mean, it's only by contrast that we see what's around us, right? You need perspective to understand your own country and your own culture and your own assumptions. And you don't challenge your own assumptions for the sake of it, but if you can't really be thoughtful about your own country unless you know other countries. That has been my experience. I've lived that. I know that. And I return from traveling every single time with increased frustration and appreciation for my own country. So again, I just can't stress, one of the most malicious trends that emerged globally after the end of the Second World War. I mean, there was this concerted effort, which I understand and appreciate, to prevent future world wars. Great, I'm for that. But in the process of doing that, and all the post-war institutions that arose, both cooperative UN, financial, right, regional EU, the effect of it was to force every region in the world, pretty much, to the same standard of behavior and belief. And Saudi Arabia escaped that because it was very famously pretty closed to the rest of the world. So I couldn't get in 1999, just as a journalist. I just wanted to see it. No. And, it was much mocked for that. But in a way, I think that was a great advantage because Saudi, just from 4 days of wandering around, escaped a lot of those trends. It preserved what makes it Saudi and not Liechtenstein or Beijing or whatever. I mean, it's distinction. So I would
loyal to its core and culture,
as
tradition.
Every nation should. You often hear the phrase in my country, diversity is our strength, diversity is a great thing. It's a value that we preserve and cherish, but that's of course not true at all. The opposite is true. Sameness is what the world cherishes. And that is a real threat. It's okay to be different. It's okay to have a slightly different perspective, slightly different language or religion. Not everything has to be the same. So I don't know, I see that as a great advantage, and I see, as a very much an outsider, I see a country that is hoping to integrate to a greater extent with the rest of the world and to exert its authority, because there are a lot of factors that make Saudi Arabia inherently powerful, and it's great, but remain true to itself, and I hope that continues.
It's one of many what Saudi Arabia offers. And this leads me to the question of the transformation happening here. It's grabbing headlines globally. So which part of the Saudi vision, from the reforms to the Giga project, really stood out to you and excites you more to know about?
Well, it's always the building, that excites me. I believe in the physical world. I've lived a lot of my life in the theoretical world, in the West, which, in many places has stopped building, stopped creating, is, I think, to some extent captive to the theoretical world. We have all these principles, okay. I'm not against principles, I have my own. Everybody should. But I also think it's fair to judge any idea on its fruits, on its products. Okay, you say you believe this, what are you making? Show me. And so I'm always thrilled to be in a place people are creating things, physical things. Again, not just statements.
Tangible.
Right, yeah, but show me your buildings. I had dinner last night in Diriyah and walked back from dinner, slightly lost as usual last night, and I was so charmed by it.
What did you feel just walking around there and enjoying the physical world where you belong?
Well, so I don't want to reveal all my kind of eccentricities with a microphone because it's embarrassing, but I'm very angry about tall buildings. They blot out the sky, and they are, of course, the preference of urban planners for a bunch of different reasons. One is social control. If you treat people like insects, you can control them. Another is cost, the efficiencies of scale. But I would say the aesthetic cost and the moral cost of crowding people into tall buildings, and the cost to the physical environment and the extent to which it cuts you off from God's creation, from nature itself, is very offensive to me. And so to walk through a brand new multi-billion-dollar project where you can see the sky because the buildings are only 30 feet tall, I was trying to explain this to a Saudi I was walking with who looked kind of confused. I was very enthusiastic about it, but I think it's really important. Keep Saudi low. That would be my advice. Physically low buildings, flat roofs.
So yeah, that energy you took from the place Diriyah. We say in the world of many, there is only one Diriyah. That's the reason why this slogan is out there.
Yes, and the fact that you're using desal to water palm trees is thrilling to me.
Amazing. Well, let me ask you, Tucker, if you had the opportunity for an interview with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. What is one bold question you would want to ask him about the future of Saudi Arabia and going beyond that?
I mean, I would ask him all kinds of questions about the region and your neighbors and how is this or that conflict resolved, and Saudi's at the center of all of that. But if there were no cameras around, I would say, are you a little bit concerned that the pace of social change might destabilize your country? And of course, I'm not disagreeing with the social changes. It's not my place. I'm not Saudi. And in fact, I don't disagree with the changes.
It's just you're curious.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's hard for people to metabolize change. I have felt that in my own life at 55. You know, you wake up and things are completely different. They may even be better, but they're different. And that is hard. We are not designed from an evolutionary standpoint to absorb huge amounts of change in a short period. I mean, humanity emerged from the caves and then spent, 99% of our entire time on Earth in the same way of living. Small scale farming, living with your family. So any kind of change is apt to produce some level of chaos. I mean, the Industrial Revolution produced Marxism, which enslaved half the world for 100 years. So, these are the costs. I'm not against the Industrial Revolution. I'm not against machines.
Like consequences.
But yes, there are consequences. When you move quickly, you will break things. And I think that's a fact of life. And I'm sure that your leadership has thought this through. They seem wise and thoughtful. But that would be my question, for sure. And anyone who tells you that's not true is unwise and doesn't sort of pay close attention to the human story, because that is the story every single time. So you don't know the outcomes. You can only guess, but you should be. My society is changing, so quickly I can barely keep up, but not as fast as yours is. So I would think about that.
Have you witnessed any national transformation journey as the one happening here in Saudi Arabia with this big scale and big size and huge speed as well?
Well, I mean, I'm totally unqualified to weigh in on that. I can just tell you my experience as an American who travels a lot. And, I'm really from Washington, D.C. I spent 35 years there. And, there are a lot of Saudis in Washington. And they are very integrated into the social fabric of official Washington. There's Saudi, this is my perspective as an American, cut off from the world, but its diplomatic corps in Washington was always at the center of things. I mean, Prince Bandar was, not just your ambassador, but also for my whole childhood, a big part of people's social lives. Like, he'd be at people's houses for dinner, smoking his little cigars, and everyone loved him. And, so the Saudis were very, very recognizable in Washington. Everybody knew Saudis. Georgetown University was, hugely populated with citizens from this country. So, and then as you travel and you get older, every single place you go, every sort of affluent pocket, you go to the south of France in the summer, it's like everyone in the restaurant's Saudi and all that. And I have noticed just from being around that in the last few years, fewer. And that's interesting. And I actually, I'll take it back. I hadn't noticed that. I've noticed that in every affluent place I go, it's Ukrainians, the Hermes store, dropping $1 million of my tax dollars on purses. The richest people in the world are now Ukrainians, thanks to the U.S. Congress. But pardon my editorial comment, but it's true. But it's only in coming here that people keep saying, well, people are just in Saudi more, and I think that's a good sign. You want your citizens to want to be in your country. Maybe not in August, but the rest of the time.
Definitely. Well, if you had to host an episode from your show about Saudi Arabia, or it's filmed here in Saudi Arabia, what is the story you would want to share with the world about this ambitious nation and its transformation? And zoomed in.
I don't know. I mean, the rest of the world has perceptions about this country that, it's not my job to dispel. I'm not, I don't work for the Saudi government, but I would say the experience of being here is very different from the understanding that people have of the country. And I recommend to my many children, you think you know about a place, go visit it and make your own decisions about what it's actually like. I think it's essential. I think travel is the most broadening experience that we can have. And I've really encouraged it among my children and people who work for me. So, from my perspective, the most powerful agent of change that Saudi Arabia can employ is its new airline coming this year. I really think that's
Riyadh
meaningful.
Air?
Riyadh Air.
Riyadh
yeah.
Air, yes.
I
It's
do
gonna
think
launch
that.
by
It sounds,
2025.
look, I think the obvious, as I've already said, I think the obvious things matter. I think we're way up in our heads in our theories most of the time. If you want to change the way people understand your country, plant 1 million trees. If you want people to come see your country, build a great airline. And there's nothing, I've spent an awful lot of time in your neighbor, in the UAE. I've been going there for 25 years, and I first went there, weeks after 9/11. I was in the Emirates, and to see the transformation there, as you're all very aware, has been remarkable, but not just to the physical landscape of that country, but to the perception of that country in the West. And what drove that? Well, many factors, but Emirates was a huge part of it. It's easy to get there. It's pleasant to get there. And if I were in charge of, if I were involved in your government, I would say, if you want to change the way people feel about our country, have them come here. And Saudi Arabia in the United States is still perceived as kind of far away, hard to get to. Can I get a visa? Can I go there? How do I get to Saudi Arabia? If you have direct flights on a great airline from JFK, it takes about a year for all of a sudden everyone to want to come to your country. Maybe not even. I think it's that simple. I think a lot of things are that simple. I think that's a huge change. And by the way, I think Saudi is a great airline. I'm not against your national carrier.
But I get you. Just to have more options to make the journey very seamless for all the tourists wants to come.
Well, the funniest thing about this region as a travel hub, I mean, of course, historically it has been a travel hub, right? When caravans were the means of trade, I mean, that's the basis of this region. But in the jet age, it really was kind of a delayed reaction. It's like nobody has a map. If the world is dividing into rival power centers, east and west, and you occupy land between them, I mean, what? It's just such an obvious place to have a global hub.
Yeah,
and
I get you, but trust me, the national aviation strategy is really ambitious, and it's focusing on that gap to fulfill the high demand.
Well, I think it can create a high demand, actually. And the fact, look, I believe in geography. I love maps. I think your physical location, your presence in a place physically, again, not just in your head, but where your feet really, really matters. And if you have massive undeveloped coastline on the Red Sea that kind of no one has, well, wait a second, in the rest of the world, that's considered, one of the greatest assets after energy that you could possibly have.
True that.
Well, of course. And so even someone who travels a lot and has always traveled a lot like me, how much coastline does Saudi Arabia have on the Red Sea? I don't know. I've never thought of this as like a maritime nation or a resort nation. I mean, this is all changing. I'm going to Alula tomorrow or the next day, and I'm planning to see.
Interesting. You're going there.
Of course.
Amazing. You're going to have a blast.
Well, I can't convince my daughters to come unless I see it myself.
Exactly. And that's the best way to come and see yourself. That's a message to your daughters anyway.
Well, it's the only way. It's the only way. And it's been my privilege to have a job that has forced me to go a lot of places. And I must say, just for whatever it's worth, I've been to many, many countries, including in distress, in ugly times. And I don't think there are any countries I haven't enjoyed. Most places are pretty great the closer you get, and they're interesting. The people are nice. The food is good. I mean, even in the middle of something awful like a war, you end up enjoying it, And so I would recommend that to everyone. But having an airline that people want to fly, I mean, the sadness of the destruction of the great carriers of my youth. I remember my wife, who has traveled a lot, but like me, she's 55, and I remember she told me that she'd flown in 1 week on BA, which was the sort of airline of my youth, British Airways, first class, so exciting. And then Etihad. She's like, I don't even know what Etihad is, but it's way better than BA. What is going on? And it tells a broader story, actually, about the transfer of power, cultural shifts, the end of empire. I mean, it's actually kind of a metaphor for a lot that is very sad to me. I'll just say it, as an American and a Westerner. I want American Airlines to be the greatest airline in the world. It's not. And by the way, if I were king of the United States, it would be. If there was a single...
What would you do?
Well, I would imprison any surly stewardess, like immediately, I'll tell you that. I would. You can't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, did I just say that out loud? This is not being recorded, right?
It's fine.
Totally kidding.
Speak
We don't
your
have
heart.
a king in my country.
Speak your heart. That's why you're here with
you
us.
can't imprison surly stewardesses. But no, look, I think getting to a place, the West had great ocean liners. Some of them sank. But in general, the most luxurious way to travel, the most appealing way to travel for over 100 years was on a British steamer, right? And there was a reason for that. The Brits ran the world. They have the biggest empire in the history of the world. And so they felt that befitting a great empire, they needed a great means of getting around the empire. And they created, Cunard. And so I do think it really, really matters. It really matters. It's a measure of self-respect. It's a strategic calculation. It's a diplomatic calculation. And of course, I would argue, it's one of the single biggest drivers of tourism. Make it easy, make it pleasant.
Seamless.
Completely. Why shouldn't, if you're spending 12 hours on an airplane, again, this is my complaint in general about the attitudes that I'm surrounded by day to day, is that people overlook the obvious. They overlook the obvious in favor of the... Come to the right place.
Yes, exactly. You've come to the right place. And I'm really enjoying this conversation. I want you to take me through your 35 years experience in the media. You traveled a lot. You love maps. You've been here and there. What moment truly defined you as a journalist?
Well, 35 years is a lifetime, and it's sort of hard to know. I would say a pivotal moment for me was the Iraq War, going, once again, going. It's always important, as I've said 10 times, and we'll say again, it's important to go places and see things and match what you see against what you thought you would see.
Yeah.
The reality against the perception. And, I had supported the Iraq War in 2002. I was a little confused by the rationale, but I had supported it. And then I went to Baghdad in 2003 after the invasion, and I was really shocked. I won't bore you with why I was shocked, but I was shocked. And it was very clear to me that this was not in the interest of the United States, that a lot of the justifications for the war that I had repeated on television were untrue, that I had been used to lie, that I was part of a much larger propaganda machine, that I didn't know that at the time. And I felt very bitter about it, and I still feel bitter about it, actually, because it mattered. An awful lot of people died. The United States was hurt by it in ways that still redound today, and no one where I lived in Washington would admit that. And so, I learned many things from this experience, but the main one I learned is that the media in my country, I didn't realize this, is an instrument of policymakers. I didn't know that. I had been in it my whole life, and my father had been in it. I thought I understood it. I didn't. And I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. That's true in this country. Your media is an instrument of policymakers, and it's probably true in every country. It is. But I didn't know it was true in mine, and that enraged me. And I think you can't disaggregate your nationality and your loyalty to your nation from your work, and you shouldn't. I'm an American. I am an American. I love my country. I will make excuses for my country. I will defend my country physically if necessary. I'm an American. However, I don't want to be lied to at all. I'm an adult man. I will not be lied to knowingly, period. And I was. And so I began to realize that many of my colleagues in the media were being lied to. They knew they were being lied to, and they became vessels for lies. And they did it knowingly, and I came to despise them, and I still feel that way.
And that led you actually to put in your Instagram bio, corporate media is dead. Were you announcing it or actually celebrating it?
I was dancing on its grave.
Okay, enjoying that?
I was, yes. A bottle of Johnny Walker Black in my hand, screaming at the top of my lungs. Yes, I was. And I think that's very unattractive. I don't think you should celebrate the death of anyone or anything. But I am celebrating the death of the mainstream media because I think it is long overdue. In fact, I think it was suicide. Look, it's a balance. No journalist says everything he knows or thinks he knows, of course. That's just the nature of it. But you cannot participate in big lies that hurt your readers or viewers, that hurt your country, again and again, repeatedly over a course of decades, and expect to have credibility or even a business. They have no business left. People don't watch them because they don't believe them. So it is a form of suicide. And I don't mourn it. I am celebrating it in the nastiest, most vindictive possible way. Because
this is like a bold statement.
Oh, it's totally heartfelt.
Okay,
it's totally heartfelt.
yeah, I can feel that. And if corporate, well, let me tell you, if corporate media is dead, what is TCN, Tucker Carlson Network? Is it a revenge or a replacement, in your opinion?
It's not revenge. I mean, I hope, and I'm sorry to be so gleeful about the demise of anything. I believe in creating, not destroying. I do think the world is a binary. I think this is the core of the Abrahamic faiths. You know, God creates, Satan destroys. I believe that. I believe in dualism in that way. If you're creating, you're more likely to be on God's side. If you're destroying, you're not on God's side. God is the creator above all. That's how I feel. And so I do feel a little guilty saying this. And of course, I'm not engaged in a revenge project. I'm engaged, I think, and I want to be engaged in a creative project whose purpose is to understand the changes that we're living through, which are profound, historic. They'll be written about. They will not be fully understood for hundreds of years. It's hard to know what moment you're living in. You can only see that in retrospect. But I hope to be constructively explaining that to the people I'm speaking to. But I would say the main criterion, the indispensable quality, is honesty. You know, we are often wrong. I have been wrong. I supported the Iraq War, but the key is not always being right. The key is always being honest. If you're wrong, admit it. There's no penalty for that. In fact, you increase your credibility by admitting you're wrong. It's the person who pretends he's God and unfallible who is a laughingstock. No one believes that person. You're absurd. You think you're always right? I know that you're not, because you're a human being. And so I would say our lodestar, our guiding principle is tell the truth, don't lie. And you know, that's a moral principle, but there's also self-interest involved. I watch what happened to NBC News and CNN, which I think is still on the air here, amazingly, where I used to work, and I see that, you know, I don't know a single person who believes what's on CNN, and you certainly shouldn't, because they're liars. And the difference is, I think we know that now. I do think that. I think one of the unintended consequences of the internet is, you know, it was designed to inform us. It was, of course, really, it's been used to control us, but it's very hard to control information in the digital age, and as I think your leaders know. So anyway, we know they're liars.
You know them so well.
Yeah, I know it so well. Yes, I'm not guessing. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, Tucker, millions do listen to you because they trust your voice. What is one thing you won't compromise on?
I don't want to be used to tell lies, as I said, because I find it degrading of a person's most basic humanity. You know, I think that. And I want to see things clearly. I mean, there is, you know, deception is a feature of human life, of our life on this earth. You know, there are lies, and we fall for them, and we are unwittingly instruments of those lies. But I want to assess everything by its effects. In Christianity, there's a phrase from Jesus in which he says, judge a tree by its fruits. You can call it a pear tree, but if lemons come out, it's a lemon tree. And it's a simple concept, but it's an infallible concept. That is always true. So you can tell me that your project is a virtuous project, you're doing the right thing. Well, that's why I like going to people's countries. You know, I'll walk around. Do people seem afraid, or do they seem content and happy? You know, does your country produce intact families? What's your birth rate? I mean, things like that are the measurements that I use to decide whether or not a program is a godly program or a demonic program, whether it's fruitful or barren, whether it's good or bad. And so I just want to stick to that, because it's very easy with the voodoo of language to convince people that the opposite is true.
Yeah.
But you can't lie about the fruits. If it's got lemons, it's a lemon tree.
Okay, to end this interesting conversation, because I think our allocated time is over already, and I want this conversation to keep going on, but let's culminate it with one question. If you had like 2 minutes to speak to Saudi youth, the young leaders of tomorrow, what do you want them to hear from you?
Oh, be proud of your country. Be proud of your culture. Be proud of your religion. Be proud of who you are. Be proud of your ancestors. There's an enormous, and I'm saying this as an American, I'm not a Saudi, and I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Christian. But there is an enormous effort globally, which is directly related to the process of homogenization that I described earlier, where everyone has to be the same. That can only happen if specific cultures and countries are convinced that their history and their culture is embarrassing. What you're doing is embarrassing. You're not part of the family of nations. You must do this, do that. You know, how many trans athletes do you have? Oh, none? Oh, you're barbarians. And
we don't take it that way, but yeah.
Well, you shouldn't, and you should be very wary of that, and not just on that specific issue, which is self-evidently insane, but on many others. Do not allow people, anyone, to make you embarrassed of who you are, of your history. And by the way, history is filled with embarrassing moments. I mean, just because human beings are embarrassing at times. It's just a fact in every country, in every history. However, the totality of your history, of your culture, is something that you have to be proud of. You have to be proud of that, or don't live here. And so do not allow the internet to convince you that your ancestors are embarrassing. Because I live in a country where that's happened, and I travel often to Western Europe where that's happened. And the effects of it are disastrous, because it's a kind of surrender, preparatory to a kind of invasion. It's just true. So don't allow that. And again, it's not my history, but I've seen this a lot.
Yes, well, we appreciate that, and let me tell you, we're really optimistic about our future. We're proud Saudis, and whatever you're seeing now is just a very little thing of what Saudi Arabia is thriving for. Thank you, Tucker.
Can I say one last thing?
Absolutely.
Whatever you do, do not give up the flag with the cross swords and the palm tree. That is the coolest flag in the world.
Yes, it's our identity, our religion.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this bold, honest, candid conversation. You know, it's not every day you get the chance to sit with someone who's making waves in the global media. Thank you so much, Tucker.
Thank you
it's been
for
my
having
pleasure.
me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a good pose. I like that. Please don't go anywhere. We'd like to invite Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi, CEO of the Real Estate Future Forum, to come and join us on stage. They have a small token of their appreciation, Tucker, for you. And we'd like to get a couple of photographs before you leave the stage. Thank you so much. Thank you as well, Wiam. It was fabulous, lovely conversation. We really appreciate it always. Thank you again, Mr. Tucker Carlson. I'm going to hand back to Abdullah Abu Al-Noor to take us through the next sessions. Thank you.
Thanks, مريم. شكرا وئام الدخيل على إدارة هذه الجلسة الحوارية. السادة
Thank you, Wiam Al-Dakhil, for moderating this session. And now to our next session about how does the sport contribute to the real estate. ومدير الحوار هو السيد أوليفر.
Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to invite the panelists onto stage. Thank you. So that's definitely a tough act to follow. So assalamu alaikum to everybody, and I'd just like to introduce myself very briefly. My name is Oliver Morgan. I'm the head of real estate for Deloitte in the Middle East, and I have the pleasure of hosting a panel looking at how the sports and entertainment investments in the kingdom are going to change the outlook for the real estate sector. I'm very, very pleased to be joined by an absolutely fantastic panel of international and local experts today. Firstly, I'd like to introduce Mr. Simon Oaten. Simon has been a Deloitte lifer, so 25 years with Deloitte. Simon's actually the father of 5 daughters, so he's actually an expert in conflict resolution, as well as being our head of entertainment, leisure, and hospitality, and has previously been involved in major global events such as the Olympics in 2012. I'd also like to introduce Chris Styring. So Chris is a senior advisor within our global sports business group. Chris was previously commercial director with Williams Formula One, Tennis Australia and the Australian Open, and also a board member with Australian Equestrian. So interesting fact about Chris has attended over 170 Grand Prix with his time with Williams, the highlight being the win in Monaco in 2003 after a 22-year wait for a victory there. I'm also joined by Hadil Birari, a lead tax partner within Deloitte. Hadil's got 18 years experience and has been recognized by International Tax magazine, especially as an award winner around tax disputes. And then last but not least, I'd like to introduce Wad Kearney, so Al-Khoury, who is the managing partner in Riyadh for White & Case legal firm, but also their first Saudi female lawyer in the kingdom. Thank you to the panelists, and a quick round of applause to introduce everybody.
I'll just correct the last statement, not in the kingdom. A lot of people will hate me for that.
Thank you for the clarification, Wad. So I think just to open and position in terms of the investment that the kingdom has made in events, well aware in terms of Expo being awarded, the World Cup, Asian Games and the Asian Winter Games. If you add all of the attendances to those, that's over 20 million attendees. So there's a fantastic focus in the kingdom coming up in the next 5 to 10 years in terms of a global stage and a global platform. When you layer in the context of the real estate investments, there's $1.2 trillion worth of investment in the real estate sector that is live now, and that is committed projects in the kingdom. So that it is only going to increase with the investment in the infrastructure. So Simon, I'd like to come to you first and maybe just touch on your prior experience with major events. And what does the kingdom have to look forward to within its real estate sectors?
Yeah, thank you, Ollie. Well, I think, I've been working in the GCC for the last 25 years, off and on, always based in London, but a lot of time in the GCC. And first came to Saudi Arabia in relation to hospitality and entertainment projects in early 2012. And, there's been a huge amount of positive change in the period since then. But I think what major events are really going to bring to the Saudi market is that global lens to build the understanding of what the kingdom offers. And, it picks up on a lot of what Tucker was talking about in, continuing to reposition the kingdom as a global destination that people look into, that people want to come to, and that Saudis enjoy and want to stay in more of the time, one of the key objectives that you have. And broadening the investor appetite, broadening the consumer appeal, and broadening the segment opportunities in real estate. And for me, it is absolutely critical for the long-term success of delivery that it's an integrated ecosystem. It's not just about the major events themselves, but the integrated ecosystem that supports and the role that major events can play in driving that change and that global lens that was talked about previously, and we will touch on a lot more in this session.
Thank you, Simon. And Chris, you've been there, you've done that with some of the biggest events in the world. It'd be great to get your perspective, please.
Just to start with, if I may, echoing what Tucker said, a very quick story. When he mentioned it, I thought I must raise it. Our first car at Williams was sponsored. Our first sponsor was Fly Saudia, and that your wonderful flag was on the car It was a white car with green and black, and it had the flag. And as a little boy growing up, I thought I want to do two things: work for that racing car team and come to Saudi Arabia. And I did both, luckily. So very, very fond memories of this country and what your corporations did for our team. And in 1980, we won the World Championship. So you were a big part of that. Now it's time to give back. There's a couple of things that have incredible potential in this country, one of which is the ability to be able to upskill the local workforce. The people here in this room, my three colleagues, two of which are from the UK, I'm from Australia, and my two Saudi colleagues, we have the opportunity to share our skills, share our knowledge across the sports infrastructure and major events ecosystem. And subsequently, the younger generation of boys, girls, men, women will hopefully want to join that sector. They might want to become architects, builders, sports management people like myself who consult to government. So first of all, there's that opportunity to upskill the local workforce. Now's the time to do it. Secondly, I think there's a great opportunity to build sports infrastructure that continues to give back to the community, meaning that off the back of the AFC Asian World Cup, the Asian Cup that's coming here shortly, and in fact the World Cup, these stadia will be used for young boys and girls to play football. So you're feeding that pipeline of talent. And hopefully, inshallah, you will have some world champions and some amazing national football teams. And then finally, as Simon touched on, the ability to drive sports tourism. That may be across three sectors. It may be sports tourism via the event goer. People like myself and my family who just want to come to an event hosted in the kingdom. It may be when you acquire more and more events, you will be able to host things that are bucket lists, meaning a world championship car race, or one day perhaps a Grand Slam tennis tournament. And then finally, that group of people that love going to travel because of sport and sports tourism, they want to participate. So it could be like the Hawaii Triathlon. I foresee that one day you'll have a world-class marathon. So there's tremendous opportunity, Oliver.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think it's also enjoying the domestic population enjoying these events. So a bit like at the World Cup, Saudi beating Argentina, absolutely amazing result. And so actually living through that in our lifetime, I think is something very exciting. So, Wad, I think linking events and real estate, how can the kingdom best capture value from a professional perspective to you, but then also personally, what does good value look like also?
So first of all, it's working. First of all, it's a great time to be in the kingdom, to be a thriving lawyer in the kingdom, part of the ecosystem, the new ecosystem, and the initiative of the government. Everyone is very excited. There is a lot of value to be captured, whether culturally or economically. So to answer your questions, with these events, and since the launch of the Vision 2030, the real estate market in the kingdom has witnessed a significant transformation. Initiatives such as this forum, and the local projects such as the Giga projects, the global projects announced by the government have really drawn a great level of attention from international investors. And as lawyers, the first thing we get asked is, what is it like to operate in the kingdom? What's the legal regime like? Is it transparent? Is it efficient? So these are the typical questions that we get. And so the value, I would think, is that the legal regime is one of the key pillars to capture the value of these events and the whole Vision 2030. And indeed, we've seen the government participating and driving that initiative forward since the start of Vision 2030. Evidently, there has been a great legal reform that we're witnessing today. To give a couple of good examples, first, the judiciary system, there has been a reform to the judiciary system with the introduction of the commercial courts. Investment and commercial laws have been passed that support local and international investments equally. Government initiatives have been launched, such as the private-public partnership program, Sharik program that provides incentives to the private sector and link them to government assets. Government funds have been set up, such as the Infra Fund, the Tourism Fund, the Real Estate Development Fund. And lastly, the golden visa for expats. So eligible expats now, they have more flexibility when it comes to investments, when it comes to owning real estate in the kingdom. So yeah, these are, I think, all great initiatives and just show the level of transparency and eco-friendly market that the government is seeking to achieve. And what do I see as a person, as a national who grew up in the kingdom in terms of value? I think it's a long-lasting legacy, varying from a diversified economy with numerous jobs opportunities, an improved quality of living, and infrastructure, and finally the kingdom being positioned as a key player globally, as a hub. So that's
Brilliant.
That's a lot. I mean.
No, thank you, Wad. And really interesting in terms of the investment in the incentive side of things, laying the foundations early now in order actually that value can be captured later as well. So thank you, really interesting perspective. Simon, your views on value, please.
Yeah, I mean, I come back to that integrated ecosystem point, and I think, the single most important thing is that major events are not just about the major event. Pre-development, in development, great thought in design and in the business models that are deployed needs to be given to the sustained economic activity that investment to deliver the major events is going to bring. And whether that be in the tourism market, in the local economy, in the mixed use, multi-use flexibility that's deployed in the design of the stadiums to support other events, all of that needs great consideration, because at the end of the day, whilst the foreign investment into the assets themselves is of great significance, it is the ongoing sustained economic activity that will drive the biggest impact year on year, year after year, as the economy grows. And real estate has a fundamental part to play in that, but that model needs to be at the core of the development and the strategy from the beginning, on an asset-by-asset basis and at a systems level. Making sure those are connected is essential for delivering that value. And as I touched on previously, the domestic and international tourism and wider hospitality impact will drive, as it has done in all other major markets that have been successful in this major event space, a lot of that value. And if you look at the experience from London in 2012 with the Olympic Games and the other massive sporting calendars that we had around there, that transformed the hotel and the hospitality and the tourism landscape of London for the next decade. It repositioned it, and not just at the luxury segment, but all the way end to end and across hospitality, retail, and hotels in the broadest sense. And it's a repositioning that London still benefits from today, notwithstanding all of the trauma that was created by COVID and all of the other experiences that we've been through since 2012. So that long-term integrated vision and ecosystem is critical.
Yeah, brilliant. I think some good lessons learned there, Simon, to look backwards but to take forward as well. Hadil, I think in terms of value capture, tax goes hand in hand. Given the audience that we have here, a lot of real estate developers and investors, I think as one of the premier tax advisors in the kingdom, it's your views will be very welcome.
Yeah, as you know, now real estate is evolving, but when it comes to investors, there are a lot of considerations that needs to be considered in terms of what is the value, what certainty is for me. All investors, whether they're local or foreign, they look for certainty. And when you talk about taxation is all about laws and regulations. We've seen the real estate transactions tax was implemented in 2020, اللي هو ضريبة التصرفات العقارية for all of you. And the law of the real estate transactions tax was only published in October 2024. The regulations came out in 2020 with a lot of exclusions to incentivize businesses, certain, transactions from the real estate transactions law, but there's a lot of ambiguity at that time in terms of how can I recover any input VAT since real estate became exempt from VAT? Yes, this happened when VAT went from 5% to 15% during COVID, but at the same time, it created a lot of, back and forth hustles for real estate companies into this is going to have a major impact in our capex. So in terms of what the government has been working on is to find reliefs to those developers, is introducing the real estate developer scheme for input VAT recovery, for example. The different exclusions that we have seen now in the law when it was published in October 24, and we're expecting the new implementing regulations to come and further clarify these exclusions and how they can be applied in April 25. So it's really soon. So what businesses needs to consider is really their tax planning.
Absolutely.
And they need to do that at very early stages. And I'm not just talking about real estate development companies. I'm also talking about the new funds that are being created. So there's a huge rise now in terms of the real estate investment funds. And I know the CMA is very active in that area to make sure that they cater for that change. One of which we've seen the funds in the past were not able to be custodian of assets. So now they've changed the law and they introduced what they call a special purpose entity rather than a special purpose vehicle, in a sense that real estate funds can actually hold the assets. They cannot operate, but they can at least become the custodian of the assets. This comes as a way to facilitate the businesses in terms of their growth. We're seeing a lot of PIF-backed funds that are also entering into the hospitality market, but they're also coming in with foreign investors, local investors, who some of them look for long-term return, where you see the period of the fund is maybe more than 20 years, or it's maybe a REIT. But you're also seeing short-term funds where it's 7-year-old fund. I just want to maximize my return. But again, I always tell them, consider taxation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And
it's always an issue.
Absolutely, and we're seeing this more and more in practice in terms of the clients that I deal with as well, in terms of, we are seeing the CapEx obligations and thinking about the spending and now layering in, when you start thinking about the revenue line items, we have to start thinking about RET and the transfer considerations within that, and then how do you plan for those VAT liabilities, even if you are going to get the rebates? Is there any sort of time lag, and how do you bridge those gaps? And then very much on the funds, between the last 2 years, there's been a 70% increase in the number of private real estate funds that we've seen registered as well. So I think a really interesting vehicle to deliver the projects and then capture the value as well. So I think some really innovative
you guys
moves.
work a lot on the financial advisory side of things and the valuation and the due diligence, but we're always come as a second thought, But now,
we need to work together. Exactly.
So what we're seeing now is actually businesses are, the awareness is much higher now, and businesses are saying, okay, what about taxation? Before we finalize our terms and conditions, before we, come up with the strategy, we need to consider tax, because in this market, the margins are usually very thin, and if you're hit with 15% irrecoverable input VAT,
absolutely,
you've killed it. You've killed the investment.
No, brilliant.
Yeah.
Thank you, Adil. I think, Chris, just coming back to that sporting legacy side as well, the softer side, what do you see as value in that space as well?
A lot of it is what you touched on, value. We're seeing tremendous investment in sport, offshore investment coming in for a couple of reasons. One, you provide value. You've got great properties, sports properties. You've got great sports infrastructure. So what represents value is your ability to deliver value, to do a couple of things. Be open for business, and there is no question at all. Look at us here today, over the next few days being here. It demonstrates you're open for business. There's a willingness and a hunger to work with the rest of the world. And that automatically translates to the buyer, us, whether it be a sports property, a major event, cultural event, a sports event, that there is value coming to the kingdom. Direct results of that ability to be able to operate here in an easy way, and Tucker talked about it, make it as easy as possible for people to get here. If it's not difficult and it's welcoming and it's hospitable, people will come, and we're seeing that. We're finding that. We're finding that, which is wonderful. Off the back of that, a couple of things need to happen when you're actually delivering major events, major sports infrastructure, one of which is, and Simon touched on it, that ability to be able to have multi-purpose sports facilities where, and I'll give you an example from Australia, the Australian Open Rod Laver Arena. It's a stadium of 15,000 people for the Grand Slam tennis tournament that finished last Sunday in fact. First Grand Slam of the year, one of only 4. That stadium can be transformed very easily into a concert venue for music. It can be transformed into an indoor motocross arena. And if you close your eyes when you're sitting in the arena, you can't imagine that a Grand Slam tennis tournament may have happened 3 months ago when there's motorbikes racing around inside. So it's that adaptability that generates value, and it's also that longevity, embracing the thought that we've got to try and make all of these wonderful infrastructure projects as future-proofed as possible. Make them different, as Tucker said, and you've got that ability to make things different, but also try and future-proof them where you can. Because the last thing you want to do is produce something and then 20, 25 years later, which is the normal life cycle of a stadium, have to redo it. And we've got the technology, we've got the materials, we've got the know-how these days to be able to lengthen the life cycle of infrastructure. And that creates value.
Thanks, Chris. Hadil, I think moving, and we've touched on tax regulations relating to real estate already, but I think there's been a lot that has come recently, and you gave a nice recap on that. What do you envision is coming in the future? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, in terms of the changes, as I mentioned, the implementing regulations are coming in April 2024, but what we envision to see, as you know, with those great projects that are happening in the kingdom, like you have the World Cup, the Expo, the Asian Games, there's a lot of also government support when it comes to the projects in terms of subsidies and boot contracts, I would say. The boot contracts where the private sector will build and operate, but at the same time will own the asset for a certain period of time, brings in a layer of complexity, but they're heavily used in that sort of projects, in that size. Recently, the ZATCA, the tax authority in the kingdom, issued a guideline around when to account for taxation, because this has been an issue for the past 4 years. Tax for boot contracts were accounted for at the signing date, but here you're talking about a huge taxation on the actual structure of the shell of the buildings or whatever immovable assets that are attached to it. But now, with the clarifications and the government understanding into how the real estate taxation is actually impacting those businesses, they're bringing in additional reliefs, and this is what we're expecting to see more. So now for boot contracts, for example, the taxation would apply at the transfer date, which will happen maybe 30 years or 25 years down the line. So this is great to see. And we're seeing a lot of other subsidies and where the government is actually bearing the taxation on, for example, when they seize properties, when they decide to take over the dir'iyah, they're also saying, we're going to bear the taxation. They're coming up with a lot of support to the private sectors and to individuals in terms of, making sure that fiscal neutrality is maintained in the real estate market.
Brilliant, thank you. And Wad, just to come to you on the real estate market and the recent regulation changes, some very, very recently, as in 2 days ago.
Thank you. So first of all, very exciting change about Boots. It's my business and what I do, and definitely a lot of my clients will be happy to hear the news. In terms of, and to add to what Hadil said, to answer your question, and as I mentioned earlier, the government has shown massive efforts to transform the legal market. And this is all done to diversify the economy and to achieve the Vision 2030. That resulted in a broad set of pro-investment regulatory developments. And I will mention some of them, not all of them, because there are a lot. And I hope I don't bore you with the examples. But one of the key examples is the mortgage market, the changes that have been introduced to the mortgage market. Previously, what we would see in transactions when it comes to mortgages, which would sort of impact the bankability of projects, especially if you have international lenders and investors coming in, is that mortgages would, thank you. So mortgages, the title deed would be transferred to the lending entity because we couldn't perfect the mortgage. Now, I think I would say in 2016, around the time of the vision, that changed, and to know the owner of the land holds the title deed, and the title deed gets annotated. That really created a major shift in the bankability of projects. Another example is the movable assets law. Now we have a security registry system that registers security over movable assets. That wasn't the case before. The system wasn't 100% clear. So what that did is that it improved and enhanced the bankability of projects, especially greenfield projects. Another example is the special economic zones. Now we have various special economic zones offering flexible regulatory regime and tax holidays, as well as flexible ownership terms, obviously with the proper licensing from the relevant authority being granted. Also, another example is the civil transaction law. Before, we did not have contractual arrangements codified in one law. Now, this civil transaction law, it has really transformed the way we analyze and perceive contracts and the enforceability of contracts, which really gave assurances to international investors who don't really understand the enforceability of uncodified principles.
Just to add here, on the civil law, the transactions law, it's actually brought in a clear definition of real estate.
Yeah.
I think this is crucial for real estate businesses, is to refer to other laws and regulations where real estate was defined differently, because we get a lot of questions also from a tax perspective in terms of what qualifies as a real estate asset. For example, the towers, the telecom towers. We had a lot of questions around, but I think the civil transactions law kind of clarify what is movable and what's immovable.
True.
Yeah.
True, definitely. I mean, before we had to be inventive when we drafted security documents to distinguish movable and immovable assets, and who owns what, and what does it mean to have a lease, and what's going to happen to the assets on that lease when it terminates. So, and I'm not going to bore you any longer. Just a couple of more examples. Very recently, the investment law was announced, and it will come into effect, I think, next month. This is a huge, major change to what we have currently, which is the foreign investment law. The foreign investment law only regulates foreign investors' activities, whereas this new investment law will regulate both international and local investors equally, granting them equal rights and a streamlined system. And the announcement that you're very excited about, Oliver, is that 2 days ago it was announced that non-Saudis can invest in listed companies developing properties in Mecca and Medina. That's a huge development. Before, Mecca and Medina were limited to Saudi citizens in terms of investments and, to date, ownership of units and houses and residential, units again. A couple of initiatives that were launched by the Real Estate Authority, which I thought is transforming the real estate market and is playing a huge role in our day-to-day transactions in the real estate sector. So the Real Estate Authority digitized the real estate market. So now we have a real estate registry, and we have Ajir for the registration of leases. This gives a bit of comfort to both investors and owners and lenders. The whole ecosystem is given assurances through a more codified process, I would say, or registered process. The Real Estate General Authority also announced the off-plan sale and lease law, which operates under WAFI. This will, and is currently, we're seeing is influencing how transactions are built, especially those with potential to get the benefit of funds from day one for the sale of off-plan units and residential houses. Finally, there is this also what I think is very interesting initiative is the Real Estate Arbitration Center. This means this is a huge development in the litigation world, so investors in the real estate can be comforted that if they're not 100% confident in the court system in the kingdom, they know that they can resort to the real estate arbitration system, which is one of its kind in the region. And one thing to touch on, which Hadil, you mentioned earlier, which is the real estate funds. I'm not going to talk about the law, but I will talk about what we see in transactions. So we're seeing a lot of traction from investors when it comes to real estate funds. They're seeing it as a structuring vehicle to enhance their position. One of the most popular funds is the dry real estate fund, where the fund would hold the asset, which is the recent development, and the developer would get paid in units, not in cash. And unless, of course, the fund is resolved, then they would get their cash out of it. What would come next? That's the second part of your question. So that's what would come next. I think we've all seen the announcement of His Excellency, the Minister of Finance in Davos about data centers and the regulatory regime that is being considered to regulate data embassies in the kingdom. So I think we are living in a digital age, and I'm excited personally to see what will come out of this legal reform and what it will mean to the kingdom as a hub in the digital and technology world.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think it's the transparency aspect coming out of the arbitration, coming about all of those different regulations. They are all aimed at transparency. And again, it's the ability to lay the platform and the foundations for that future value capture and investment and expansion that we're seeing. I think, Chris, just on the events, in terms of the calendar that we know is a very packed calendar, what are as an advisor, what are your clients doing to make themselves ready for those events?
Being prepared, and it often seems like the most obvious thing, but we talked a little bit earlier about that next generation of capability, and the AFC Cup, Football Cup is looming. The World Cup it seems a long way away, but it's not. The life cycle of a World Cup or an Olympic Games, whether it be winter or summer, and we all know that there are great plans ahead to host the Winter Games, of all things, in Saudi Arabia. So it goes back to what Tucker said, be bold, be different. And you have that courage to be different, which will attract people. But you've got to prepare, and you've got to upskill the next generation of people who will be the event managers, the commercial managers, the people who deliver, the hospitality sector, the real estate sector, who are actually building the infrastructure. So whilst it seems like a long way away, most Olympic Games are an 8 to 10 year cycle from the time you decide to bid as a nation, win the bid, put together the LOC, your local organising committee, and then deliver it. It comes around pretty quickly, very, very quickly. And then you've got to factor in, as we all touched on, post-event legacy. How do we ensure that the event, whatever it is, let's call it an Olympic Games or a World Cup, continues to deliver for the next generation of Saudis? So there are so many different things that are all interrelated, and luckily they're all chronological, but preparation is key. And I would probably say two things: preparation and recruiting the right people who are open and happy to pass that on to your local community and your local staff. Because next time round, in a perfect world, and we're probably doing ourselves out of a job here, but in a perfect world, local people should be doing this. Nationals should be doing this. So I think that's really the key.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And Hadil, I think, again, you're speaking with clients daily. What are their thoughts at the moment in terms of this outlook that actually we need to be thinking about now in terms of making moves?
Well, clients they're really excited about the change. Most of the businesses that I speak to, particularly international businesses who are kind of coming in with partnering up with some of the local firms here into consortiums or joint ventures or whatever, you name it. But one thing that they all ask about is that what is the best way to structure our business in the kingdom? What are the tax incentives, rules, regulation? And I believe that because these are still kind of growing and developing, they need to be speaking not just with one party, but with so many stakeholders. But the nice thing that I would say about this is that most of the government, like ministries, authorities, they're really open to conversations. They're actually inviting delegates to discuss with them in terms of understanding their business and catering for their business. Even if something is not yet established, they're actually catering for that specifically. And this is what I actually enjoy doing. Speaking to MISA, the Ministry of Investment, REGA, they're all kind of jointly supporting those businesses to make sure that we have the best, and we're actually creating a friendly environment to attract investors to come into the kingdom. And I think Waad touched upon many of these changes in the regulations, but at least we're seeing that the digitization, how things are integrated in the government, they're also facilitating, with the data availability and the cybersecurity and all of that. And honestly, we are able to kind of talk about these with clients and to kind of make it more attractive for them to come and invest in Saudi.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think it's that agility and the ability for the kingdom to be quite nimble in terms of accommodating the requests as well. And again, personally, how we're structuring the advice and helping bring in investors in, it's that flexibility that I think has been quite attractive and successful to date. Simon, I think from an international perspective, again, on the hospitality side, you deal with a lot of international hospitality players. What are they talking to you about at the moment?
So I think when you look at the timelines that these events put very hard deadlines in place, and deadlines help, specific, real, externally dependent deadlines that are not self-created, It builds confidence in the direction of change and travel and timing. And that means whether you're a consumer business, whether you're a developer, obviously developing a stadium, that's very visible, but it goes far, far further and deeper than that in terms of the impact it has on the way our clients are making decisions, whether they're a consumer brand or a developer or a hospitality provider. Because they know that in this instance, this is a market that is emerging in a changed form, and there is an opportunity to have an impact, and they need to engage with decision-making now to enable their exposure into that opportunity. So deadlines really focus the mind, and we are starting to see that in a way that we just weren't seeing it 9, 12 months ago. And I think major events in the calendar that is set up and is being communicated and committed to is a key catalyst of that. And I think that is the single, over the last decade, the change has been there, it's evolving clearly, but clearly to people who are actively engaged with it. This agenda has now broadened that out to a different level, and we're starting to see it come into what is really that planning cycle that Chris was referring to, that is much longer than one might think. 2030 feels like that's quite a long way away. It is not that long away, even if you're a consumer business looking at where your brand positioning and investment is going to be. You're in the long-range plan, So you've got to make those decisions now, and you've got actual points of time to pin your decisions around, which are substantive, and that really changes the game.
Thank you, Simon.
Can I
yeah, of course.
Add? I would also say exactly to Simon's point, and we talked about it as we were walking in, and Tucker touched on it. Perception is one thing, reality is very, very different. We're all here. We love coming here. We love spending time here. I will bring my family here as tourists, sports tourists. But you have to keep telling the story. You have to keep telling people what it's like, because the perception is it might be difficult still, or it's a little bit overly structured. In actual fact, I could list, and I won't, but I could list half a dozen countries that are far more difficult to get done a major event. And in actual fact, I will. I'll shame my own country. The level of red tape and inability to get things done in Australia today is crippling. It doesn't happen here, which is a great thing. So we know it because we're in this room, we're in this industry, we're in this sector. But I think the only advice, or the fundamental advice we would give you from someone who wants to put major events of sport on and be successful on the playing field, is keep telling people what it's like here.
Definitely, thank you, Chris. And Wad, I think we took a touch on, international coming in, and actually there is a flip side. We don't want the globalization. We don't want everything to be homogenous. We don't want it to be the same. In our discussions prior to this, we were talking about international corridors. What are you seeing from your perspective in terms of where is the investment, where is the interest coming? These are global events, so naturally there is going to be that global interest. But again, as a Saudi, what are your thoughts on that?
So we're definitely seeing a lot of interest. I mean, the word is out. It's already out, but there's work to be done, I reckon. So we're seeing international and local investors responding to the rapid infra changes in Saudi and to the projects announced by the kingdom. The nationalities of the investors are really not concentrated in one area. They're from different continents and regions. So we have people coming from the US, investors coming from East Asia, China, Korea, Japan, European countries, Italy, the UK, really from everywhere, not one city, not one country. And in terms of projects, it's everything. I've seen mining, I've seen renewable energy, I've seen transportation, and hospitality. It's everything. I mean, the kingdom is putting it all out there, offering all its potential and capabilities. We have the land, we have the utilities, and it's there for investors to grasp, right?
Yeah, no, and I think that's a really interesting aspect in terms of, look, it's not just the sports and events, it's actually these wider sectors, as you mentioned, mining and minerals, a broad range of interest off the back of the kingdom getting the elevated status and understanding in terms of, look, we are open internationally for business as well. So thank you. Right, brilliant. So to conclude, I think it'd be quite nice just to get a quick minute from each of you, and Hadil, I'll start with yourself in terms of, looking at the capabilities we have in the market today in the kingdom in terms of delivering these events. What do you think needs to happen there?
Well, we need to continue to go out there and actually make that change. So in terms of the local capabilities, we've seen a lot of valuation companies growing, and I think they're going to continue to grow in the kingdom. But at the same time, there is a need for a better understanding of what's happening. And when I say what's happening, it's not just one area. You cannot focus on one area. You need to understand the broader change and there are laws and regulations happening on one side, but they will definitely impact you one way or another. So it's really having an open mind and understanding the ecosystem, and then deciding into how you want to take things forward. Internally, we are focusing on developing a real estate kind of experts, local experts, and that's not only from a tax perspective, but also from a legal perspective, because I deal with tax disputes and litigation, and we're seeing a lot also increase in real estate transactions disputes, but at the same time, you need to understand your rights, because sometimes you would think that this is how things are being done, but when you go and actually, as I mentioned, have an open mind, speak to the regulators, lobby, they would actually listen. And changes are happening rapidly.
Brilliant, thank you. And Chris, from your perspective?
I think it is all about open mind, and not yourselves, more the rest of the world. This would be a lesson to the rest of the world, as I touched on before. That it's almost, Saudi Arabia has been a hidden gem, and that story I started with when I was that little boy and I saw your wonderful flag on that race car, and it pulled a note in my heart and my mind about, wow, what is this place like? Why have we, a British team, got this airline from the other side of the world that no one knows about it? Since 1978 and 1980, when we won the championship, so much has happened and we're here today. The rest of the world needs to keep up. And people are often intimidated by businesses or countries or organisations that move at pace. That's a good thing. Everyone's got to keep up. So the advice I would give to organisations, sports federations, infrastructure businesses, come here, see it yourself, keep an open mind, but remember, you've got to keep up and you've got to be reliable.
Brilliant. Thank you, Chris. And Wad?
So I agree with you. We will need to focus on, the talents and what we could offer here to the kingdom for these events to succeed. So I think one of the things for us to do is retain the right type of investors with experience in these types of events. And I would reckon, wearing my lawyer's hat, is that these investors, listening to these investors in terms of how the legal regime is serving these projects, conducting studies, open conversations with them on how the legal regime can be better improved and enhanced to serve the economy and what's to come in the future, and actually today, not only in the future, because it's, again, as Hadian mentioned, it's changing rapidly. In terms of the long-lasting legacy and how can we retain it and benefit from it, I would think the government has done so many initiatives already in this regard. One of the main ones is the local content requirement, requiring businesses to retain Saudi talents, to utilize local resources. So the transfer of knowledge is a key. Making sure that in 10 years' time that we have Saudi capabilities capable of, pushing forward the future of the kingdom in line of, I would assume there will be another vision because we're a very ambitious country, so we need to be ready.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much. And then Simon, from your perspective?
Yeah, I think, we've talked about global major events and major events, and there's always a danger to emphasize the global in that. Most major events, the visitation is dominated by domestic visitors. The global aspect is the global reach. The provision of the event and the opportunity is hugely domestic, and that is something to have right at the core of, and that goes to the wider ecosystem change that we're seeing in Saudi Arabia across the board. And on the capabilities point, events are about experience, and experience is about people, and that's both the people attending the event and the people providing the event, from the headline act to the sports participants through to the hospitality providers. And it's that people engagement and the training and the mindset for that is an area that will make or break the successful impact of all of this. Because if the experience and the people engagement of that experience of what is a physical event, and the contrast between the physical and the virtual, every day increases, and we're seeing a re-emergence of the importance and the emphasis of the physical. So that physical experience and that human engagement has to be one to remember, and that is a capability that takes investment, training, and the right mindset. And I think that is something to really make sure is not lost in the focus on assets and technology and building the physical. Also hugely important, but both need to be delivered.
Brilliant. No, thank you very much, panelists. I think some really good insights in terms of how these major investments and real global class events are going to influence the real estate market in years to come. I think some definite key themes in terms of the commitment to keep it local and actually have that local Saudi spin on the events is going to be absolutely crucial, but then also Saudi benefiting from the legacy in those events. And then I think in terms of actually how we're going to deliver the events here, it's embracing the best of the international corridors, the international investors, and making sure that actually we provide that best experience, Simon, as you were just saying, and then think about actually the 10 years beyond 2030 as well, and the legacy beyond that. So thank you, everybody, and I'd like to invite everybody in a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Thank you so much. Great panel. Really fascinating. Thank you to all your amazing panelists. What a fabulous topic. It's been really interesting and insightful. Thank you all so much for your insights. It's exciting, isn't it, what's going on here in the Kingdom and in Riyadh in particular. And this next session is all about diving into an absolute icon of innovation right here in Riyadh. And I am delighted to have as my guest Mr. Michael Dyke, the CEO of New Murabba. Michael, come and join me. It's a long walk from there, isn't it?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Do have a seat. And hopefully that should... Oh, you've got your own headset. That's good. Wonderful. So on stage here at the RFF 2025, Michael, it's an absolute privilege to have you with us to hear a little bit more about this very exciting project. Why don't you kick off? I mean, I don't know if there's anyone in this room who won't know what New Murabba is and what the project's all about, but why don't you start by telling everybody a little bit about this extraordinary thing?
Thank you, Miriam. So New Murabba is going to be a unique place. It's positioned in probably the most prime part of Riyadh in terms of real estate, which is the northwest corner. It's immediately above Al Malka and close to Diriyah. We have 19 square kilometers, and the 19 square kilometers of the estate will be developed in such a way that we give over half of the physical landmass to green space and to mobility, and the other half of the space will be given over to all kinds of real estate that either does or doesn't exist in Riyadh today. I think what makes New Murabba particularly unique is that we will be creating the world's largest modern downtown. So with that, it means a city that is born smart. It means a place which has mid and high rise introduced to Riyadh, which is not something that's commonplace today, and it will create the most amazing place for people to live, work, and play.
Well, I've been very excited about the things I've read about it, researched about it. I think it is the most extraordinary innovation that's going on here. So I'd love to take our time together on stage to talk a bit more about why you're doing it, what it means for this incredible community, and some of the interesting things that are going into the planning and design phases of New Murabba and where we're at with it all. You're a total seasoned professional, Michael. You have over, I mean, dare I say, 37 years of experience. I mean, that does, I mean, maybe I should say decades, but then that makes maybe it sound even worse. So you have extensive experience in leading global transformation projects. And you've been here now in leading New Murabba for, I believe, just over a year. What was it that made you want to come and lend your talents and expertise to this particular project?
Well, look, firstly, I would say it's a privilege to be here. And for me, I guess in life, I tend to walk towards challenges rather than shy away from them. And I think what you want to try to do in anything that you pursue is to actually make a difference. And when New Murabba was first suggested to me 2 years ago, it caught my attention because, one, the vision and the direction in which the Crown Prince has set out for Vision 2030 was very compelling, firstly. It was tangible, it was real, rather than words. And in particular, the prospect of making a difference to what is an amazing city already in Riyadh, and to make that amazing city even more amazing, and to leave your mark and to help the kingdom as I pass through over hopefully many, many years, to actually leave something which will stand the test of time for generations to come was an irresistible challenge.
Well, I'm very grateful and very glad that you're part of it, because I believe that there have been some significant progress and developments under your leadership, so we'll come on to those a little bit later. But you just mentioned Vision 2030, and New Murabba is much more, isn't it, than just a real estate project, and it's absolutely aligned with supporting those goals around Vision 2030. Can you just tell us a little bit more about the contributions and the alignment that New Murabba is making to realizing Vision 2030?
Of course, yeah. I think firstly, in terms of enriching and improving the quality of life, we know that's a really important aspect of Vision 2030. And by its very nature, Numaraba's gesture in terms of actually, as I said already, giving over half of the physical landmass to the ability for people to actually enjoy green space. If you look at the green space in Numaraba, it's the equivalent of about 2.4 times Central Park in New York. But the difference is you don't have to walk to the top of Manhattan to get to it. It's all around you. And it's effectively modeled on the existing network of the wadis. So it has this beautiful topography, but also it's anchored very much around the macabre, which we should come back to later. So I think quality of life is important. We have a philosophy in Numaraba that is anchored on 15-minute communities. So we actually have 18 communities on the entire estate. We'll be developing out 14 of those in our first 3 phases. And the thing about the communities are that they truly are communities that have everything that people need to live, work, and play. Everything is within a 15-minute walking distance. And the particularly nice thing is actually you can step almost out of the back of each community onto something called the Darb. And the Darb is an 11-kilometer continuous vehicle-free route, which enables people to walk, to exercise, just to take in the amazing assets within Numaraba, but also just to experience the place. Those are sort of key aspects, but above and beyond that, actually creating sort of diversity, equity, and inclusion are also massive elements of Vision 2030, which I believe we're bringing to life at Numaraba. One of the strong ambitions that we have when we think about outcomes is to actually take the already amazing energy of young Saudis, and we are so blessed to have them, who are seriously intelligent, well-traveled, and actually want to create something special.
Yes.
So the ability for me to actually play my part in helping young, talented Saudis to get to where they want to be and where they can be and should be is also appealing. And then finally, the economic stimulus that Numaraba will create. Upon full completion, when all 3 phases are built out, we're talking about 400,000 people living in Numaraba. We're talking about tens of millions of people visiting Muqab every year. And we're talking about a whole economy that will not be separate from Riyadh. I think the important thing to say is Numaraba is part of Riyadh. It's not a separate city, it's not a separate place, but it will just be an extension of an already great city, and hopefully will enable the city to thrive for many generations to come.
Oh, it's an extraordinary ambition, and I love some of the things you've mentioned around leveraging local young talent, allowing people to have that opportunity to embed their history, heritage, legacy into the construction of something that is new, but is still going to be a nod to those things. You've also mentioned the concept of 15-minute cities, which I think we've heard a lot about over the last few days, but I know that you have a really big ambition around Numaraba becoming one of the top 10 most livable cities here. What does that mean in real terms? What can an urban dweller, what can somebody visiting Numaraba expect to see that will make it this idea of a truly livable city? Tell us more about that.
So I think firstly there's something which I guess in terms of the myths and legends for people that haven't been to the kingdom or don't spend time in the kingdom to understand that actually Riyadh is already a very livable city, actually. What do I mean by that? Firstly, the climate today. It's actually cold, and for the last 6 to 8 weeks, I've felt cold. And I'm from London, and
You're
I feel
not
cold
a true Brit, then, if you've been cold.
So firstly, the city is already livable. There are probably 3 months of the year where it gets particularly hot, but even in that time, it's livable. And the reason it's livable is because Riyadh, over generations through its heritage, has created unique aspects in the city. I'm talking about shading, I'm talking about space where communities can thrive, but privacy can coexist as well. So we're trying to take a lot of the heritage of Riyadh today and the history and embed that into Numaraba. So when we talk about, as I say, mobility, getting around, we talk about the elements of having that privacy but being part of community, because community is enormous here in the kingdom, and family is enormous, and friendship is really, really compelling. So we have to make sure that we're not just delivering assets, we're creating a place. And it's a place that's worthy of being part of Riyadh. But when it comes to livability, you know, to be able to actually access Numaraba, get around Numaraba in any different number of modes. So we have 6 different modes of transport, all of which are interconnected with the city, interconnected with the airport, which means that it's a very quick pass-through to either get to Numaraba from the airport, to pass on through down to, to Kaft, or indeed to then head on out to Qadira in the fullness of time. So mobility is really key. I think the second thing is to say that the urbanicity will change. So it will anchor upon the look and feel of Riyadh today, but it will be applied to a new urban code. So Riyadh today is a city which has a relatively low density. It has a relatively low level of build, with the exception of some large buildings in this area.
Yeah, Mr. Tucker Carlson was very appreciative of that, if you heard his previous session, keeping everything low.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do is to actually inject that sort of downtown feel that we have so many benchmarks from around the world, but not make it unlivable, but to make it livable. So we're very fortunate because actually we have this most amazing piece of space that is actually empty at the point that we arrived, which means we have the ability to create a city that's born smart. I'm from London, and I think that 350 years, 80% of the streets have been where they are. So if you were to walk in London with no shoes on, you would feel the pavements are warm even in the winter, because there are so many pipes and wires in the ground giving off ambient heat. The reality with what we have here is we have the ability to create corridors, passages, areas, space for future expansion that we won't use today, but we know that will be necessary tomorrow for cooling, for heating, for all of those things. So we have the ability to get ahead of this, learning from the experiences of the past. And ultimately, when you take any of the measures of livability, I think right now we show up very well with our benchmarking against some of the most well talked about cities in the world. But I think what will be really interesting will be two things. One is Numaraba will have a characteristic of mid and high level living. So in apartments and condos, which is something that is new at scale in Riyadh. So that's one thing which creates an opportunity, which creates this livability aspect. And above and beyond that, the density of people within Numaraba will be in the order of sort of 20,000 people per square kilometre compared to 4,000 today. But actually 20,000 benchmarks quite well against the top livable cities in the world.
Absolutely.
So we're creating this real nucleus of something different, where we're anchored to Riyadh, but we'll be very different, but we're directly connected. And ultimately, you'll be able to pass seamlessly through from Riyadh today into Riyadh tomorrow. And you won't know the difference. The only thing I hope is that little things like internet zips a bit faster, wayfinding is a bit easier, signage above roads and highways is that little bit more intuitive, all of those things.
And really integrated, which I love. And by the way, I wouldn't recommend anybody walks barefoot in London in the winter. Can I just say that was not being endorsed by Mr. Michael Dyke here on stage at the RFF. I don't think either of us would really recommend it. You talk about community centricity and how all of these things have been very much designed from the ground up, and this idea that it's not retrofitted, it's not coming at it from the perspective of we're going to build something, or what should we make it? Yes. But I do know that something which is a bit the flagship icon as part of Numaraba is something you've just alluded to earlier, which is called the Muqab. Now, for anybody who doesn't know what that is, I mean, it blew my mind when I heard about it, and I would love you to tell our interested audience today exactly what this is and what it means for the Numaraba project.
Okay, look, Muqab is unique. What I can share with you today is the fundamentals of Muqab. What I can also share is that we're still defining precisely what will be inside Muqab. But Muqab is a structure. It will be, pound for pound, I think, the world's most complex structure ever created, known to man or woman in the history of time.
Sorry, now, can you just say that again, slowly?
I think the most complex structure ever known to man or woman in the history of time. And that's something I don't say lightly. Now, people can take reference points from elsewhere and say, what about this, what about that? But if I said to you, look, we have a structure which is 400 meters by 400 by 400 meters above the ground. Now, if you think Riyadh is already 700 meters above sea level, so we're talking about a structure which will extend to more than 1,000 meters above sea level. That's the first thing. But as much as we talk about Muqab above the ground, below the ground is enormous as well. It's a complete cavernous labyrinth of various different asset classes. So as one example, the retail under Muqab and around Muqab is the size of Dubai Mall today and can be capable of extending to be bigger. So that's just a small example of what you don't see because it's under the ground. But if we talk about Muqab itself, fundamentally, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had an amazing vision to say that Muqab would represent a gateway to another world.
Yes.
So when you think about what does that really mean, well, if we took at the physicality today says that we will have something like 2 to 3 Empire State Buildings on each corner, which anchor the 4 corners of Muqab. We will have a dome, which will be something in the order of about 360,000 square meters. which will be 380 meters high by 340 meters in diameter, inside what effectively is the equivalent of Empire State Buildings. We will then put a tower in the center of it, which will be the only skyscraper in the world that lives inside another building, which will be an equivalent size of the Eiffel Tower, but will be fully inhabited. Which means there will be 500 hospitality keys, there will be 27,000 people moving around the lower levels of the tower at any point in time. And then we put the world's largest roof on the top at 16 hectares, which will be a fully living and accessible roof. So you start to think about that, and just the ability to do this, to do that, and to do that is something quite unique. And what that means is we have very natural challenges that we step through because we have great engineers. So the building can't breathe out because it doesn't breathe out to the atmosphere, so it has to breathe down and out. So its lungs are at the bottom, just as an example. But above and beyond that, we have maintained a really strong nod to the heritage of Riyadh by having effectively a Najdi facade. So the facade will be a fully activated facade, but it is the most beautiful Najdi facade that talks back to the architectural history of the kingdom. But equally inside Muqab, inside the dome, will be an immersive experience that has never been seen at this scale ever in the history of time. And when you step into the Muqab, you will step into another world, literally. So what that means is that when you are inside the dome, you will be transported to other worlds. The worlds will change frequently, and you will not be able to see the dome when you're inside it because of the technology that we're creating. And all of that is brought together with an enormous amount of technology layers to create the sense of being in another world. And we're then applying that to hospitality, to retail, and to entertainment when you step through the portals and you're inside the dome. So that's a small example of Muqab.
Just a small example, and he said he was taking on just a small challenge, but it sounds quite like an extraordinary and very, very visionary challenge to me. I love some of what you've just been talking about, which is this maintenance of sort of the history and the heritage and the legacy and the cultural significance of this iconic, sort of iconographic building and structures that you're creating. But also, there's a huge amount of technology at play here, and you've described it as walking into, literally entering another world.
Yes.
How are you achieving that? What sort of technologies are you integrating in order to give people that sensation? And how are you aligning that with maintaining the cultural, I suppose, honesty of the roots of this project?
Yes. So the reality is that we are, I think, learning more about Muqab every day. That's a simple fact. We are learning about the solutions and the ways to overcome some of the wicked technological challenges because they really are on a different level. But at the same time, we have the best engineers in the world from the west coast of the US through Europe to the Far East, all focused on the immersive technology first and foremost. The difference with the immersive technology here compared to something which is amazing but relatively straightforward in Las Vegas in the Sphere is that when you are sitting in the Sphere, you feel like you're in a different place, but you're in a fixed location, which means that it's a relatively straightforward engineering challenge to fix the perspective. We have the challenge of enabling 27,000 people to move in any direction, anytime, anywhere, go where they want to go. And also we have to deal with the perspective issue. So if you're at the top, what you would see at human scale at the bottom can't look at the same scale. So we're dealing with perspective and horizon fade, which are two big challenges technically, but we have the best engineers on the planet working on that. Above and beyond that, then the challenge becomes something we see every day in life, physical and digital convergence. It's happening all the time. AI, we know, is moving at such a pace. We've seen again this week, yet another huge leap forward in China. And what we have to do is to work out what happens when the digital meets the physical in Muqab on a particular element. So when I talk about retail as an example, we'll be creating retail of another world, something people can't even conceive today.
Yeah.
But what we know is that the best retailers and the best organizations that will occupy these spaces have high ambition to present their brands and their capabilities in the most extreme way. So we have the most amazing backdrop to say, what's the fusion when those two things come together? That's what we're working on right now, to actually understand what happens when the magic hits and what happens there. But it will be like something you haven't seen. Now, above and beyond that, what I would say is that where we get physical and digital convergence in the world today, what tends to happen is we rush as human beings to see that thing there.
Yeah.
So we go to the Far East, we suddenly go to the US, we go to Europe. Imagine all of that under one roof. Imagine the latest of everything drawn magnetically under one roof to the largest stage in the world. That's what will be special about Mukaab.
Wow, magical, you said, and I think that's a great word for it. And there are lots of things on the horizon as well for the project, not least of which is a link with the FIFA 2034 World Cup.
Yeah.
And our previous panel was just talking about events and hospitality and sport and things like that. So would you like to share a little bit about how Numaraba is going to play its part in potentially some things that are happening with FIFA 2034?
Of course. I mean, firstly, we are privileged and fortunate that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince selected Numaraba as one of the host stadiums, and I think we do have, pound for pound, a very unique offering which is modelled around the acacia tree, but our stadium looks nothing like a stadium. And I think that's actually, in fairness, one of the characteristics across the whole kingdom. So we're not special, but I think we are different in terms of the look and feel of our place. So we're very excited about 2034. It was interesting listening to your last panelist. As of today, we have 2,071 days to go until the 1st of October 2030, which is when Numaraba goes live, and that will be the point at which Expo kicks in, and that's just under 50,000 hours, which means we can do a lot in 50,000 hours. That's the mindset we must have. And then, clearly beyond that, with something like 2 years of time, we need to be ready in 2032 for FIFA to take up occupancy, to be ready for 2034. So, as you can probably gauge from this conversation, we are fiercely focused on creating an amazing place and the best experience, but we're also anchored in the reality of the outcome at the end and working back from there, which was what your speaker was saying earlier. Yeah. So for us, I think the advent of the World Cup coming to Numaraba is fitting, because it will be a place that will be hosting hundreds of thousands of Saudis living in Numaraba. It will be a place where I believe international citizens will be living at Numaraba. It's the world's largest modern downtown, therefore, ultimately really must have a place which is worthy of a FIFA stadium. Above and beyond that, we're working very closely with many parts of the kingdom to establish other anchor assets that will be around the estate. As you might imagine, we have all the things you would expect: technology, university, museum, and so on. But I think what's really interesting and exciting is how do we combine, potentially, the FIFA stadium with a multi-purpose arena that can actually be scaled up or scaled down to host many different concerts or events over time. But again, everything we are doing is done with a mindset of being built to last.
And it's also being done with the mindset of being built with one eye very firmly on the future and being one of these models of a future city. And therefore, sustainability and the green objective must be clearly at the heart of everything you're doing from this stage forward, I would imagine.
Yes, it is. I mean, we have very strong sustainability credentials, and it's more than just words. We have very strong ESG credentials too. And we took a very conscious decision at the beginning of last year when we were formulating those strategies to say that, for example, our position statement simply on sustainability is we will consider it in every decision we take.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important thing to say, but it's really important to do. And one thing we know in life is, and over the last 20 years in particular, when sustainability has really come to the fore, is that sustainable decisions are long-term decisions. They're not short-term decisions. Sustainable long-term decisions don't always fit with short-term economic cycles or business planning cycles. So I think where we're very fortunate in Numaraba is we're able to take a long-term view on part of Riyadh, which will be there for generations to come, and to be able to take those non-regret decisions early. So that's really key. We have all the normal characteristics you'd expect of a sustainable city. So, we focus heavily upon the reduction of carbon. We focus heavily upon renewables. We focus heavily upon smart technology to enable people to have that sort of either just in time or only on when necessary type of mindset. I think one of the challenges we face, but one of the opportunities we have, is to help to raise awareness of just being more sustainable within Saudi Arabia. And we see fantastic examples of it in pockets. But I think today more work is required to bring it into the psyche day to day. But if you think about it, smart tech, which is either available on your cell phone or beyond your cell phone by 2030, is going to be key, because people take action based upon awareness, and they drive behaviors based upon understanding.
Absolutely.
So therefore, for us, again, we have this ability to paint a picture over the next 5 to 6 years before our first residents take up their positions, to actually explain what it means to be sustainable in Numaraba, and to use it as a catalyst for the wider Riyadh and the kingdom. We will have all of the normal things, but we'll have extra really smart things such as refuse collection will be smart, decibel level monitoring on sound will be smart, and all of the above, but it will all be at the literally touch of a fingertip through an enabled app or otherwise.
Michael, I could talk to you all day, and there is so much more still that we could explore, but sadly our time is coming to an end. So that was a lovely segue, talking about sort of legacy and what you're trying to embed for this future process of building in real estate. I understand a lot of what you're trying to achieve with this project. It's extraordinary, it's absolutely visionary, and it's so ambitious, and that will have a legacy in and of itself. But is there anything that you'd like in this room here today, people to potentially see or take from the way that New Murabba is being designed and built? Would you like that to be part of its legacy, that this icon of innovation can influence the way that we do many other projects and that we design and build cities of the future?
Absolutely. I think first and foremost, we're fortunate. And not many places have the good fortune that we have by having a blank canvas, firstly. Secondly, we're really well positioned geographically because we're connected to Riyadh today, but we have great proximity and access to the airport and to the center parts of Riyadh today, be it the financial district or the like. So in my mind, being innovative, but being sustainable and being long-term in your thinking is really crucial. And actually being clear about outcomes rather than obsessing around outputs is a really important shift, I think, in mindset. At New Murabba, we obsess around inputs and outcomes.
Okay.
That's what we do, rather than obsessing around inputs and outputs, because outputs happen, but outcomes require real thought. And therefore, if we can be clear about our outcomes and we can focus absolutely on the inputs, we can start to create the hard wiring between what needs to happen to turn that input and that effort and that energy into an outcome. And I think outcome-wise, when you talk about legacy, we want to have a place which is worthy of being in Riyadh. We say it's worthy of Riyadh.
Yeah.
And that's no small ask. It's an enormous ask. And it starts with the first communities that we conceive, we think about how it is to function in those communities, what they look and feel like, and how it will be to just be part of it. Do you get privacy? Do you get community? Is it really that easy? So that's an outcome. So therefore, we obsess around the input. So I think being clear about outcomes there. Likewise, inside Muqab, the outcome is to be transported to another world. So it's something that's easy to say, and it's very hard to define, but we know that by focusing on inputs and posing questions around outcomes, that becomes clearer. And when you bring all of that together, a really important outcome for me is actually the pride of the kingdom, feeling that New Murabba is a worthy part of the heritage in time of the kingdom. I've traveled a little, but not as much as I want in my first sort of year and a half or so of visiting. But you go to Alula and then you feel very small. You feel like you're the speck in time, and you look at the history and the heritage, and it's incredible. What's happening at the Red Sea is frankly amazing.
Yes.
And again, you think you're fortunate just to experience that bit, but there are so many other parts of the kingdom. As an outcome, I would aspire for New Murabba to be thought about in that way, not today, not tomorrow, but in the medium to long term. And if we can just simply arrive, we can create a place, not just a group of assets, and we can fill that place with thriving, excited, energized young Saudis, I think we will have done an okay job. And ultimately, it will stand the test of time. But one thing that's really important to me is to say that whatever we do, it can't be done just based upon the design parameters of today. And what I mean by that is, when you entertain large, complex assets, they have, say, a 125-year design life. But my question would be, when will the Empire State Building ever be pulled down? Yeah. And the answer is never. So therefore, when we think about defining, designing, and ultimately creating Muqab, it has to be something that will be built to last for hundreds of years, which means that we mustn't take short-term decisions today. We've got to think about long-term outcomes to ensure that Muqab is capable of doing whatever society requires it to do in 300 and 400 years' time.
So that evolution.
Not just what's required by 2030, 2040, 2050. So real outcome focus, but ultimately I want the kingdom, and I really want the people of Saudi Arabia to feel proud about New Murabba. That would be the best possible legacy.
Well, thank you so much for your vision, your ambition, the role that you're playing in bringing this extraordinary icon to life. I've been incredibly inspired by our conversation. We're very lucky to have you here today. I hope that you've enjoyed the conversation as much as I have, and it's given you some real food for thought for the way that we plan, develop, build, design into the future, and yeah, maybe challenge us all to have even more ambition and learn a bit from what New Maraba is hoping to achieve as an icon within Riyadh. Please show your great appreciation now for Mr. Michael Dyke, CEO of New Maraba. That was inspirational, Michael. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really good to talk.
Back to you, Abdullah.
Thanks, Miriam. ضيوفنا الكرام، يومنا الثالث والأخير ولكن ما زال لدينا الكثير.
This is the third and final day, but we still have a great agenda ahead of us, and we are going to discuss a lot of arguments on the agenda today about technology and the smart cities and the opportunities and challenges, and also at the end of the agenda we are going to have a fruitful, hopefully fruitful, discussion with the ex-president
about developing the new benchmark for mountain living at Trojena, the mountains of Neom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming Mr. Clark Williams.
Welcome everyone today. Salam alaikum. I have the privilege today to talk to you about where I work, where I live, and what we're developing, and that's Trojena, the mountains of Neom. If we met in the hallways of this forum, I could talk for hours, but I put together a presentation because what the trap I fall into is try to describe what Trojena is, and I end up opening up my phone and getting a video so you could kind of understand truly of what we're trying to achieve. And there's really some things of one of that. One is the landscape, the beautiful landscape of which we live, and the other is the unbelievable assets that we're creating to actually make that destination come alive. And the third point is to sink home that even though I'll be showing you a lot of renders today, I'll also be showing you some construction updates, because we're not here just to talk about the future and what it could be. We're actually working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to take that dream and make it actually a reality. There, where am I clicking to? Orientation. Let me give you some orientation of where we are. I'm here today, I'm an employee of Neom, but I work and I live in Trojena. But to give you a little bit of orientation of actually the map of Neom. For those of you who are new to Saudi Arabia, this is in the northwest quadrant of the kingdom. You'll see it's close to Egypt. It borders on Jordan. And the size of this map that you see, that is the DMP of Neom, is the size of Belgium. Trojena is one of the regions, and I'll be talking about today, but you see the other regions that have all been launched at this point. Magna is the most recent to be launched. Sandala was actually had our opening in October of this year. The line, as you know about, circumsects the DMP of Neom, and then Oxagon is the B2B, and also the hub of where we have the Neom port, and that's located in the south. On this map, there's two airports. Now, how far away from Riyadh? I flew in last night. It's about a 2 hours, 10-minute flight from Tabuk, and that's the Tabuk airport. And the other airport we have right there is the Neom Bay Airport, and that is growing, I would say, monthly. When we launched Sandala, I read a fact that actually the Neom Bay Airport was the busiest airport in Saudi Arabia on the day of the launch, with the amount of aircraft that was flying through. life at new heights. So we're located about 50 kilometers from the Gulf of Aqaba. I'm going to be showing you some visuals today that are actual visuals of us looking from our highest peaks. And I can see Egypt, I can see the Gulf of Aqaba on clear days. Our peaks range from 1,400 meters to where we're building the ski village, which is going to be at the tallest peak. We'll have Morgan's Original Hotel there, and that'll be our tallest asset, over 2,400 meters. For the Saudis that are in the audience today, they're very familiar with the other mountain that's very famous here, Jabal Alaz, and that is located in our master plan. And these are the mountains that we are building Trojena. Our uniqueness is that we're a one-of-a-kind destination with year-round weather. And that's a big significance for us because it's in the Gulf regions, we know the summer months are very difficult to be outside. And with our cooler temperatures, it allows us to actually have 4 seasons. And I'm going to talk about seasonality. That seasonality, and the destination of the height allows us to have this very clear, dry mountain air. I'm going to talk a lot about skiing today because it's a big interest, and we have the Asian Winter Games coming up, but we're going to be the only ski resort in the Arabian Peninsula, and we'll have year-round skiing on synthetic and also 3 months of snow. And because of our weather, it allows us to do a lot with our activities, and it gives us seasonality 12 months of the year. The other aspect is how we take the landscape that was given to us, which is the beauty, but actually build and develop it with innovative and architectural designs. And I'm going to be showing you about 12 of our major assets. The mountain views is one of our key, unique aspects. There's no part of Trojena that you will not have a beautiful view. We're building the largest man-made architecturally designed lake in the world, and I'll be showing you where we are with the construction update. And similar to the line, we have a village, a mini city that is basically it's a city that's folded onto itself, and that is called the Vault. Our landscapes. When I give some of these presentations, I like to thank the organizers for giving me a full 360. I don't normally get this. These photos, you'll see rain, you'll see some snow, you'll see the summer. The only thing I did to them was add the snow through a little Photoshop, but these are real photos. These are taken in our backyard, and this kind of showcases our beautiful landscapes. Again, this is all within the 50 square kilometers of our master plan. And I could say life at new heights. Sometimes it's life above the clouds. Sometimes when I'm leaving Trojena and I'm coming down, I'll be actually above the clouds. A little bit of facts on Trojena at a glance. We're going to be a major tourism driver of NEOM. We're expecting about 700,000 tourists by 2030. We're going to have about 7,000 residents. We're going to have hotels, keys, and apartments, and I'll show you where those are located. We'll have 3 months of winter skiing, and that's when our ability to produce snow, and over 30 kilometers of ski slopes planned. Because of the weather that allows us to have 4 seasons, and for those of you who are traveling here from other markets that it might be used to a fall or a spring and a winter, seasonality is something that is big for us because of the temperatures. I do have a winter season. I'm in it right now. As I said, I flew in last night. I live right below the ski village, which I'll be showing you. It was -3 at night. This is as cold as you're going to get in some places in Europe. Our summer months, NEOM doesn't like me to talk about specific numbers, but I've left the mountains and driven down to Sharma, which is on the coast, 2-hour drive. I left in August once at 19 degrees, and when I got 2.5 hours later to Sharma, it was 32. That's in a 2.5-hour drive. So the ability of going to 2,000 meters change with seasonality. That gives us the ability to have a full winter season with our winter events. It allows us to have a fall season, a summer season. where even though it's warm, it is dry, it's not humid, and it allows you to have other activities. When I show you my assets as a developer, what's really important is to talk about how we're doing this sustainably. And one of the big points of NEOM, if you look at the assets of NEOM and how they are produced, they're not large assets that take over an entire master plan. And I'll be talking about the ski village. We have a rule in development at NEOM of 5%, 95%. Of our DMP, we're only developing 70 square kilometers. And that is just 5% of the total DMP of Trojena. And it's the exact same thing with all of NEOM. I'm not here to talk about the line, but the line is basically taking a city like the size of London, which would take up most of the square footage of NEOM, and putting it into one building. And you'll see that with some of our assets. So this is something that we stick very closely with. Some of our sustainability objectives is how to produce, how to power, and how to build sustainably. And this is in line with the UN sustainability goals. It's also in line with Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030. And we're looking at renewable energy, PV and wind, on the grid design to actually power some of our assets. And the other is our smart transportation systems. We will not 100%, but we are not allowing vehicles, hydrocarbon vehicles into Trojena. So once you come in, and I'll show you the way you enter into Trojena, you'll be on our transportation system, which is completely sustainable. The other is our buildings and our LEED certification. Other certifications that have around sustainability is that we're building on LEED certification and also in the WELL program for wellness certification. And then on the environmental principles, we at Trojena are looking to have a minimal impact on our environment, and that goes back to the 5%, 95% rule. And the other, before I get into my videos and some of my renders, is to talk about, as a developer, before it's developed, we don't want to go back and think we have these beautiful assets, but we didn't think about the most important thing, and that's the customer. So all of our development and how we're doing with placemaking, our design, our architectural, the activations of activating this mountain destination in the future is all centered around the customer and its customer experience. And these are things that are very important to us, and these are the steps we're making. Let me show you a video about the essence of Trojena. So that was only 90 seconds. You probably saw some things in there. Go, wait, what was that? What is that tall spear? What is that? Now let me explain this to you. So this is, I call it my sizzle video to warm up the audience. So I appreciate the claps. But now let me talk about the assets that we have in a little bit more detail. First, hospitality and retail and residential. So at the end of the day, we're going to be selling apartments, chalets, and mansions. We'll also have hotels, and we'll also have retail. So we are having our apartments in these different assets, and I'll show you where the apartments are located. This is a real estate forum, not just a development forum. We have chalets, and I'll show you some photos of those and where we're going to be locating them. Service golf villas. We're building a Graham McDowell signature golf course, and we'll put villas along the golf course. Service departments with our hotel operators, and some of our other large mansions. We have about 2,500 keys, and I'll tell you who my brands are because I've launched every single one of them through my signing ceremony, so I can actually say who they are. And then on retail, we're going to have over 42,000 square meters of retail spread across the development. This is a little bit on the real estate side. For those who want to see me afterwards, I can give you my card if you're interested in buying some real estate. We have our apartments and service departments spread across the different areas of location in our Lake Village and Water Village. We have 2 villages on the lake. The Slope Residences, which is almost like it's a community, like you would of any residential community, but it's at 18% slope rate. So it's right on the side of the mountain, looking direct into across the lake. The Ski Village will have apartments and service departments, the golf estate, and of course, the vault. Our hotel operators, we've signed 9 out of 11. Well, we signed all 11. We haven't announced 2. It's going to go to our founding board to approve those names, and those are with the Marriott Hotel. And I'll kind of show you where these brands are located. We'll have 2 signature brands, independent brands that we're launching with the Marriott. And hopefully in Q2 of this year, I'll be able to bring those names to the market. The W Hotel, we consider it the trifecta of mountain communities. There's one in Val d'Isere, there's one in Aspen, and now we have a Mountain W. It'll be located on our Water Village. The Anantara is going to be, in the Lake Village. The Anantara will be in our Water Village. We have a boutique hiking hotel, and that is going to be taken by the Ritz-Carlton Reserve. In the bow structure, we're going to have a massive 520-key JW Marriott, and that's an exhibition hotel. The Chetty will be on our Slope Residences. And then inside the Ski Village, we have 2 hotels from the Ennismore Group. Morgan's Original, which is a 5-star boutique hotel out of New York. And those you might have traveled around, 25 hours, based out of Berlin, is now expanding into the Gulf, and they're going to be launching their signature 4-star hotel into the Ski Village. And we also have a small brand in the hospitality industry. We talk about keys. I kind of jokingly say these are tent flaps because this is high-end glamping, and it's a US-based brand called Collective Retreats, and they'll be located in the valley as you come up into Trojena. A little bit about spread of the retail. It's too early for me to talk about brands, but kind of where my retail mix and my retail spread will be located across my master plan. As a developer, I develop in phases, or one phase right now, but I also look at, we break across the master plan into sectors. And we have 6 different sectors. I won't be going to the market with these names, it'll be different, but I'm going to showcase my assets according to where they are located on my master plan in its different sectors. The first is the Mirage. So as you enter into Trojena, you will enter at about 800 meters in the valley, and you'll leave your hydrocarbons, your other materiality aside, and you will enter into the Mirage. And the Mirage is kind of a way station that takes you into the starting point that starts your journey into Trojena. Now that starting journey starts with, which I'll show you, a funicular system. It'll be the only funicular railway system in the kingdom, and it's 1 kilometer long, and it's an underground tunnel that'll take you from the Mirage to the gateway. Now, what's interesting for those that on the development side, it's how we're doing this. And right now, on the way to Georgiana, is 2 of these. We're going to be naming them. It's tradition to name your boring machines. One's in a ship already getting close to Neom Port, and the other is being boxed up and being shipped here right now. And these are the tunnel boring machines. That's an 8-meter face, and these are the machines that we're going to be building in Trojena to actually create the steepest vernacular rail system in the world. Once you get off our funicular rail system, where are you going to enter? You're going to enter into the gateway area, and this is the vault. And the vault is our folded-on vertical city. And it's about 280 meters long, 60 meters wide. And in the center of it, you will have green space, amphitheaters to go through. And if you're not staying in the vault, we have 2 hotels there, 2 Marriott hotels, branded hotels. If you're not staying there, you could continue on to your journey. So in the vault, we have, computers over here. We have 457 apartments, over 240 service departments with the hotel brands, and those are the number of keys on the 2 hotels. One of the options of leaving the vault and then getting onto our transportation system, you could go to the ski village. Now, what is the ski village? Ski village is probably the most important asset that we're talking about right now because it's the furthest along in our development. A year ago, right now, a little bit over a year ago, we signed one of the largest steel contracts in the world. And those of you on the engineering side, it's 120,000 tons of steel. To give you a perspective of that, that's 18 Eiffel Towers. The only one building that bought more steel than us was, I think, Hamad International Airport in Doha for 131,000 tons of steel. We signed that contract. We got our first steel delivered in June of this year, and we're about 3% done with that completion. And I shot videos on Wednesday to show you today of where I am with that, and I'll end that with the presentation. So what is the ski village? For those of you who have been to a mountain resort, Al Zermatt, Chamonix, Val d'Isère, it's a city. It has city streets. It's a master plan that is spread out with stores and police stations and all the things that you would see in a village. What we've done is we've done all of that and put it into one building. At its highest point, it's, I believe, 28 stories, but it goes down the hill like a wedding cake. And it includes all of these apartments. It includes everything that you would see in a normal city: retail, hospitality, residential, but all in one building. Of course, what is unique about it, you can ski off of the roof. It has a skiable roof. There's 30 kilometers of slopes, so you can actually leave your hotel, you can actually leave your residence, there we go, and immediately get onto a ski slope. The slopes, 11 kilometers of which are around the ski village, can be lit all night, so you can ski during the day, and you can also ski at night. And the skiable roof structure actually goes in during the day to over the 30 kilometers of ski slopes that we're producing. This is a picture of one of the apartments in the ski village. If you buy one of our apartments, again, this is not a sales event, but it talks about the materiality. We're not building 90-degree angle rooms We're actually using the materiality, 3D printing some of the walls. You will be fully furnished, and everything will be embedded into the walls, from the beds to the kitchens to some of the furnishings, and they're absolutely gorgeous. Near that, in the relaxed cluster, we're building a very large asset, which it's called the Slope Residences, but it's now going to be branded as the Chetty Hotel. And similarly, building on a slope, though the ski village covers over the top of the mountain, kind of slopes over two sides of the mountain, the Chetty will go straight down. And it's 125 keys. In the Slope Residence area, along the lake, we'll have our chalets. This is a render of one of our 3 to 4 bedrooms. We'll have 130 of these chalets, and they'll be located on the slope of in our relaxed cluster, and there'll be a system to get to your, with roads to get to your home, and just like any other community. The golf course. The golf course is a Graham McDowell designed golf course. I believe 6,800 yards for those of you who are golfers, 18-hole golf course. What's unusual about this golf course is that where you start and where you end is all downhill. So you'll be almost like a step ladder, or steps that take you from each hole till you get to the 18th, and at the 18th you can go all the way back if you want to play 18 twice. But it all goes and uses the entire mountain slope to go down. It'll be a bucket list golf course for those who want to get involved. It is using all season, all weather grass, so you'll be able to golf 12 months of the year. Just another render of it. The Lake Village. The Lake Village is located, obviously, on the lake, and we'll have the W Hotel there, and we'll also have apartments and service departments. You'll see kind of this purple image here. That's called our Enchanted Forest. Now, what is the Enchanted Forest? The Enchanted Forest, the best way to describe it is an upside-down island. So it's under the water. We're building it right now. I have a video of it, of what it is right now. It's being built underwater, and we'll put part of the dam contract that we signed is we're building a dam wall around the Enchanted Forest. So when the lake is full, actually it's embedded. So the Enchanted Forest is underwater. To get to it, you'll get into a tunnel from the Lake Village, go underwater, and go into the Enchanted Forest. And there'll be recreation and activities in the Enchanted Forest. This is a render of the lake, the W Hotel, located on the lake. And the bow. I created a video for the bow because I can't explain the bow in verbally. It's very difficult. But to build a dam, and again, a year ago, we signed one of the largest dam contracts in the world with WeBuild out of Italy. And the dam wall will go up. What we've done with that dam wall, which you'll see, it's hard to explain it, is we've created a bow over that. Now that bow is the size, this is the size width. I could put 3 Sydney Opera Houses in there to give you a sense of its size. I will have a JW Marriott hotel in there. We'll have a driving experience, and it'll be an exhibition area. Hopefully we could host the Real Estate Future Forum one day in the bow. But to get a sense of it, I created a video to actually explain what the bow is. Music. when I get to my construction update video, I won't talk when I play the video, but you'll see a little bit of the, we call it the Rockfield, the RCC dam, which is the roller compact dam. And we're creating the dam walls right now. And this year, we're going to start actually putting down the concrete to actually, the dam will start going up this year. So we're going to start building that. Another one of our, well, this is a render of the JW Marriott in the bow. Another one of our signature assets is the Ritz-Carlton Reserve, formerly the Boutique Hiking Hotel. And we have, one of our clusters is the Explorer Cluster. And this will be located in the Explorer Cluster. It's off the main, it's off the lake. So it'll be located on a hiking trail. 60 keys, but almost like each key is almost like your own personal pod, and a very unique design for those who want to live with adventure in mind. Another photo of the Ritz-Carlton Reserve with snowfall. The Discovery Tower is 364 meters high. It's located on one of our highest mountain peaks. It is not a residential asset. It's more of a viewing platform. And you'll be able to take an elevator to the very top and see views 360 degrees around to the Gulf of Aqaba and the other surrounding landscapes. Looking up and looking down. So part of the beauty of being isolated and far away is the fact that we can look at the heavens and we can look at around. The Cosmic Gate is being built so you can showcase the lack of light pollution that we have in Trojena to allow us to actually look at the stars. But it's not just the stars you want to look at. We're building the observatory, and that allows you to look at what's seen around you. We've discovered one of the rarest plants in the world as part of our development, the Sinai primrose. There was only thought to be located on the Sinai Peninsula, and we've located 480 plants. It's the largest discovery of this plant in the world. It was endangered, and now we found it. So these are part of the things that it looks like a desert landscape, but there's rich in plant life, rich in diversity, and rich in rock fauna. And that is part of this mountain observatory, would be to educate people about what is around them. And the mountain exclusive resort will be the Raffles Hotel. Lastly, let me end it with just a progress video. This progress video shows you the development work I'm doing now, but I'm marrying it with my digital twin to show you what that asset will look like when it's finally complete. So I think I've run out of time. One last slide. Why are we working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? Not just to bring the resort to the people. We have a commitment. We're hosting the Asian Winter Games in 2029. The handover ceremony is in 2 weeks, and you'll hear a lot of information from the Saudi Olympic Committee. It's a big honor for us to do this, and this is why we're working so hard to bring this to life. Thank you very much.
A massive round of applause once again for Clark Williams, please. Thank you so much, Clark. Awesome to have you on stage. Thank you. Amazing. Well, we are rattling through the day's agenda, and this next session is all about emerging digital real estate trends and really looking at where the kingdom's going to be by 2030. So I'm going to bring him straight up onto stage, Dr. Marco Macagnano. Did I say that right for the third time? I've been practicing all morning. Head of Digital Real Estate in Canada for Deloitte. Come and join me. Another amazing expert, seasoned professional, and somebody who we are delighted to have with us today to look at exploring the cutting edge of real estate innovation and particularly looking at digital trends. So why don't we get straight into it and talk a bit about your unique perspective on this intersection of technology and the built environment. So why is this topic, these emerging digital real estate trends, why is it so timely, so critical for the industry today? Why should we care?
You know, the thing that really excites me about this interplay between digital and physical, here we go, what really excites me is that when we think about digital technology, it's pervasive in everything that we do. We've all got devices in our pockets. We all interact with websites, data on a daily basis. It empowers, it enables businesses of every design and definition. And the same could be said for real estate. It really underpins everything. We can't do business, we can't have interactions, we can't learn, experience, and grow without the physical environment. But the two have been somewhat disconnected in the past decades, and it's time to really take advantage of all the technologies, all the systems that we have at our disposal to merge these two worlds together with impact. And that's really the birthplace of what digital real estate is about. It's thinking about technology and digital solutions as an enabler of business experience, as an intertwined combination of the physical and the digital.
Because I think sometimes we look at these tools or we look at technology, we look at new innovations and we think, oh, let's do this and let's do that. And I think there's a phrase we have in English that when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And this idea that, you know, if it's out there, we want to integrate it. But can you talk a little bit about how we should be, I guess, assessing some of these tools, how we should be integrating? You talk about integration into our physical world. Digital tools can help, but they're not going to be the be-all and end-all if they're standalone, are they?
Well, I think we need to stop thinking about it as digital tools and just think about it as the way. So if I were to think about, for example, the way in which office spaces are being designed or the way that we're thinking about the future of residential development and communities, it really is the creation of systems. When you think about real estate as a departure from products, as static elements, and rather think about them as living environments that are capable of adapting and learning over time. With every interaction I have with my space or with someone else within this environment, these environments are constantly monitoring and learning from those interactions in order to become better the next time around. And this is really fundamental to the future of real estate in general, because we're creating living systems that are adaptable, that are intelligent, and that are enabled by the infrastructure we're putting in place today to be resilient to change in the future. Because one thing's for certain, the world is changing rapidly. It looks very different today than it did 5 years ago, and it will look very different again in 5 years' time. And our physical environments need to be adaptable enough to be able to respond to those changes and to give us the information and the data we need at any moment in order to make informed decision-making.
Yeah, it's interesting that sort of idea about resilience to change as much as about embracing and adopting the things that are going to help us to drive this future for humanity. And one of our previous panelists, Alyssa, spoke about phygital. I don't know if you use that space as well, that word as well, to do with, you know, how we combine the physical and the digital worlds, and this idea about it being much more than just a tool. Yeah. But there are some tools out there, aren't there? I mean, generative AI, let's talk about it. I mean, it's out there, we're all using it, we can't get away from it. So what role do you see a specific tool like that playing on the real estate sector over the next few months and years?
It's the question I get most.
I bet it is. That's why I asked it,
Yeah,
because I'd just like to follow the crowd.
Gen AI is on the minds of everybody. So what does it mean for real estate? And there's two ways to think about that. One is as a producer, and one is as a consumer. So as a consumer, Gen AI has got the ability to enhance decision-making in ways like never before. Now think about having an expert in your pocket. Think about being able to use Gen AI as a way to design new developments in a matter of days as opposed to months. We're, for example, experimenting and using Gen AI today to help developers conceptualize the feasibility, the sustainability, and the design options possible that make sense in an instantaneous approach, in a dynamic approach. It means that, for example, if we take a couple of days to put together a master plan for a new development, we actually have a living model that, because it's empowered by Gen AI, means that if anything were to change in a month or 6 months, we can input that new data and understand the ramifications of what it means for the feasibility, the viability of the development, and see the changes in front of our eyes. Anybody that's been involved in development will know, traditionally, it takes a long time to go back to the drawing board if anything were to change, the appetite for office space, so the materiality of the development. But Gen AI makes it all more possible. Now, as a producer, what's interesting is when you look at something like, I look at Tesla, for example. Now, why are they putting out robots and cars into the world in the way that they are? It's because Gen AI has already ingested the entirety of the internet. It can't learn anything more. So where's it going to be looking for the next level of data to not become smarter and more intelligent? The physical world. So the built environment of real estate is going to become the next oil rush for data generation. And if we're setting up our infrastructure and building a built environment to harvest that data so that it can make Gen AI more intelligent, that's going to be the place where business is going to run to thrive, to be empowered by these tools better than anywhere else before. So taking smart choices in infrastructure today means actually creating better foundation for Gen AI to have better impact on the business and better experiential outcomes and our developments as learning environments, as things that can plug into our experience, and things can actually tailor-make our experience on a daily basis by giving us that voice, that smart, intelligent system to interact with.
Let's just do a quick straw poll. So how many here in the room are already using generative AI for more than just, a little ChatGPT prompt? Who's embedding it into their design processes, their build process operations, for example? Can I have a little show of hands just to get a sense? So some people already really embedding it, using it. Because there is a twofold criticism, isn't there, Marco? Which is, some people think, well, it's still very new, it's not trustable, we don't really understand what it's going to be able to do. And yet, on the other hand, people are going, oh, actually, maybe we're a bit late, maybe we're a bit behind the curve, maybe we can't catch up. So can you address those twin challenges of people who are either concerned that it's not where it needs to be yet to play a really productive role, and those who feel like, oh, we've left it a bit late and we now don't know how to catch up?
I think the time is perfect. So those that are interested in using Gen AI to make their business smarter, in other words, automate certain processes, accelerate decision-making, Gen AI is at a stage right now where level of adoption couldn't be easier to start to think about. It's actually a perfect time, given that usually things take about 2 to 3 years to reach a level of maturity where the expectation versus the reality start to find that reasonable balance. I think we know what Gen AI can do, and it's only getting better. There was a fantastic quote that came out of the World Economic Forum last week. The CEO of Anthropic said, Gen AI can do knows more than almost everybody, and is better at doing almost all things
oh, wow.
than everybody. And in 5 years' time, that'll be the case where it does basically everything better than everybody. So I'm talking myself out of a job here. But it's pretty incredible. The time really is now to come to terms with it, because it's actually being designed to be easily adopted. It's about user experience. It's about ease of adoption. Now, what's also really important is it's time to start thinking about whether your businesses are set up to adopt it. And the best way to get up to speed with AI readiness is to start to think about your data ecosystem. Am I AI ready? There are frameworks in place. We've developed a few in Deloitte to get businesses to the point where they can figure out if the trigger point is now. And really it comes down to, are you harvesting the value of your data? And one simple example I would give to you is a typical office building, relatively smart, generates about 50 gigabytes of data a day. Now think to yourself, if I've got an asset like that in my portfolio, am I really getting the best benefit of that 50 gigabytes? If the answer is no, time to think about how best to harvest that in order to allow your AI systems to deliver the best value.
talk to you about the concept that you've mentioned in the past about leapfrogging and why sometimes adopting things now, even if you are a little bit behind the curve, isn't always a bad thing.
Gee, I think, the news over the weekend of DeepSeek, I'm not sure if any of you have seen that. It's probably a great example. So OpenAI and all others have been, and not just Gen AI, but technology in general has taken many, many years to get to the state of maturity it has today. And many have had to break a few eggs in order to get to that point. But what's really great is even by being supposedly late to the party, these are all being designed for ease of adoption, which means you can jump into the deep end relatively painlessly today, benefiting from the learnings of others. And I think we're at a stage right now that given everything that's happening and given the state of how Riyadh is developing, the investments they're making in infrastructure, are able to really kind of go from A to Z, right to the impact point of what technology can do for the industry, for planning, for portfolio optimization, as well as market analysis and research. It's an incredible moment in time. Really, the tectonic plates have shifted. Traditional processes that might have taken 3 months now take 3 days. Traditional processes in the back office that might have required a team of 100 need a team of 10. And so really thinking creatively and critically about what exactly are we trying to achieve will help us get to the answer of how best to provide the applications that make the most sense and setting up our infrastructure, our back office systems in order to cater to that scenario most effectively.
So you talk a lot about technology. Obviously, that's your thing and it's your expertise. And you've mentioned that there are things we can really learn from perhaps thinking more like tech companies do. Yeah. So what can real estate, what can this industry learn from the way that perhaps tech companies or evolving technologies approach experience, approach delivery, approach operations? Are there some learnings from outside this industry that we can adopt?
Yeah, I think the idea of thinking like tech companies is really a great one. If I think, for example, the likes of Amazon or AWS, what they realized that they had all these assets, they had all these data centers that they had built, for example, to power their Amazon business. And these data centers came with a capability to compute massive amounts of data. And they said to themselves, could we do more with this infrastructure? And so AWS services were kind of born. It's a rough history of the business. But effectively, they were selling the power of their infrastructure to provide insights and data to a market that was hungry for the ability to process and compute. Now, buildings are very similar, real estate are very similar. There's all this infrastructure that's in place, this latent capacity that's just lying around us, that's aching to do more for us. So as landlords, as owners of real estate, we can tap into that to provide these personalized services to the people that are occupying our spaces. So we're not just monetizing or commercializing is space occupied, but how space is being used. A company like Apple, for example, monetizes the product, a phone in your pocket, not by virtue of you buying the phone, but by all the apps that you place on top of the phone in order to render services that make the experience inside or with that product more personalized. So I continue to engage and I continue to spend on that. We've done some amazing surveys in recent years where the majority of those that occupy space, tenants, etc., 75% have said, we wish our space did more for us, we wish we got more information from the landlords, and 60% said, we'll pay more for that privilege. But there's a disconnect between what the white box or what the envelope provides to the internal occupants, almost making it their requirement, their responsibility to fill the void. And what's really, really quite incredible is that when we think about that ability to render new services through the physical space, it means new revenue opportunities, it means additional capital to the bottom line, it means you can fund new innovation products, and it also importantly provokes a new approach to real estate where we're not just maintaining or stabilizing our assets, but we're investing in constant improvement. Buildings that upgrade, not just flexible, but upgradable buildings that can automatically turn on new features with a software update, as opposed to installing new systems. And that really is the golden opportunity in real estate today with correct planning.
So there's some golden opportunities for sure. Let's take this absolutely to the heart of what's going on in the kingdom, looking to 2030 and perhaps even beyond. Where do you see the challenges, where do you see the opportunities for Saudi Arabia, for this region, around the adoption of some of these digital trends that are impacting real estate?
I think the bold approaches to massive investments in infrastructure, big projects that can think about the ecosystem as a whole, put Saudi Arabia, put Riyadh in an incredible position to differentiate. It means that a systems approach, the solution architecture approach to projects can be taken, as opposed to where very many others in the world are experiencing this retrofit, repurpose that are hinged in or hemmed in within existing constraints. There's an opportunity to really kind of, like we were talking before, leapfrog to the future state, and to put in place the parameters to be an easier place, not just to do business economically, but an easier place to do business because the infrastructure enables businesses to thrive with access to data, the ambient infrastructure that we need to be educated in our decision making and to be more effective in the way that we work in a way that was never before been possible. And as we think to 2030, where the majority, I'd say 50%, it's hypothesized, 50% of jobs won't exist anymore. We don't know what 2030 looks like. So really, the world is going to be looking at environments that offer that flexibility, that scalability, and that capacity to update and upgrade on an annual basis, particularly in the built environment, that makes ease of doing business better than ever before. So I think it's really an incredible position to be able to situate ourselves as future ready with the type of projects that are being initiated. You know, I think we're just really looking forward to having the front row seats to seeing that evolve.
I think it sounds like a brilliant ambition. It also feels quite enormous. So give us some nuts and bolts, Marco. You know, what should we all be doing? Is this about mindset? Is this about education? Is this about putting systems in place? Is this about adoption of technologies? What should we be doing? How should we be doing it?
Yeah, look, I think you know, taking an experimental approach is always a good thing. We're in the age of experimentation. So making responsible choices around scalable infrastructure, number one, very important. Number two, taking a mature stance on AI and data readiness. So we're all generating a tremendous amount of information. Are we harnessing that information? Are we structuring it well enough today to be able to springboard ourselves into really kind of next generation capabilities? And then thinking full life cycle. You know, the design approach is something that is being impacted by new technologies, Gen AI, as well as data-driven decision-making. The construction process and development is being really kind of fundamentally rewritten in terms of the advancements in carbon reduction and speed to completion. And the operational readiness of new assets is really quite important because we're thinking about a systems approach. We're talking about operational readiness and design, getting us to a point where these environments become agile to the point where they can inform the capital planning in a more mature way than was previously positioned. If I've got my asset, now the market is changing, what do I need to do to pivot quickly? Where should I make my investments? And would it make financial sense as the new additional revenue potential? This is what the choices in technology systems are going to really enable us to do. Taking an enterprise approach to data aggregation and standardization means that we can embed data-driven decision-making into every aspect as opposed to taking a stage gate approach and take an integrated approach.
So what else is maybe coming over the hill? I know you don't have a crystal ball, and I know that you're not a fortune teller, but lots of us were surprised, I think, in this room by how quickly generative AI became so fundamental to lots of the processes and lots of the future ways of doing business. What else should we be on the lookout for? Can you give us some insight?
Yeah, if I think, you know, real estate is the enabler of experiences. It certainly seems that the move of physical AI is coming. In other words, we're going to see you know, robotics inhabit the same space that we're experiencing. We're going to see automation at a level that's never before been seen, which means that our spaces need to be primed to receive that. We're going to see the rise of mixed reality becoming more and more mainstream as well. Companies like Meta, companies like Google, Apple, etc., all investing heavily in this space, which means that our experience of the world is not going to be through the screens on our phones. It's going to be through an interlay and an overlay of information on the way in which we physically inhabit our spaces, which means real estate is going to become basically the tapestry onto which we'll paint digitally. We need to design.
Say that again. That was a good point. Can you just say that again so we all absorb it?
Yeah, so real estate will become the tapestry onto which we paint digitally.
I love that. The tapestry onto which we paint digitally.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So these immersive experiences will really make it something unique, something that sounds completely science fiction today. But when we're designing our spaces, we need to think, are we designing in a way that allows us to maximize the potential of seeing an overlay of information in front of our eyes, of personalizing our experience? So does real estate become the white box onto which the interesting dynamic materiality gets simulated, or does it become an enhancement? But certainly what we don't want is for there to be competition. And right now, the current move of technology is to design in spite of real estate and built environment. So they're trying to maneuver between these fixed buildings and infrastructure as opposed to embracing it and working with cities in order for it to become and feel like an extension of that digital realm, which is now becoming more and more, I would say, pervasive into our day-to-day.
So true integration and also a focus on experiential environments sounds like something we should all be aware of. And as we come to a close, if you could distill your amazing expertise, your learnings, your perspective into 2 or 3 key takeaways, because we're only 5 years away from 2030, what would you say to all these leaders in the room who are preparing for this digital future?
Yeah, I would say planning for a 2030 target can be quite challenging. Because there is so much uncertainty. What I would say ordinarily, and what we do with the majority of people that we work with, is we say design for the process. Recognize that what we're moving to is not a product or a certainty or a finish line, but set in place the processes today so that our decision making is agile. So we create a platform approach to hypothesizing what a future scenario might look like, and then make that scenario available to be changed and impacted by the data of a changing market. We're working with public sector institutions, policing that want to plan around future urban density analysis and where to extend the police footprint. We're working on projects where climate resilience and climate risk to drought, wildfires, and flooding is taking place. These are all things we can't control. We're victim to it. So put in place the processes that allow us to respond with effectiveness so that we're always one step ahead of the change that is inevitably coming. And that takes that systems approach that I was mentioning earlier. It means taking full advantage of the fact that our built environments can generate more information about how we work, how we play, how we live than any other technology on the planet can do. And also can be an informer of the next generation of experience that we're all trying to cultivate that make it worthwhile getting out of bed in the morning and going to work and really performing to our best potential.
Well, it's certainly an exciting future. It's a digital, physical future of experiential buildings and opportunities. I'm really excited to see what comes out in the next few years, and I'm sure you are too.
Oh, completely. It's an amazing time to be in the industry. I'm excited for all of you for having a role to play in this, and I really look forward to seeing what the future holds.
Can't wait. Thank you so much, Dr. Marco Macagnano. Can we give him a very, very warm round of appreciation? Thank you so much, Marco. I'll come back on. I was going to say, please take your seats. We do have another special guest coming up in just a few moments, so take this opportunity to grab a seat ready for the next conversation. So are you all ready to listen in on a conversation that's as attention-grabbing as a newspaper headline? Perhaps as unexpected as a plot twist on your favorite TV show? Well, I think we're all in absolutely the right place. Our next very special guest doesn't really need a major introduction. After all, he's been making the news for decades. But let me set the scene. He's the man who brings his unique brand of, let's call it direct candor, to everything from the boardroom of The Apprentice to the host seat on Good Morning Britain. And whether or not you agree with him, he definitely always makes you think. He's edited iconic newspapers. He's judged global talent shows. He's had his own primetime CNN show. And he's also the author of bestsellers that have generated debate and also great admiration. I am absolutely delighted that in a conversation moderated by Ms. Wiam, again, we are going to welcome you onto stage, Ms. Wiam Adakhil, joining us for the very first time here in Saudi Arabia. He is a media mogul, he's a true influencer in this space, and he is absolutely somebody who proves time and time again that it's not always about following the script, sometimes it's about rewriting it. So join me in welcoming, with a massive round of applause, the one and only Mr. Piers Morgan. Thank you, Ms. Wiam. Great to have you with us. Welcome onto stage.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Test mic. Okay. Hi, Piers.
Well, thank you for that amazing introduction. I never normally get one that positive, so I'm very grateful. Thank you.
This is the least they can say about you. First of all, welcome to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you.
I know it's your first time here. And very interesting that your first stop was at Al Awal Park Stadium to watch Cristiano Ronaldo in action. How was the experience?
Well, as I've reminded everyone in Riyadh, the only reason Cristiano is playing here is because of me. Because it was my interview with him when he left Manchester United that caused him to leave Manchester United, that allowed him to become available, which allowed Al Nassr to sign him. And here he is. So I think the words you're looking for are thank you, Piers. But he was great. I mean, I've known Cristiano a long time. He's a remarkable character. To me, he's the greatest football player that's ever lived. But more than that, he's an amazing role model. And I think you're seeing that in Saudi now, the impact he has on young people in encouraging them to not just play football, but to be fit, take care of themselves, work out. He's a great family guy. He's a great friend to have, very loyal guy. I think a number of things about him make him a perfect person to be an ambassador for sport here. And I think he's having a great time. People are having a great time watching him. The only complaint I said to him, Cristiano, look, I'm coming in on Saturday night. The first thing I'm doing is coming to watch you play. I want you to score a hat-trick and then dedicate it to me on TV. And he did actually score 3 goals, but 2 of them got disallowed. And the second one was an absolute belter.
And you were like, you got robbed.
And he came off and I went, Cristiano, you were robbed, which he was. And it was an outrageous refereeing decision. So it's quite comforting to see you've still got bad referees in Saudi, but he should have got that goal. But it was great. I thought the whole experience of watching him play, what's happened to Saudi football here in the last 2-3 years since he came, unbelievable.
Well, let me tell you, I had the privilege to have an interview with Cristiano Ronaldo. As a Saudi journalist, I really felt the genuine love and sense of belonging that he has for this country. And I'm pretty sure this is what he reiterates every time you speak to him about his experience in Saudi Arabia.
He said, don't believe me, come and try it. Come and see it for yourself. And I would definitely, when I go back home, I've been here 4 days now, it's been an incredible experience to actually see firsthand the dynamism of the evolution of what's happened here. It's been remarkable. And I'm going to go back and tell people, look, just don't take my word for it. Get on a plane. It's only 6 hours from London. Get on a plane. Come and see Saudi for yourself, because what is happening here is truly breathtaking.
The time is now and the place is Saudi Arabia. Like, frankly speaking, Piers, before coming here, what were your expectations and how did they compare with reality?
Well, I think, look, the reality is, if you haven't come to Saudi Arabia before, your view of Saudi Arabia, whether it's you're in New York or London or wherever, will probably have been driven by quite negative media. That it's an oppressive place to come, that women are oppressed, and so on and so on. That's not been my discovery. And I know there's been a lot of changes in the last 10 years in particular. But just talking to women in Saudi, which I have been, whether it's people working in shops, whether it's people working in restaurants, whether it's yourself or others, I think the feeling of not just like hope and optimism, but the reality that you're now doing what you're doing. I mean, look at you, right? You groundbreaking. The first anchor, female anchor of the main news bulletin in Saudi Arabia, an amazing achievement. But you've done it for nearly 6-7 years now. I think the time has come to stop looking at you as the first female anchor and just say you're incredibly good at your job. You're the best at the job there's out there. So I think that gender thing, a bit like Martin Luther King said, it was his birthday last week, and they celebrated it in America, but Martin Luther King was, don't judge me by the color of my skin, judge me by the content of my character. I think the time is rapidly happening in Saudi where women can say, well, don't judge me because I'm a woman, just judge me on how good I am. And I'm really sensing that.
Amazing, and really flattered to hear that from you to me. Thank you.
I mean it.
You mean it.
I mean it.
And I feel it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, speaking of big moments, when Saudi Arabia won the bidding to host the 2034 World Cup, you tweeted, let me just say exactly what was in that tweet. I can't face British journalists spending the next 10 years whining about Saudi Arabia getting the 2034 World Cup in the certain knowledge that, as with Qatar, they will all park their strong moral objections when the time comes and go on a 6-week jolly out there. Well, let me ask you, what led you to post that, and do you feel like it captured a sentiment that many won't say out loud?
I think there's a lot of hypocrisy. I certainly felt it when Qatar got the World Cup, and you're getting the same kind of stuff again now that Saudi's been awarded the World Cup. Obviously, to me, it was ridiculous that the Middle East had not hosted a World Cup before. Why hadn't they, would be the question I would be asking. You're an amazing football-loving region of the world, and yet oddly had never had a World Cup awarded. So it was quite right and proper that Qatar got the World Cup. I have to say, having been to a few World Cups in my time, it was a brilliantly run tournament. Most people who went thought it was the best World Cup they'd attended. I thought the infrastructure was fantastic. I thought honestly, the fact that alcohol was not available, as an England fan who's pretty sick of watching England fans behave badly when they're drunk, not least at our own Euros final, when I was there, and it was honestly disgusting how England fans behaved that day. I thought it was refreshing to have an alcohol-free tournament where people seem to behave themselves. Not a single England fan got arrested at the Qatar World Cup.
True
that is truly historic, and it's because they weren't drinking. So I think that obviously you've got the same, probably the same scenario coming up in Saudi in 10 years, and I think Qatar was a very good example of why the region should be hosting these major tournaments. It was incredibly enjoyable. I remember sitting in a cafe in Qatar outside, and I'd just interviewed Cristiano, and it had gone around the world. Everyone was talking about this interview. And the number of people from all over the world coming up to me just wanted to talk about the interview, Cristiano, about Qatar, about the World Cup. It was really palpable how positive the energy was at that World Cup. It's not to say there weren't problems. The issue of migrant workers and their treatment and so on. Of course, every country has its problems. My country is not perfect. So my point to the journalist was, you're very, very scathing about Saudi Arabia, about Qatar, other Middle Eastern countries. Why don't we look at ourselves first? You know, I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper in 2003 when the invasion of Iraq happened. I opposed that invasion very strongly. I thought it was an illegal invasion and should never have happened. And it was a shameful moment in my country's history. I quite like to see the journalists balancing their critiques of the Middle East with the recognition that we in my country have done some pretty shameful things ourselves. So I think that take off the moral halo, England and other countries where they're too moralistic about this, be open-minded, particularly about the rate of change in Saudi Arabia, driven by the Crown Prince in the last decade in particular. But above all, come and see it for yourself.
Exactly.
If you come and spend a week here and you go back and you feel the same way, okay, but I haven't. So I think it's been a very invigorating place to visit, and the energy and excitement that the local people have, never mind anything else, for the 2030 vision, for the World Cup in 2034. It's very palpable. You can feel it.
Absolutely, and we believe it.
Yeah.
Speaking of critics, like they call it sports washing when countries like heavily invest in sports. Do you think these critics actually a form of resistance of the end of West era dominance in sports, or it's just hypocrisy, as you mentioned?
I think it's a lot of hypocrisy again. Again, not to say that there aren't legitimate questions for any journalist to ask about issues in Saudi Arabia. Human rights, migrant workers, whatever it may be. Absolutely right and proper those questions should be asked. But I haven't seen the Crown Prince or other ministers duck those questions when they've been asked them. So journalists, do your job, ask the people who run in the country the right questions. That's legitimate. But I think the hypocrisy, the sports washing thing is interesting to me because obviously, there will be a halo effect that comes from hosting a major sporting event. When London hosted the 2012 Olympics, we were not in great shape, actually, as a country or a city. But after that, we had a halo effect. We sports washed ourselves a little bit, right? And I think that when it comes to Saudi Arabia, to me, anyone who comes here and talks to enough people, clearly the motivation for the massive investment in sport, entertainment, and tourism is based around the fact that you have a recognition that the oil revenues are depleting and you need to have a new form of revenue going forward.
Transformation.
You also have pretty uniquely this extraordinary population where 70% of the people here are under 35. Only 4% of people in Saudi Arabia are over 65. These are extraordinary statistics. I mean, in England, I can't remember what the numbers are, but we have a lot more old people and a lot fewer young people. And I think that your young population, they're embracing this. They want more sport. They want more entertainment. They want to see tourists here. And I think that it's that fusion of the vision from the leadership and the fact that you have a young population who are desperate to do this. So yeah, of course, there's a little bit of sports washing that goes with this. When you put on these big events, inevitably, it will reflect well if you do them well, as Qatar did with the World Cup, and I'm sure Saudi will in 2034. It will reflect well on your country. It will be a good thing for the country to do. But is that the main motivation for putting on big sporting events in Saudi Arabia, or is the main motivation, this is what you want your future revenue stream to be? I think I've found the answer.
You did an interview already that will be aired with the Minister of
Minister of Sports. Big interview.
Prince
an hour and a half. We sat down 2 days ago.
When it's going to be aired?
It's going to be aired probably tomorrow or Friday. It's an amazing interview. You have very smart people running.
The right people at the right time, in the right place. That's a very assured, successful formula.
Yeah, I just think they should do more talking. Honestly, my advice would be to the top ministers, you get out there and sell yourselves more. Don't hide. You're all perfectly capable of taking tough questions. I was given no conditions. I do a show called Piers Morgan Uncensored, so I wasn't going to be censored. And I said, look, you can't put conditions on me or I won't do the interview. No conditions were laid down. That's fine. I'll go anywhere in the world if people don't put conditions on me. No one has told me what to say since I've been here. I got told no notes about this. You didn't say to me, Piers, you better stay away from this, that.
Same here.
I'm allowed to.
No one told me what to ask you.
No, and honestly, you know me well, I probably wouldn't have listened if I had been told. So I just think that the more that I hear from people at the top in Saudi, the more impressive they come over. And my interview with the sports minister in particular, if you watch that, I think he's a very impressive guy. And his vision for sport and why you're investing so heavily in sport and the impact it's had, not just obviously in attracting the best athletes in the world, but in the grassroots up, how you're encouraging your young population to want to get healthy, to get fit, to play sport, to succeed, to win. I think that's an amazing message for young people.
Absolutely.
You've got this young population. Get them out there. Become kings of the world in sport. What was the greatest moment in modern Saudi Arabian history? Probably when you beat Argentina in the World Cup.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I mean, you beat the team that became world champions. And I did say to the sports minister, is your dream in 2034 that Saudi Arabia wins the World Cup? And obviously he said yes. And I said, and is your dream that they would beat England or Egypt in the final? I won't ruin the suspense, but it was a great answer.
Yeah,
but honestly,
that's a great teaser.
But all the ministers I've met have been very impressive. And I think they talk about the vision, the plans, in a very effective manner. And my only advice to them is get out there and talk more. And if it means you take a few tough questions, so what?
Yeah. they're just doing the right thing, nothing to hide here.
You can ask me anything you want right now. I mean,
This
now's
is what
the-
I'm doing right now. Well, that's the big thing, Piers. You know, this is just the beginning of what Saudi Arabia is really thriving for. And at the heart of it all, there's Saudi Vision 2030 that's actually reshaping everything and rewriting the narrative and the story, the future of this ambitious nation. Now, what is your take on a vision on such a scale?
Honestly, it's breathtaking. I went down to Diriyah yesterday, and Jerry,
birthplace of
the great Jerry, showed me around the models for the plans for.
Did he greet you doing that?
He did. He did.
There is only one
Unity.
Diriyah in the
Unity.
world of many.
But I loved it, and actually the picture of all of them together all doing that was very effective. But the model, I mean, the fact there's 3 models anyway, and you start with the small one, then you get the bigger one, then you get the really big one.
The master plan.
And then he gets his iPad out, and then they start playing around, everything starts to move. It was incredibly impressive. But it was when he said to me, you know, I've got a home in Beverly Hills. And it's when Jerry said to me, you realize the scale of this is exactly the same in size as Beverly Hills. And at that point, I was like, wow. But he said something else to me that was really interesting, that the Crown Prince is obviously the driving figure for the whole thing. The amount of hours he spent just with Jerry, going over little details, ringing him in the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I've had an idea. Can we make this work? If the person at the top whose vision it is, you know, if His Royal Highness is driving this in the way that he is, it goes down, right down. You know, you can see it that everybody here wants to make this vision work, but they know that the guy at the top's putting the hard yards in and working incredibly hard, if not harder than all of them, to make it happen, and is prepared to back all of them in making the vision happen. What do you need and how fast can we do this? It's dynamic. You're seeing the same thing in America right now with Donald Trump. You know, he's an old friend of mine from The Apprentice days, as was referenced earlier. I won his Celebrity Apprentice show and I got to know him 20 years ago. And I've spoken to him 5 or 6 times in the last few weeks. And he is really pumped for what he can do now in America. And he's done 200 executive orders in the first week. It's unprecedented.
Yes.
But the feeling in America now is they've gone from sleepy
so
Joe
active.
Biden, they've gone to, wow, everything's happening. Now, it's not all going to work. And similarly here, not everything will work. But, you know, my favorite quote in sport was a guy called Wayne Gretzky, who was the greatest ice hockey player that ever lived. And he had this quote, "You'll miss 100% of the shots you never take." And I know the Crown Prince is a fan of Alexander the Great. And when he's asked about the 2030 vision, he talks about Alexander the Great. And I found a quote from Alexander the Great, which I think exemplifies what he was probably getting at, which is this, which is, "There is nothing impossible to him who will try." And it reminded me of Nelson Mandela, who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." And it's that kind of mentality, that kind of can do, will do, get it done mentality. If that comes from the top and everyone buys into it, including the population, the young population, then it feels to me like you've got a winning prospect here.
Absolutely, and this is what makes Saudi Arabia as the greatest success story of the 21st century, as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman says, and we reiterate that, just answering what you just
Well, if I was a Saudi, I'd feel pretty proud of my country.
Trust me, this is what we feel.
I'd feel like my national pride is back, that we are on the global stage, we matter, we're important, and we're winning. And this is what Trump wants for America. It's what I desperately want for my country. You had my Prime Minister here, Keir Starmer, recently. I want him to be out there beating the drum for my country and getting Britain back where it belongs, which is a major player on the global stage as well. I want some of the energy and dynamism you have here whipped back to my place. So if some of you wouldn't mind coming home with me, that would be great.
Well, this is what actually Eddie Hearn told you. I wish the UK government actually investing in sports the way Saudi Arabia is doing.
You know, I met His Excellency Turkey, the guy who does all the boxing. Went to his home in the middle of the night.
Turkey al-Sheikh.
Yeah, it's so exhilarating to talk to him. His plans for what he wants to do just with boxing, where he wants to put on fights, amazing vision, amazing creativity, the work rate that he's putting in. And I know from guys like Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren, the 2 big promoters in the UK, I've known them a long time, they feel this. They said, look, this is on a scale we've never seen before. The scale of ambition, but also the ability to deliver is something they've never seen before.
And they told you, you should go see yourself on ground what's happening and how this change is taking place in Saudi Arabia.
Just come and see it.
Yourself, the best way to learn and experience. Well, do you think the West is underestimating what's happening here?
Yeah, I don't think people who've never been to the Middle East will have a jaundiced view of Saudi Arabia. I think that they will have no idea of the scale of what's happening here.
Yeah.
Or actually why, rather than criticize, it might be more beneficial for us to learn from what's happening here, to bring a bit of this ambition back to countries like the United Kingdom, which frankly are in the doldrums right now. And I say that as somebody incredibly proud of my country. I'm very proud to be British, but right now it feels like we're really deflated. Everyone's wandering around with sort of heavy faces, and we have a lot of issues, you know, knife crime and drugs and all these kind of things. And I come here and it feels very safe. It feels dynamic. It feels like a place that's going places. And it feels like the people are with their leadership in getting there. And I want to feel that where I come from. And there'll be people in England listening to this going, oh, come off it, Piers. And I say, okay, but get on a plane and see for yourself.
Yeah.
And see how it feels to you. Because I've been, honestly, blown away.
Amazing. I imagine you have done some digging, researching the real estate evolution here in Saudi Arabia. Tell me what really stood out to you from whatever is happening.
Well, you don't really have to dig much to see what's happening with real estate. As you drive around very slowly, as you drive around, you see just incredible advancement in real estate. And I saw a really cool thing last night. Your train station is one of the coolest train stations I've ever seen.
The one in Kaft?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yeah, the one in Kaft, yeah. I thought that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. So I think that generally, obviously at the high end, this is very good for Saudi Arabia. House prices have been rocketing. People not only want to come and live here, but people who've left here want to come back. I think that's great. That's the best sign that you're doing things right. But obviously, at the same time, you don't want to price out your average Saudi Arabian family. What you want to do is have affordable housing for people so that they can be part of this. And I know that I sat next to the housing minister last night over a very pleasant dinner, and I know everyone's aware of this and working very hard to do that. I think that's really important. And honestly, like I said, the only criticism I've got is if you're going to have a bigger population, rising by several 100,000 every year, sort the traffic out.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's a struggle. The struggle is real.
Well, you want people to get around and be able to see all the great things that Riyadh has to offer, or to get out and go further. But you know, I see this in so many cities. Los Angeles, you can't drive there between 3 and 7 o'clock, and you know, it's ridiculous for a city like that. And I think that it's the same when you see it. And that was a desert city, obviously, 100 years ago. So I think that Riyadh is doing so much that's great. But with that comes things which you may not think through too carefully until it's thrown at you. One is increased traffic, obviously, from the increased population. And secondly, don't let people get left behind, would be my only thing, which I know everyone's aware of, but have affordable housing for those who can't afford to be part of the big booming real estate boom. But the real estate boom is brilliant for Saudi Arabia. Because it means people want to come here. They want to come and live here. And I think by the time we finished all the 2030 vision stuff in relation to housing in particular, there are going to be some beautiful homes all over Saudi Arabia people want to have. And
it's worth sharing that according to the annual report of the housing program 2023, the Saudi household home ownership rate increased to 64%.
And I think His Royal Highness wants it to get it to 70%, I think. Yes. So there's a bit of work to do, but it's obviously going very fast. And I think, I think several things like that, having your own home gives people identity, gives them feels that they're part of what's happening. I also think the fitness campaign to get people out 3 times a week getting fit. I have a big thing about, I loved in the Diriyah project, the number of parkland areas. Love that. The number of trees that are building, 6 million trees or something. Again, startling statistics, but I think trees and parkland are crucial. My favorite cities are the ones you can walk around, there are plenty of parks. Hyde Park in London or Central Park in New York. Nothing better. And I think that for Saudi Arabia, you've got the ability to have amazing parkland amid all these homes you're building. Go big on parks. Then you'll get people wanting to get out. They want to exercise and
quality of life
and families. I think they're an integral part of it.
At the core, absolutely. Let me ask you: are you personally interested in real estate?
Yeah, I own 5 properties now. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, 5 properties. I got one in Los Angeles, like I say. I got the rest are in England. But yeah, I'm a keen observer because I always think that you can track the house prices are a direct correlation to how dynamic a city is doing or how a country is doing. People don't want to live somewhere that feels like it's in the doldrums. They want to live somewhere that feels like it's going places. They want to be part of that exciting journey. The fact that your house prices are rocketing so much is indicative, like I said, that things are obviously going the right way here. And long may that continue. I'm sure everyone feels that, not just in Saudi Arabia, but in the region as well. So I think that it's always a sign that things are going the right way. But don't leave people behind on the way.
Of course, they're a big part of this whole journey. Now, let me ask you, if you had to invest in one of Saudi Arabia's giga projects, whether Diriyah, Red Sea, Amala, Neom, the line, where would you put your money?
Well, if I don't say Diriyah after yesterday, Jerry's going to come and kill me. So for that reason alone, for pure self-preservation, I'm going to say Diriyah. Because actually I found his passion and enthusiasm for it incredibly impressive. And I also know that the Crown Prince has personally been investing a lot of time in that. It did look amazing, I have to say. Having said that, the Noam does look incredible. I mean, if that gets finished the way that it's being planned, it's going to be the most unique place to live in the world.
Absolutely.
And again, it comes back to what his Royal Highness said about Alexander the Great. You got to think big. You have to think big. I never understand countries or leaders who start from a lower place and hope for the best. Think the biggest you can think. Be unbelievably ambitious. And I don't think anyone, whether they like or dislike Saudi Arabia or your leader, could possibly deny that the scale of ambition is enormous and infectious. It's a bit like when Elon Musk and Trump, before the election, went down to one of Elon Musk's rockets launching. And I thought, great, America's back in the business of launching rockets, going to the moon, maybe going to Mars. Great.
They are on their way.
I love that ambition. Noam, for me, if I was a Saudi, is a bit like that for Saudis, right? If that thing gets finished in the way that it's being planned, wow.
Big wow.
Well, you could get from one end to the other, I'm told, in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Which, coincidentally, it took me 20 minutes to get around the corner last night from
no
my hotel.
roads, no cars, no emissions.
There you go. There's the answer to the traffic problem.
Yeah, trust me. It's a solution for everything or every challenge actually happening in current urban living and development. So if we're going to talk about the line, it's a city coming from the future to the future. Now, let me ask you this. Would you imagine yourself living in such a city? And if yes, what is your biggest expectation living in such a cognitive city?
It's got to work. That's it. I have one requirement. I'm very easily pleased. Like I've been staying at the St. Regis Hotel, the new 5-star hotel. Fantastic. You know why? Everything works. The showers work. They're not, you don't have to pass a Mensa test to work out how they turn on and off. The room service is fantastic. I put some clothes in. They came back in 4 hours, immaculate. I like things to work. So the Noam project is unbelievable, futuristic, scientific brilliance. It's the most groundbreaking thing I've probably ever seen in terms of a potential housing project. But it has to work. Because if it opens up and a year or two in, nothing's working properly, the magic dies pretty quickly. I've got every confidence, because I think that everyone here knows that actually it's all very well having the vision. If it doesn't work, the vision doesn't work. So I think that there's a real will. But honestly, if the Noam comes off the line, obviously if it comes off the way that I've seen the plans are, it's going to be the most unique place to live in the world.
It's going to literally change the way we work, play, live, and do it all. Like, imagine a city will predict what you would think and do. Like, it's going to be, I think, the first cognitive city in the world. And yeah, well, it's pretty exciting. You should visit one day and see yourself on ground.
I'd love to, yeah. My only requirement, if I live there, I just want to have a big screen that gives me every Arsenal match. If you do that, I'm happy. That's all. I'm very easily pleased. Good English tea, Yorkshire Gold English tea, and Arsenal football matches, I'm happy.
Actually, one of the audience came to me before coming on stage and he said, please ask Piers, is Arsenal a good team or Tottenham?
Well, Tottenham obviously are our bitter rivals. I won't say what I really think about Tottenham. My dad's a Tottenham fan, but I won't say what I really think. Arsenal, we're only one signing away from winning the league. And that signing is Alexander Isak, who's currently at Newcastle, who obviously are owned by the Saudis. So my message to the room is I need to go back home to London with Alexander Isak's contract in my pocket, having signed for Arsenal. Can we do a deal? If anyone here can make that happen, then I'm a happy guy. And every Arsenal fan will view. I'll probably get a statue outside the stadium because Alexander Isak right now is the best striker in Europe, and Newcastle have him, and it's killing me.
That's all the way to Alexander. Let's get back to Saudi.
Alexander, the new Alexander the Great. Remember, it always feels impossible till it's done. Isak for Arsenal. That's what I want the main takeaway to be today.
I love how you put it all together. Let's get back to Saudi Arabia. Like, it's building never seen before approach to urbanization. Do you think this is where the world should be leading or heading to? Or this is just Saudi Arabia daring to dream bigger than any other nation?
Yeah, I think you've got to dare to dream. You know, I remember JFK, you know, back in the 60s when he became president of America, talking about, you know, wanting to dream, to go to the moon, and America did, and it was an amazing thing. I remember watching it. I was 5 or 6 years old when man landed on the moon. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, and it was an incredible moment. The world stopped to watch this. We need more of that kind of thing. That's why I love the Gnome project and a lot of the things you're doing here, because it's just so different and so unique and exciting that it becomes something, and it'll be your version in its own way as a tourist attraction of things like, you know, the Eiffel Tower or Big Ben or whatever it may be, you know, and there are all sorts of scales of these things, but it will become something absolutely associated with Saudi Arabia. Have you seen that place? The Gnome, the lion. Look at that, isn't that amazing? And I think that's what you want every country to have, things that people can feel ambitious about and excited by, because that's what invigorates a country and invigorates its people. And you see where you get mediocre politicians running countries, they end up mediocre countries. And it worries me a bit about my country. We've had a succession of mediocre governments, and we're in a bit of a mess. And I want them to be a little bit more dynamic, like you guys are here.
Let's be more optimistic looking into the future. Well, I think our allocated time is almost done. Let me culminate this great conversation with one question. If you would imagine yourself like having an interview one-to-one with a Saudi official personality, who would he or she be and why?
Well, I think it's probably fairly obvious. The person I'd most like to interview is your Crown Prince, His Royal Highness.
All of us.
I hope if he's watching this, he listens to what I've said about his country and agrees to an interview on Piers Morgan Uncensored. The Crown Prince Uncensored. Wouldn't that be an amazing interview? So
I feel jealous already.
I think that would be, no, I actually think if you're going to do an interview with anyone, then the leader of a country going through such an ambitious time as Saudi Arabia right now, that's the interview everybody wants. And I've interviewed 5 American presidents, 10 British prime ministers, Nelson Mandela, the Dalai Lama. I mean, I've interviewed pretty much every film star, every singing star. I've shared a London taxi with Beyonce, all of these things. So I think I've put the hard yards in. I've come here. I'm ready for the big interview. So if you put a good word in for me, I'd appreciate it.
Ready and lucky as well.
I'm sure he would admire my ambition, His Royal Highness, in wanting to interview him, and will reward me, I'm sure, with an interview.
You're a lucky one if this happened, really. Well, thank you so much, Piers.
My pleasure, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Because you've been a real trailblazer for, I think, the women in the media here, and you've taken it to a place now where people don't look at you and say, well, she's a great female journalist. They say, she's a great journalist. That's where you want to get to. That's when you get true equality. And I think you're a major part of what's happening here, so that's great.
I'm really flattered and honored to hear this from you, you know, just feeling part of the change that's happening and you want to see in your country. It's nothing tops that, so thank you so much. And it's been my pleasure having and navigating this conversation with you. And big things are coming here. We look forward to welcoming you back again very soon. I will not tell you World Cup, way before that.
I've already booked my tickets. No, I'll definitely be back. I think this is, I can't believe I left it this long. I'm nearly 60 years old, never been to Saudi Arabia.
Young forever.
It was a terribly remiss of me, and I apologize, but I will be back, because it's great.
To a point, you will feel it's your second second home, and you're always welcome. Thank you so much, Piers.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks very much. Very fun.
Please stay. We would like to invite Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi, the CEO of the Real Estate Future Forum, onto stage to join us. They have a very small token of their appreciation that they would like to give you right now.
Oh, lovely.
And also Ms. Wiam Adakhil. Can we thank her too for such a fantastic interview?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Once again, everybody, Mr. Piers Morgan, thank you so much. Now, joining me on stage, we have Her Excellency, Dr. Hala bint Mazaid Al-Tuwaijri, and I do hope I said that right and did you justice, because she is an extraordinary guest who is honoring us with her presence today, as she is the President of the Human Rights Commission. Dr. Al-Tuwaijri has made remarkable contributions to human rights, serving as the chairman of the Saudi National Committee to Combat Human Trafficking and as a board member for the Education and Training Evaluation Commission. She has been absolutely instrumental in various roles, including leading the Women's Empowerment Working Group for the G20 Riyadh 2020 and representing Saudi Arabia at the United Nations. And in recognition of her outstanding work, she was awarded the King Abdulaziz Medal in 2021 and has been named a leading figure in women's empowerment across the GCC. I could say so much more in introduction. She's an extraordinary figure here in the kingdom, and it's my absolute honor to welcome her onto stage right now. Dr. Al-Tuwaijri, Her Excellency. Welcome, Dr. Hala, please come and join me. Don't eat Piers' Tic Tac, which I think he left for you. Fabulous. Speaking with you in preparation for this session has been an absolute eye-opener into some of the things that you're really passionate about and committed to. Could we just bring the music down, please, as well, so that we can hear from Dr. Hala? Thank you so much. And I think we should really begin at the very beginning, shouldn't we, Your Excellency? And we should really talk about this importance of the right to development in general before we start to apply it to the real estate market. So could you give us your perspective, your passion, your belief about that right?
Well, thank you very much for having me, first of all.
Can we have the microphone on, please? So, yeah, maybe a bit more into it. Speak into it closer.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me in the first place, and I'd like to thank the responsible entities for this amazing conference. So far I've been following online, and all the talks and the recent one were very amazing. So speaking of the right to development, as you questioned, is part of a bigger picture,
yes,
which is the human rights in general. So it all started in 1948 by a Declaration of Human Rights, where it stated 30 rights. And these rights cover all aspects of a human's life and all the rights that people must have in their living, wherever they are. And all countries agreed to that at that point. So the right to development is one of these rights, and the interesting thing about human rights in general is that you cannot divide them.
No,
you cannot
they're all
separate
interlinked,
them.
aren't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you cannot say, I'll be focusing on this right and then just overlook the other. You have to work on all of these rights together at the same time in a comprehensive approach. And this precisely what is happening in Saudi. Ever since the Vision 2030 was launched, and that was coincidentally or not, I don't know, but simultaneous with the SDGs in the UN. And the vision covers all aspects of people living in Saudi Arabia, and it is a human-centered vision, although many people, when speaking about it, address issues like diversifying the economy or probably more of it as an economic/industrial vision. But at the heart of it, for people living in Saudi Arabia, it is a vision that had initiatives that actually changed the social fabric, that changed the dynamics of the society in Saudi, and the empowerment of women also changed the face of the country. So, speaking of the right to development, it is part, as I said, of a bigger picture. And at the core of it is the right to developing healthy communities.
Yes, yeah, and we've talked a lot in this forum about community centricity and the future of humanity. So talk to us about this development of communities as a sort of human right.
Exactly. So if you break it down, and we usually would like to start with the basic unit, at the heart of any community is the basic unit, which is the house.
Yes.
And the house is, simply a synonym for security, safety, prosperity. A house is where you not only stay and sleep, but also raise a family, have bonds with people you love, and also exercise your culture. You walk into houses of people in England, you understand their culture. You walk into a Saudi house, you see their culture, their food, and all of that. So you see, it's some sort of an exemplification of all the human rights put together.
Yes.
In terms of a basic unit. And then if you go to the bigger circle, multiple houses make a smaller community. And then you go bigger, and then you reach the ecosystem, which is based on planning it on the ground, which is the real estate structure. So if we go back to the basic unit, that in itself is a human right for all humans to have all of these principles of living. Fundamentally is at the heart of human rights. So that's why one of the basic initiatives of the vision was to increase the property owning numbers of Saudis, which has tremendously increased and reached now
64%, I think they were saying. And it's increased from something like 40-something% over the space of really just a few years, hasn't it?
Yes, I think the first number was in 2017, and it was in the 30s. So it's almost doubled the amount of people owning their own property. But it doesn't only come, with financially giving incentives or supporting people or building new communities or expanding, but it also goes back to the legislations that accompany that. And being a woman, I have to address the issue that at one point, women were not allowed to rent, for example, houses on their own. There were barriers related to that. And so among the many amendments and reforms that took place in the vision, since the vision was launched, is this one as well. So, and therefore the number of women actually benefiting from the initiatives of the housing and real estate initiatives is, I think, reached from 5 to 30 plus, 5% to 30+% of total number of people. And you can see that a big portion of the society were actually not benefiting from everything that was happening before, but that is not the case now. So when I speak of a comprehensive approach, this is what I mean. And it's usually, it starts with a target, and then we want to increase the number of people who own houses in Saudi, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Underneath, there's a huge mountain of, that starts with legal reforms, and then fixing and amending the practices, monitoring, auditing, and pushing sometimes with incentives, and all of these work together so that we can reach that goal. And most people don't know what happens underneath. They just see the tip of the iceberg on the top.
And obviously, as president of the Human Rights Commission, this is what you do day in, day out. This is something that's not just a job, but very much an intrinsic passion that you have for bringing about this change to the fabric of society. And I know from our conversation that this idea about starting with housing is really important, partly because it's linked to everything else from health and education and well-being and community and all of those other things, but also because it then acts as a springboard for so many other things, very much linked to those sustainable development goals. So can you just talk about that link between the two, so the right for adequate housing and that link with sustainable development goals?
Well, basically it goes back to the same notion of what is about owning a house or living in a house. So if you look at the sustainable development, it's just a great plan put forward by the UN, and I think it kind of revolutionized how the UN works with member states, because they set goals and targets.
Yeah.
They came down to the toolkits and specific objectives. That is not a usual practice by multilateral organizations like the UN. Usually they set general goals, standards, or they agree on certain conventions and all of that. But for them to actually bring the world to promise not to leave anyone behind and set the 17 objectives, and to have countries actually voluntarily compete to bring or report on their progress, I think this has revolutionized their work. But again, if you go back, if you look at the SDGs, for example, SDG 1 about ending poverty, or 2, ending hunger, or health, or education. So again, they all come together within this house owning. This is where it all starts.
Yes.
I mean, I cannot think of anything if I'm hungry, right? So the same thing applies to prosperity of a nation, or the progress, or building human capital. These are secondary rights, the basic rights. One of them is housing. So, and statistics show that if you have a house, then probably your children will be safe, and then they can excel in school and so on. And the same applies to hunger, poverty, and all of these issues. They are fundamental, basic rights that only if those are locked and secured, that you can actually think of other things, other more sophisticated rights.
Yes,
so,
it's the platform, the benchmark, isn't it, upon which everything then can be built?
Yes, and again, when we talk about housing, it's not just this, again, basic unit, although it is a very important one, but it's also related to the community. Now, when we talk about well-being, for example, it's also part of these initiatives,
yes,
where you build a community where there's a park, there's a place where people to be entertained, get fresh air, there's a nearby clinic or hospital, school is also nearby. So the basic needs, again, are within initiatives related to planning urban cities and designing them. Also, the issue of environment-friendly development, more trees, clean cooking, clean energy, all of that. So this is what's about to have a proper planning for cities, and Riyadh is among the cities that is expanding very quickly, and it's expanding horizontally also. But I think there's a benefit to that, where you can actually plan it well. But it also applies to other cities in Saudi Arabia, outside Riyadh, where also planning is based on the needs of a human. So again, it's all centered around the human, and the human needs, and of course the human rights.
Human centricity. And we're here at the Real Estate Future Forum, so obviously talking about housing, planning, development, investment into things that make a fundamental difference. How can people in this audience play their part in helping to realize this outworking of a basic human right and a human need, which is great affordable housing. Can you speak directly to the audience about the part that they play?
Well, I think that, to start with, there are basic rights associated with planning of cities in general, and especially in initiatives related to real estate. One of them, for example, is accessibility. And by accessibility, we don't just mean accessibility of the neighborhood or the community, but also accessibility of individuals, like people with disability. And the planning of a city to be accommodating to the needs of people with disabilities is fundamental. Because people with disability are not only people born with disabilities, but elderly citizens are also needing that planning to take place. This is something that needs to be at the core of anyone responsible for planning. Also, looking at the culture and how the culture translates into communities and designing of cities and all of that. Otherwise, all cities everywhere will be exactly the same. Riyadh will be a replica of New York and so on. But that's not healthy because, again, part of us living together is also to have our differences. And that should also be reflected in the way our cities look and our houses also exemplify. So accessibility is very important. Respect to culture is very important. Of course, we benefit a lot recently from technology and smart homes and all of that. Not a big fan myself. I still like to do things the old way, and I still like to have a piece of paper and a pencil. But I understand that the whole world is moving towards that, and it's also helping and adding values to the way we are living.
It can be hard sometimes, though, to balance some of these diverse priorities and diverse groups of inhabitants and citizens and residents and the older people maybe who need things like mobility or accessibility, or the younger generation, and I'm making huge generalizations here, who might want higher tech provisions. Are there some examples where you've seen it done really well, where all of these different disparate ideas are married together and create communities that are really powerful and effective?
In Riyadh, yes, we see now that some of the projects are designed that way, exactly. Even in public places, for example, respecting, for example, a nursing mom and what she needs, or again, a child on a stroller and all of that. So you see it in the design of all the parks nowadays and the new parks in Saudi. But I think the problem with cities I've visited around the world is that most of them are old, so that you add to an existing structure. I think the benefit we have here is that we're building new cities, and if we start well, if we start at the right with the right priorities, I think we will be at the forefront of designing cities that actually match the basic human rights. But again, going back to older cities, and these amendments and changes are not very difficult to do. I've seen buildings, government buildings that have been adjusted for the needs, for example, of people with disability with minimal cost, because it's just not that difficult to do. If you have the understanding and the right intentions, then it's easily done. So I'm very optimistic that every city can be turned into a friendly city to the basic human rights and to accessibility.
Well, I love the optimism, and also it's so encouraging to be in a place like Riyadh where you can literally build from the ground up without constraints. But let's talk a bit more about this sort of national perspective around the kingdom and perhaps some of the most significant reforms or initiatives around the right to adequate housing in Saudi Arabia as a whole. Can you share some thoughts on those significant reforms and initiatives?
So the whole system, and I think the Ministry of Municipality has talked more about it. This is their core. But I think at the heart of it is also changing the requirements and, for example, adding women. That was not present before. Also adjusting the regulations of program Sakani, and that helped in increasing the number of people benefiting from it. Also making adjustments to, for example, the youth and at what stage they can benefit from these initiatives and all of that. Because that's great if you have a plan for a house when you are still young, just freshly graduating, and you start planning for your house and the government is supporting you. I think shifting to the youth is also very significant. But again, the game changer was the empowerment of women in the housing. And I think it did not only add to the numbers of people benefiting from these initiatives, but also added to the whole concept of empowering women. Because again, having a roof under which you can build a family or is different, especially for women who are supporting their families, whether they're single moms or widowers or divorced women or whatever situation they're in. For them to also have access to all of these initiatives and not have any obstacles to how much they can be supported by the government, I think also changed a lot, not only, as I said, in the housing initiative, but also in the social development of the society and the empowerment of women.
Yes, and do you see that continuing? You've said it obviously has an amazing impact on women, some of these reforms. Is it continuing in that direction? Do you see there being continued momentum, or do you feel like we've gone as far as we will? What comes next?
Well, if you work with the Saudi government, you will learn that there is never an end to the ambition. There's always, all the targets have been revisited and increased. And one of them, for example, is the participation of women. The initial target was to reach 30% participation by 2030.
Yes.
We reached 30% by 2022.
That's extraordinary. I mean, we always look to Saudi Arabia particularly as having these hugely ambitious stretch targets, because if you don't quite make it, then you've still gone a long way. But you've even beaten the stretch target. How many years early? 7 years early?
7 years, almost 7 years.
So where's the target going to get moved
Exactly.
to?
So we revisited the target and we revisited the methodology by which we set that target and realized that maybe we need to change the target.
Yes.
And now the target is also under study. This also applies to the number of Saudis owning or people living in Saudi owning houses, also change the perspective of the inclusivity of the society. Now, even non-Saudis can own properties in Saudi Arabia, and this also is changing. And that's also part of the vision, because the vision does not only focus on, the development of Saudis, but the development of the country, with all people living in the country. And it is more and more encouraging of a more diverse community with people coming from different backgrounds, different cultures, and mingling together. And again, if non-Saudis can own their houses, this adds to the diversity of the community.
Is there anything more that you'd like to see us doing, the people in this room, the people in the real estate sector? Is there anything further that people could be implementing, thinking about, considering to really build this future for humanity in a way that creates equal opportunity for all, that creates those basic rights that we have as humans? Is there a sort of a final challenge or request you'd like to make to the people listening to you today?
Well, I just hope that the prices are reduced because it is becoming an issue, especially with the young generation. But I also like it that the standards of living are moving in the right direction, which is, smaller houses where people are closer together, many apartments and younger people living in apartments. That's also a shift and a change in our culture to the right direction. But I think among everything that is happening, it is unfortunately accompanied by an inflation in the prices, at least in Riyadh, and I think there has to be some sort of a solution to that, so that we will have more people coming, can afford to live here, and also for the young generations that are planning their future to have access to all of these great initiatives and great projects.
So maybe that needs to be an ongoing dialogue with some of the key players in the industry, with yourself, with some of your fellow government ministers and people who are at the forefront of driving these changes, because ultimately this outcome is about this core human right to development. So in closing, is there one final message that you'd like to share with everybody who's had the privilege to listen in on your wisdom today?
Thank you very much, and thank you for listening. I think it's very important to always remember that this vision is a human-centered vision.
Yes.
And that all of these initiatives, no matter how they seem to be far from the human rights and the human needs, they are actually centered around the human living in Saudi Arabia. And this applies to everything else that is happening. So for people who are also taking part in these initiatives, for them to remember that this is for the development of the human, and it is a human right.
You've said that beautifully. Human rights, human development, front and center. That centricity, that focus is such an important thing to maintain it at the core of everything that we're doing. I really appreciate you being with us today.
Thank
Please,
you very
can you
much
show
for
your
having me.
appreciation for Her Excellency, Dr. Hala Al-Tuwaijiri. Dr. Hala, it was delightful. So special. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. It's nice to know that we're at the cutting edge of ensuring that these basic human rights are met and delivered, and that the real estate industry is such a significant player in that. There's a reason why you all do what you do. It's not about the buildings, it's not about the bricks and mortar, as we've said so many times. And with the theme of this forum around the future of humanity, just keeping that human heart at its center, the reason why we do what we do, building for the people that we are building for, the inhabitants, the communities. That's a wonderful, wonderful endorsement there from Dr. Hala, and I'm really grateful that she was with us today. So we're going to move on now to continue talking about humanity with a very specific project called the Humanity Project. And this is all about innovating in extraordinary ways, philanthropic ways for a better world. And my next guest is an absolute superstar in this. I'm hoping she's with us. I'm just checking before I begin my introduction. Yes, amazing, fantastic, because we are joined by Her Royal Highness Princess Lamia bint Majed. She's the Secretary General of Al Walid Philanthropies, and she is joining us here on stage at the RFF, and this is going to be a session you don't want to miss, so please, Princess Lamia, come and join me on the stage. Your Royal Highness, what a pleasure. Please have a seat. Princess Lamia, this is your first time, I believe, here at the forum. You're going to need to speak right into that. Sorry. Okay. How has been your experience so far?
I'm very much excited. I just want to say thank you very much for having me. It's such an honor and a privilege to be here today. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, and we are the honored ones to have your presence, and especially because you're here to talk to us about something that is so critically human-centric, so fundamentally human at its heart. And I'd love to hear a little bit more, and please do tell the audience more about exactly what it is that you do with Al Walid Philanthropies and what the foundation itself does around the world.
So I'm the Secretary General of Al Walid Philanthropies. Al Walid Philanthropies is a foundation that works in almost 190 countries around the world. We work in 5 areas of focus. The first one is community development, goes under health, education, infrastructure, empowering women and youth, and we lean toward the creative economical empowerment. We do a lot of providing vital disaster relief. We bridge gaps between cultures and traditions, and also our new area of focus, which is promoting for a healthier environment, and my own, I would say, favorite area of focus, which is bridging gaps between, of course, culture, as I said.
That sounds amazing, and you talk about your personal focus and your favorite initiative, but there must be a reason why you do this. What is it that got you into this in the first place? Why do you care so much about ensuring that these projects are successful?
Listen, there is a lot of things that you do in life and you participate in to make your community better, to make your world better, even to make your family better. We believe that every step, even though it's a very small step, it counts. And our work, it's always, we don't do anything with our own hands, but we believe in collaboration with other partners. Our chairman, His Royal Highness Prince Al Walid, always say you don't have to have the knowledge about everything. وبالعربي دايما يقول اعطي الخبز الخبازة. ولكن what's required from us is strategy, articulating the need, and putting a very clear goals to achieve. So I'll give you a very small example. We've been working with the International Scouts Foundation for over 13 years now. And we've been very lucky, alhamdulillah, to introduce the Girl Scouts in Saudi Arabia, led by Princess Sama bint Faisal. And I know for some people, it's only volunteering. No, it's not. Of course, you know, the International Scouts, it's a full community. You're giving young girls the opportunity to become the future leaders. So I know it will sound maybe small for the other project that we're doing, but when you see the effect on those young girls and the effect on their communities, we did this affiliation with the Scouts in almost 6 universities around the kingdom, and it's been an amazing success, alhamdulillah.
I don't think anything is small when it touches one person's life.
Absolutely.
I think the way we measure is through the impact we make person to person to person, and it's such a refreshing thing to hear from you.
Absolutely.
Because the foundation's been going for more than 4 decades, is that right?
Yes.
Over 40 years?
This year it's the 45th anniversary.
I mean, that's absolutely extraordinary. And you said you had projects in more than 190 countries around the world. That is absolutely phenomenal.
We almost invested in humanity over $4.4 billion. With Saudi Riyal, I think it's 18 billion Saudi Riyals. And alhamdulillah, we reach over 1.2 billion beneficiaries. And I'm very pleased to tell you all of this happened and with a team of 10 Saudi ladies only. So I'm very proud of them.
You should be incredibly proud of them. That is an extraordinary achievement.
Yes.
And can you tell us a little bit more in general terms about some of the foundation's guiding principles, some of the values that drives the work, some of those things that we can all be inspired by to find maybe that resonate with our own personal values and mission?
As I told you, we believe that if you want to do a maximum impact on communities, you have to collaborate. We do, this is one of our main beliefs in the foundation, is the collaboration with different entities that make you reach your goal, not in the fastest way, I would say the most accurate way, and you will make sure to ensure that you reach your target, and maybe in a lot of cases we exceed the target as well.
Yeah.
So it's collaboration, because I with all the amount of work and all the amount of actually the areas of focus we talked about, it will be very hard to run by one team, and it's also the vision, the expertise, and the techniques, the technicality as well.
I mean, collaboration is a topic that we've heard mentioned many times on this stage over the last few days, because creating allyships, creating partnerships seems to be one of those absolute tickets to success in everything that the people in this room are doing. And the Foundation has formed a number of very significant partnerships over the years. I've got here listed the Gates Foundation, UN Women, Habitat for Humanity. How do you go about, first of all, selecting your partners, evaluating them, and then how do you go about aligning your goals, their goals, to create a really effective collaboration?
So of course, it's we do our own homework. We have a loyal partners, I would say. UN Habitat is one of them. Yeah. There's a lot of UN entities or Habitat for Humanity, of course. We already worked with them, so you kind of ensure the result. But of course, we in the foundation, we have a formula. And this is, of course, the vision of His Royal Highness Prince Al Walid. We have to have a governmental entity from the country itself. And we have to have an international entity, a local NGO on ground, just to ensure that this is exactly what's needed for this community, because we never did a one-size-fits-all. We do respect each community to, study what it's needed exactly to empower this, this community. And of course, us, we be supervising. A very good example for this is our collaboration with Masr Al Khair. We have a very unique project with, in Saudi Arabia with the Ministry, of course. We provide 1,000 unit for the needy family. We duplicate this in Egypt as well with Masr Al Khair and the international, and the ministries there. And alhamdulillah, till date, we reached 8,000 units in Egypt, and I believe in Saudi Arabia as well.
I love the fact that you're talking about marrying and aligning local knowledge and expertise, so cultural, local, on-the-ground knowledge, with maybe expertise from external partners, with also regulatory alignment and all of those things. Because I'm going to try and say this, I've been practicing. You say, Yet wahada ma tsufik. Was that good or not? No, no one understood me. One hand can't clap. I thought it was Yet wahada ma tsufik. Is that not right? You're laughing at me now.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Come on, give it to me properly.
يد واحدة ما تصفق. Yes, you
I
get
mean,
it right.
It wasn't that far off. But this idea of one hand can't clap and creating unity. And how does that therefore translate into these successful projects? Because it's not just about ticking boxes to say, we have an NGO, we have a local, we have a, so talk to me about sort of the heart of these unified projects.
It's all about the calling. So we do a lot, as I said, we do a lot of housing all around the world with different criteria, aspect, causes, but I'll give you a very good example, which is the heart. When we started researching how we can support in Yemen, so we went to Siderby and UN Habitat, and we said, what can we do there? And it's also, it is the vision of His Royal Highness Prince Al Walid that it's the minimum for any person to feel his dignity is saved, I would say, to have a roof on top of his head. So we went and we did this collaboration with those two amazing partners. We benefit over 4,000 families in Yemen. And when we went there, we saw an urge to train the, youth in Yemen that we train that ends with jobs. So we affiliated with Education for Employment, and alhamdulillah, over 11,000 beneficiaries now have jobs in Yemen with, of course, a housing unit.
That's extraordinary. Those are amazing numbers, amazing numbers.
Yes.
That's an amazing achievement. And that's in Yemen, and you've mentioned some of these projects closer to home. Yeah. So can we just talk a little bit more about these 1,000 housing units that have been put in place in Saudi Arabia and that collaboration with Masr Al Khair? Did I say that right?
Misr al-Khair, it's the one
That's in Egypt, okay.
yes.
And then the one in
here
Saudi, can you tell us about that one again?
there is a need in Saudi Arabia to satisfy, of course, the needy family, and it was a really I would say it was one of satisfying project for me personally.
Tell me why.
Because at the end of the day, those people were it's not only putting roof on top of their heads. You know, when you feel secure and stable, you start thinking about building your life.
Yes.
You start thinking about your future, what you want to do for your family, how you can provide. But at the end of the day, you're not scared how you're going to pay the rent or how you're going to pay your mortgage.
Yeah.
You have a unit set. So we decided, you know what, there's something else that we can do for those families. So we started providing 1,000 cars.
Oh my word.
With the units, yes, and almost 70% of them we did an affiliation with Careem. So we have almost every year, we have over 700 cars go to the beneficiaries. They can work together with Careem to, deliver goods or, or drive people around. Not only this, and we saw the need for the disabled people, the physically disabled people,
yes.
How we can make them a part of the community and how they can contribute to the economy as well and make them feel, that they're still alive, I would say. So we created this initiative. We equipped cars that they don't actually drive it with their legs, with their hands. We have till date over 70 male captains in Careem, and we have almost 20 female captains as well.
An extraordinary success story, and also ties in beautifully with what Dr. Hala was talking about, Her Excellency, to do with the human right for housing, because that's where everything starts, building a life, mobility, getting out. And it sounds like you're really taking it to that next step.
Yes.
How many collaborative partners would you need for a project like that? I mean, you must have to partner with a huge number of different organizations and companies.
It's us and the Ministry of Housing.
That's it?
Yes.
This is what you're doing within the foundation?
Yes, and the team, whether it's from the foundation or, of course, the ministry team is incredible, to be very honest.
That's absolutely phenomenal.
Yes.
It's a real accolade to your passion and the work that you and your team are doing, which is phenomenal. I understand that the foundation also has a really quite unique focus on integrating green jobs into the housing projects that you're particularly involved with, around sub-Saharan Africa as well. Can you talk a little bit, because we do discuss these issues at the forum, around your perspective on green building, on sustainable building, and how that needs and is playing a part in shaping the future of urban development?
So, as I mentioned before, that we do study each and every community, and even though housing project, it differs from a country to another. So we worked with one of our partners, which is the Nubian Vault. They took the concept of the Nubian houses in Egypt, which is a very hot all year long cities, how they build it, and we start implementing it in Africa, in sub-Sahara Africa. So actually, we build those houses with the natural resources and it differs from a country to another, but we depend mainly, like over 80%, on the natural resources of the country. Not and again, as I told you, we always look to a creative empowerment.
Yes.
I would say chances for us to support. So we started to train the masons to build their own homes. And a lot of business and a lot of entrepreneur was created in almost, I would say, 9 or 10 countries. And alhamdulillah, we have over 40,000 beneficiaries there. And but at the end of the day, and specifically this initiative, it doesn't only reflect on the community, it reflects on the environment. It gives a very good example that you always have a different options for you to support and to build those type of houses.
I love that idea that we always have options.
Yes.
Because sometimes I think we can feel a little bit stuck, we can feel a bit constrained, we can feel a bit as if it's too big a challenge, but it sounds like you've constantly found creative ways forward and creative solutions.
Yeah. It's only if you have the mentality of search.
Yeah.
I'm a person who truly believes in data, so I always I do my homework, my team does their homework, and this is how we create and we approve projects all around the world.
Amazing. And it's therefore based on the facts, on the data, on the science, on the economics of a project, and looking at it holistically rather than, I suppose it would be quite easy to say, well, this is going to do the maximum amount of good in one area, maybe building houses, but it might have a negative impact on other things. So you're looking at this incredibly holistically.
That's very interesting because, of course, our chairman, he's one of the biggest businessmen in the world. And he always say, I'm investing in humanity. And he always say, you have an ROI. You come back with an ROI, $1, how it reflects on a human life.
And I love the fact that we can measure ROI in the impact on human life as much as in cold, hard cash that comes back into the organization. It's a really important message, Your Highness. I really like that. Can you tell us a little bit about Chakwas Mountain? Because I know that you are very passionate about projects. You lit up when I just mentioned it. But projects that are as much about preserving culture and integrating culture and heritage as about creating the solutions that you are so keen to bring about for the communities you serve. So please give us some insight into that.
We started actually supporting artisans in the 80s.
Wow.
When I first took the position, I'm very passionate about the crafts in general.
Yeah.
So I was very keen to understand what's the impact, where we reach, since, you know, in the paper and the financial sheets, you've been supporting for that amount of time. So I thought that we're gonna find like a humongous amount of achievement, but it was zero. And I was shocked because it was only training. You never provided them with jobs or connecting them with market or resources. So we only train for them to khalas. They get trained, they're good, they know how to do the pieces, and then you leave them. So we actually revisited the full project, and we decided, you know what, no, let's stop. And we affiliated with Chakwas Mountain on training that ends with a line, a product line.
How amazing.
So we started actually providing pieces for hotels, governmental entities, private entities, and alhamdulillah, we worked with Chakwas Mountain. It's not only in Saudi Arabia, we worked in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Palestine. And in Saudi Arabia, I think a lot of people present in here, maybe you are staying in the Four Seasons.
I was going to say, because there's a link with this property, with the brand, isn't there?
Exactly, and all the room accessories in the rooms, the artwork along the corridors, it's all done by our artisans. And we're launching our line in Harrods this summer, inshallah.
That deserves a massive round of applause. That's an incredible achievement. Please, let's just recognize that amazing achievement. Because I've been admiring the ceramic pieces in the rooms.
Ceramic pieces, leather, wood, different materials.
If you haven't had a chance to have a look at some of the artwork and some of the accessories in this property, and you're not staying here, maybe try and have a look online, because they are absolutely beautifully crafted pieces. And yeah, I'm incredibly impressed. And the fact that you're creating jobs beyond just upskilling makes all the difference for these people's lives.
Some of our ladies, some of our artisans ladies now, they created their own brands. We actually work with them as whenever we have a bigger order, so they're our go-to person just to support with us. So it's a very successful, cheerful project, I would say.
Oh, and it's tangible, which is so lovely.
It is.
Yeah, and it does another thing which I know you're a huge advocate for, which is bridging some of the East-West cultural pieces. And the fact that you're going into Harrods is, you know, fascinating there.
Inshallah.
Why is it that you care so much about sort of bridging the East-West cultural gaps?
Because I believe we've been always misunderstood, misportrayed. And I believe there's a lot of ways beside advocating. It's those type of pieces. It's a dialogue by itself.
Yes.
You would never fight over a piece of art. You would never. We may have different views, but we would never fight. I would be much interested to understand about you, and you would be much interested to know more about me if you like my pieces.
Yes.
So it's a way of a dialogue, but in a different way.
So using culture to understand difference, to explore and debate rather than judge and create opinions. That's amazing. Paint us a picture for your vision of the future. I mean, you've got some big, ambitious plans. You've got all of these projects. I'm sure you have many, many more coming down the line. What would you like the next 5 years to look like for the foundation? Are there some things that we should be watching out for?
Actually, you know what, with all the technology happening around the world and the AI and all of this amazing things, I believe we have now, all the NGOs and NPOs have, I would say, the responsibility to prepare the youth from different levels in the community, how they can start digesting the concept of how technology gonna take over a big part of our life, and how they can contribute, or how they're going to use this for a greater good. Because, as you know, there is a lot of, jobs, it's going to be like vanished in a way or another. So you need to prep those level, how they can make a living from the technology, or how they can use it for their own good, and for their families, of course. I would say this is very important to watch for.
You're a true trailblazer. I mean, an extraordinary figurehead for bringing about change. So do you have a final message for this audience when it comes to, I guess, something that they are all trying to do, which is create more inclusive, more sustainable communities that have human centricity baked into them? Is this something that we all need to be doing differently, that we can learn from or be inspired from the way you've approached your projects?
Everyone in this room and the world have a passion, a certain passion, whatever it is, whether it's, providing, you give your time to teach kids, or you build something, you donate something. Whatever you want to do not underestimate, even though if it's a very small thing. If you just smile in another person's face, you don't know what this will do to that person. Also, nowadays, it's not that hard to donate on the line of passion that you want to have an impact in. It's very easy with technology. It's only one click away in your mobile, and you can donate, you can participate, you can collaborate. So it's just be open, and it's always look more than the territory you're in. There's a lot of things that you can even transfer knowledge that will, believe me, not create a big difference. It can save people around the world.
Wow, so we're now in the business of saving lives, and I think that's a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much. And if you don't know about the foundation and the work that it's doing, will you please go and explore it and investigate it and research it, because it is truly inspirational. Your Royal Highness, Princess Lamia, I am so honored to have had the chance to chat with you today. Thank you for sharing and inspiring and challenging us all to do more of what we're passionate about and to save some more lives.
Perfect. Thank you.
Her Royal Highness. Thank you. It's beautiful. I love that we're talking about people. I love that we're talking about having humans right at the heart of our projects. And we're now going to turn to the topic of smart cities, which on the surface sounds a little bit technological, but I'm sure that my two next guests are going to help us all to understand how smart cities still has human-centric design at its heart. So I'd love to welcome onto stage two amazing distinguished experts in urban development and the future of cities. First, we have Dr. Adel Al-Zarani. He's the Executive Director for Community Development Charters at Roshan Group. An amazing background and tons of experience and expertise in designing and facilitating major urban developments over the last 15 years, and it makes him a really pivotal figure in shaping the future of urban spaces here in the Kingdom. And alongside Dr. Adel, I am delighted to welcome his friend. They are great on a panel together. They share the stage many times. But we have Vladislav Butenko, and he's the Managing Director and a senior partner at BCG. He's also the Global Head of BCG's Center for the Future of Cities. He also has extensive experience looking at the future of cities and is a recognized fellow of the BCG Henderson Institute, where his research explores this entire topic, looking at the future, looking at cities, how we design, how we plan. So they're going to share these invaluable insights about the evolution of our urban environments and how innovative strategies can transform the cities of the future. So please give a very warm round of applause to Dr. Adel and Vladislav Butenko. Please come and join me, gentlemen. That wasn't a rousing round of applause. You can do better. Vlad, hi, have a seat. Very nice to meet you, Dr. Adel. Please come and join me. Either is fine. Yeah, one there and one there is great. You're going to need to speak nice and close into your microphones. Oh, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Can we just...
Hello.
Yes, that's brilliant. Vlad is here. Dr. Adel, is your mic working? Can we just do a quick check? It should do.
Hello.
Oh, perfect. Great. Well, I know this audience is very keen to learn from your perspectives, and I've loved our chats that we've had in the run-up to this session, really looking at the future cities and the future of how we design, how we plan, how we create urban developments that are smart. So, let's talk a little bit about your involvement in these projects and what you've been doing and some of those insights that you've got. And you come from a perspective of Roshan's developments, don't you, Dr. Adel? And all of those things that you're doing to do with developing smart cities. And when we spoke, you mentioned that technology isn't just a gadget. It's not just about putting the gadget into a city. It's all about an enabler and enhancing the quality of life for the people in those cities. So can you start by giving us an example of what you believe a truly great smart city is, how that needs to look?
Thank you so much, and my honor to be, this is my third season for Real Estate Forum. I believe smart cities is not anymore about only technology. It's basically the digital glue that I call it glue the three things. I call the PSP, people, space, and what are the possibilities that we'd like to bring to the cities for the future. So inspiring community is basically a digital sense of belongings that can make people's life easy and access. Many examples we can share today. We can start that today here in the Kingdom, we have very amazing benchmarking, the local benchmarking for us, that we can tell the people what we are doing as smart cities principles. We have the muscles and we have the brain. And in the same time, we became an attractive cubicle for talent. If I go with what we are doing with Roshan today, in Roshan, we embrace these concepts. Building community, we go beyond just to a space. We try to create experience, connection, and attractiveness. And every time I tell people that bringing the smart principles to your real estate developments is what makes Roshan has a long waiting list when we look to the sales or marketing of the units. If you talk about the single units or the multi-family units, we have really a waiting list for those who are interested to own from Roshan. It's not about the unit, it's about the community, the livability. It's about the smart environment that we are building. If we look to different samples about inclusivity, if we talk about livability, and if we talk about the sense of belongings, we looked to the history. Many cities in the world, they faced huge challenges in health, safety, security. They faced huge issues in infrastructure. But when you think about that, bringing smart principles to be part of the development, you are gonna be amazed how these cities achieved an amazing journey. If we look to Tokyo, for example, they have a vision which is for 100 years. They started in 2015. Before 2015, what they faced actually, they faced low e-services. They had a service before 2015, by the way, but they have low services. The IoT was not doing its job properly. Plus, there are kind of like inequality between who going to have the Wi-Fi or to make your life easier, either in education, job, health, and so on. Barcelona and Superblock, when they adopted this smart system, they increased the walkability by 40+%. You can walk in the city. If you look to Tokyo, they reached to around 30% of the public spaces. They have free Wi-Fi. And 40% of all the parks across the whole country, they created a smart entry to protect the quality, to protect the waste management, to protect also the landscape features, smart irrigation system, a lot of things. I'm not going to go into that deep. If you look to Medellin in Colombia, it used to be called the crime capital. In the 90s, it was #1 in the world with a high crime rate. How did they use or adopt the smart city principles? I'm going to come to that later. And thank you so much.
Yeah, they're fascinating examples. It's lovely to see these concepts being brought to life in very real ways rather than remaining as theories. And Vladislav, you've got some quite interesting perspectives about the future of cities and the directions that we're going in and where maybe technology can play a slightly different role.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Adel, for this introduction, this example. So I'm overseeing most of BCG's project in the cities area. And many people ask me, so what do you learn about this project? What have you learned? So I've calculated we've done over 1,000 projects over 5 years. And my one-line conclusion is cities are quickly becoming obsolete.
I mean, that's quite a major statement. Maybe we just need to give them a moment to absorb what you've just said.
It's not a statement which makes you relax, right? We all live in cities. We have our homes in cities, our work in cities, our friends live in, cities are becoming obsolete. What is meant by this is that most cities, in most dimensions, they're not ready really for the future because the future is arriving faster than the city can deal with this. Why? Cities are infrastructural solutions to people who want to live together and to want to be happy, right? Yeah. That's how cities started, right? Rather than living everyone individually, people saw that, real estate can be cheaper if it's close to each other. Mobility can be easier if you walk for 1 hour and not work for 10 hours between villages, etc. Mm-hmm. And what we see is several things. First of all, cities, as I said, they are supposed to make people happy who are inside the cities. And urbanization is going to continue. By 2050, another wave of people is going to come to cities. The population of major cities is going to double. Think about this, double. Cities are infrastructural solutions. Infrastructure is not that quick to change. Mm. So think about doubling the population Where it happened in some cities, it became a major disaster. So one challenge is the population. The other challenge is the mix of the population. On the one hand, you have more senior people. More senior people, they're more and more. The average age is increasing in the cities, and the more senior people, what they do is they don't work, and they actually quite expensive to maintain, right? If I can use this term. Younger people are another generation which says, you know, I would like to work more. I would like to work less, sorry. I would like to make more money, but I would like also to live a beautiful life and have a lot of free time. And I don't know if you can see the slide here. Yeah, I'm going to show this in a second, but the very simple point as an introduction, young people will switch between the cities, and young people will leave the cities where they're not rooted anymore, like we were, and they will go to another city. Hopefully they will go to Riyadh, they will go to other cities in the Middle East. They will just vote with their feet. And Dr. Ado, you spoke a little bit about infrastructure, you know, mobility. We all speak about better mobility solution, technology. We're going to speak about this. But the simple point is, despite what we say about, you know, more pedestrian infrastructure, more micromobility, people using their feet to move between different points in the city, the number of personal cars is going to double by 2040. And it's not my estimate, it's World Economic Forum estimate. The number of personal cars is going to double worldwide by 2040.
Wow.
Our city is ready for this.
And that's even in a world where we're trying to move to walkable cities and car-free cities, isn't it?
And then there is one more expectation, which is actually quite difficult, which is, you see this, right, with the globalization. First, we used to have growth, now we have deglobalization, geopolitics, so the global growth is slowing, and the politicians globally say, you know, our people are not getting happy because, you know, they want to make more money, and they want to buy more. The global economic system is now less suited towards this. And everyone is turning to cities to solve this. Why? Because 95% of future economic growth, 95% is going to come from cities. It's not going to come from rural or from towns or from small cities. It's going to come from big cities. And cities are not, they don't have a plan to deliver faster economic growth. So for all these reasons, what we're saying is the cities are becoming obsolete, and the technology infrastructure needs to help them find a solution to all these challenges. Yeah. And this is why, and then I'm done, this is why, and I'm going to speak a little bit more in detail about this. This is why for the last 7 years, BCG runs its major study, every time it's 2 to 3 million data points, on what will the future residents need in the city. And here you have an example of the dimensions that we measure. I'm going to speak a little bit more about this in a second, but the main point is cities are becoming obsolete. Technologies will need to find a solution. In order to find a solution, you really need to understand what future generations of residents in cities will want.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about this challenge of creating, designing, building cities for future generations, because it's where we're all at. Yes, we have to recognize diversity, and cities have to have a lot of provisions for different, disparate groups of people. But ultimately, we are creating cities for future generations. And Dr. Adol, you've spoken a lot about cities needing to sort of go through major surgery rather than just putting a sticking plaster on some of the, or you talk about giving them painkillers, don't you, for some of those urban issues and challenges that we're facing. So, you know, I know that we're going to talk about some of the solutions, but what are the pain points? What are the issues that we're coming up against?
I would like to continue from Vlad's point and to answer your question. Usually, it's very important for any real estate entity in any place, any spot in the world, that the most important thing is to define the DNA or the genetic codes that I can say the project is meeting the livability. And when I say livability, the word livability is a concept. When I say sustainability, it's a concept. What are the strategies and the tools that we need to use so we can say this city or this place needs a surgery, not just a painkiller?
Yeah.
I was talking to some of my friends and some of my senior leaders that, do you want us to use Advil and Solpadeine to solve a problem, or is it surgery? Completely different. Surgery is very important for long term because you're going to really see the positive impact on the economy, in the environment, in the social, and you're going to be a benchmark later on when you are a unique. This is why it's very important for us that learning, benchmarking, and integrating. If I'm going to use a sample or a case study or a benchmark from Colombia, one of the cities that I really love to talk about because they had tons of problems in the last decades. High crime rate. When I say high crime rate, you are talking about 400 plus per 100,000 citizens a year. If you talk about no public spaces, almost public spaces were not existing. If we talk about the transportation and the mobility and the connectivity, the city itself, inside the city, is defragmented. And the most crime rate, when you look at it, it's located in the upper hillside of the city. What did they do? Number one, they brought the IoT and they put it in the public realm. When I say public realm, means streets, open space in neighborhoods, parks, anything considered as a void in the city, they put the IoT. Why? Sensor to collect data, to monitor live. This is number one. Number two, they put to establish 30 parks with the size of 10,000 plus square meter. Number three, they put something called smart connectivity. They connected the downtown with the last edge or boundary in the city itself. I'm talking now about Medellin in Colombia. Also, they went to their areas that had high crime rate, and they built 200 schools, community centers, gym, and they made an outdoor sport facilities. When you look at these, you can find that, wow. Now, they are not looking to develop the cities. They're looking to produce new, healthy generation.
Yes.
Education, job, and so on. Now, if you look to Medellin, it's the rank of Medellin in the, it's called International Prosperity rank. It's number 47, top 100. In the past, it was not in the map. So it's a very important day when you look at the infrastructure, how you're going to connect the city, because at the end of the day, as Madeline said right now, that the city itself, it's mainly thinking about the citizen as first priority. What are the things that I need to provide for X and Y? Yeah. This is a very, very, very amazing case that I really like. Another case, I'm not going to spend much in that case, is when you look to Copenhagen. They had a very amazing park. And between 2005 and 2012, this park used to have a really high crime rate. And the parks were dark. The lighting was, there is no maintenance for the lighting. They put light as a sensor to do three things: measure the weather, monitor the crime and the behavior outside, and the third thing is to send live messages to the command center if there is a tree need to be irrigated, if there is a problem with the waste management, if there is a security issue, anything that you can imagine. Then later on, after 2 years, these parks became so crowded. All the cities, they come before everyone gets scared to go to that parks. And now Copenhagen is in the top 10 livable city, smart cities, and walkable cities.
Wow, that's major surgery, some of those things, as you've said. I mean, Vladislav, you probably want to build on that because you were intriguing in your point about young people not staying rooted in a city. So loyalty, obviously, or heritage or history isn't keeping people in one place. What's going to attract them to the next city?
Exactly, exactly. If we look at the slide, there is if we can.
Yeah, can you pop the slide back on?
Yeah.
Thanks.
The young people are much more pragmatic in deciding where to live, right? My generation, it's kind of, I'm from this city and I kind of want to always be there or at least return there, many times in the year, etc. Young people, they look, first of all, they have half of their lives in their pocket, right? They are on social media, they connect to the bank, they don't need to go physically, they buy, they get food delivered, they talk to on video, actually very high quality to the families and friends, etc. And they actually work also through the phone and through the laptop, so the less, anchored in the physical space and in the land of their ancestors and their family. We may discuss whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't think it's an entirely good thing, but this is our reality. What do we do with this, right? And therefore, we need to understand how they make this decision. So this slide, actually, it looks boring. It's a consultant slide, but actually, this is the answer to the question, how young people will decide between the cities. So, quickly, number one, and this is not just an idea, this is 3 times 3 million data points, so almost 10 million data points. We studied 75 cities, so many residents inside the city, and we asked about 100 questions. So it's quite a quant in terms of the study. And what we see is that they want to come to the city. At the surface, everything is clear. They come to the city to make money. That's called economic opportunity. Then they want to live a good life, right? That's livability. They actually want to be surrounded by neighbors that they trust and the friends that are around them. And also the other part of social capital, they want to feel good as being associated with the history and the future of the city, right? I want to be part of something bigger. The city tells me, you're part of this journey, we're in it together. Then you have, very importantly, speed of change. People do not want to live in a beautiful city that doesn't change.
Yeah.
They want change.
100%.
People want change. 100%. Then they have the future ones, and I'm not going to talk about that now, I'm going to talk about this later, but what we see, the current trend, something that we see already is the following. Number one, on the economic opportunity, they don't want just to make money. They want what is called investable surplus. So basically their income per month, minus cost of living per month, minus tax per month, or we can calculate per year, it should be a positive number, a big number, and over the lifetime, by the way, lifetime is different between different cities, they would like to accumulate a certain number, right? That's how they see. The problem with this, for instance, is in Paris, Zurich, in London, if you're an average person, your number is negative. So if you stay in the city with your average income, average tax, and average cost of living, you are quickly using your savings. This is why people do not live in London, Paris, and Zurich. They live outside, and further outside. We're going to talk about this in a second. That's one. What's interesting also is that livability there quickly becomes what is called personal time wealth. Well, personal time wealth is very interesting. Is that young people basically tell us, I want to live several lives. What this means is they take the 24 hours, minus 8 hours they sleep, minus work that they consider time wasted, right? Let's say work 8 hours, minus commute time, in Riyadh is 52 minutes per day, let's say 1 hour, minus time for daily chores. You need to, wash your clothes, you need to prepare your food if you do it at home, you need to, clean something, etc. And you have some number. And this number is something like 2 hours for an average person in London. And this number is, for instance, if you take an extreme, Maputo in Mozambique, it's like 20 minutes. Why? Because people walk to work, so they walk 2 hours to go to work and 2 hours back. So they lose 4 hours just to commute. And also when they go back home, they don't have a washing machine. They don't have a cleaning device, right? They do everything by hand. So it's only 20 minutes. So then you multiply this remaining time, wealth of time, over your lifetime by the intensity of experiences that a person can get in the city. And London, New York, Tokyo is amazing, right? We calculate this quite scientifically. And back to, you know, cities like Lahore or Maputo, you know, not very nice cities, unfortunately, you know, it's the same, you know, you basically see the same tree and the same, you know, animals every day. You don't have the intensity of your experience, of your life, such that you can remember this after 10 years, you can share this with your children and grandchildren. And so then when we calculated the amount of life units, we see that in London it's like 15, in Maputo is like half. So people live half of what they would like to expect in terms of fun life in Maputo, whereas in London they live, you know, 15 lives. And so the point is, and then we also can cover other dimensions if we have the time, but the point is future cities will need to design and use the technologies in order to solve these issues.
Yeah.
And because there's more and more competition, look at Riyadh, look at Dubai, look at Singapore, you know, cities are changing. These cities are changing much faster than cities in Europe, for instance. I see that cities in Europe are becoming a little bit of a, you know, luxury spending and, you know, nice tourist location. They're not growing and changing as fast as cities in Middle East or in Caspian regions, or even cities in Africa are doing a good job, some of them. So we need to understand the city leaders or designers, and they need to understand that if they don't make a drastic change with the infrastructure and reshape, they will be, as I said, obsolete, and they will be taking over this trend of young and high potential people moving to the better cities.
Gosh, so I think we know what some of the challenges are, and with all of that in mind, as we are sort of starting to get to the close of this, you've got so much insight to share. But with that in mind, Dr. Adil, what should developers, planners, architects, designers, investors be doing to build smarter cities, to address some of these challenges? What can we be doing in practical terms?
Thinking about I see most of the audiences here are from the young generation. And if you talk about the concept of Instagrammable, this is a concept now, it's common. Everyone now, when you go to take a selfie with the place, this means the place has something that attracts them. When I met Vladis last year, I just came from New York, and one of the spots that I love to visit and I liked the experience there was the Hudson Yard. And I believe most of you know Hudson Yard. Hudson Yard used to be an abandoned rail place with few people, few jobs. It's almost like a rare that no one actually wants to live in there. They developed this area with a very nice architecture, unique landmark. The good thing is they developed everything out of the box. The mindset that put the concept was amazing. They made kind of like an alliance out of smart architects with the local brains, and in the same time, they funded with the partnership. Going through the story of the real estate development, they built 5 skyscrapers for offices. They built 4,000 residential units. They built a unique landmark architecture, which is called the Vessel, it looks like a honeycomb buildings. And the most important thing is they provided a job for 10,000, you call it position. What does it mean? It means that smart mindset to how to develop and smart system to adopt. This can provide a very unique spot in the city. Number one, this spot in New York, only this spot, by the way, generates $19 billion a year. Search, you'll find that's amazing. A spot in a city generates $19 billion a year. Number two, 2 million international visitors. They visit that spot in Manhattan. They saved 30% from the electric bill that if you're going to develop it in a very classic conventional real estate development, this way of development reduced 30% in the electric bill that they're using because all the parking spots used the renewable energy, for lighting, for irrigation system, and so on. To answer your question, there is no a definite answer.
No, sad really. We'd love a magic wand.
Exactly. They have to think about, they look at the problem, how people they solve the problems. And let me tell you something. Today in the kingdom, we have a lot of stories to share with a lot of numbers. But I like to share the people who suffered years and years in environmental dilemmas and in security issues and to think more about how they brought PPP to be part of funding, how they made the alliance to bring the international architects. By the way, they brought international individual architects, not offices. And they brought the local mindset from the local governmental authorities. They thought together, they brought the sketch, and they brought an amazing, smart cities principal scholars in waste management, irrigation system. They did not go with the classic approach, with all respect to lead approach, or how can we be taking certification. This was not in their mind. In their mind is to have something more environmental design with the smart principles. Go and look to that case exactly, because this is one of the most successful cases in the whole world, that a very small spot in a huge city generate 19 B a year. And this is an amazing spot. Now, when you go there, you can call like Ministry of Interior or Wizard Dakhliya, whatever. They brought a lot of security to that space because they see it as a national treasure, not only to the state, but to the whole country.
It's a phenomenal example, and I would encourage everyone
exactly.
to look into it more. And I'm afraid we are going to have to really get into our closing now. So, Vladislav, given the framework that you've shared with us, which is fascinating, how are we going to be doing these things to really create real lasting value for residents, rather than using technology for technology's sake? What do we need to be doing to make our cities smarter but human?
One person on stage will not answer this question.
No, we could talk for hours.
Will answer this question, but I will share a couple of ideas, a couple of solutions that the technologies have made possible. One is think about commute. Typically, what is commute? Commute is, you think about, hustle, it's difficult, you're in the car, maybe you have a driver, but then, you're trying to make a phone call and, it's difficult because the line is not good, and also it's noisy, and also it's stressful, and, that is commute. But, and remember, in my example of young people want less commute. They say, commute is waste of time, wasting one time per day, that's, my precious life, I will never recover from this 1 hour, Now, technologies made an experience positive commute. Look at these trains that we see here. Riyadh Metro is actually very nice. And in many cities across the world, you see commute is less of a hassle, but actually a good experience, because you're in a nice location, it is clean, it is safe, you can read, you can talk, you can actually be there with your friends and family. You have good views, right and left, So actually, in some cities, visitors to the city, they go and visit the metro, right? I think this is the case, or will be the case for Riyadh and many other KSA cities. So that's one solution. The other solution is interplay between physical and digital life, right? We kind of now think that there is physical work in the office, that's high quality, and then this kind of remote work far away somewhere in cheaper location, right? But think about the interplay. We did another study called the meta city. The growing trend is actually people live a very good life. If we take Paris, 300 kilometers in Nantes, they commute to Paris only once a week for a nice and big and important meeting in Paris, and then they go to a nice restaurant, and they bring their families, and then they go back to Nantes. Nantes is 4 to 5 times cheaper than Paris in some dimensions. So the house is 3 times bigger. They can afford, domestic animals. They actually having good lives there with the family, and then yes, once a week, they do this long commute, which is now a nice commute, less than 1 hour, 350 kilometers. So that's another solution that is possible that we believe is going to be a good solution. And then maybe A third one is also about this work, right? We have central business districts, right? We have King Abdullah Financial District in Riyadh. And what we see is that there is place for work and time for work. There is place for life and time for life, previously at home. But there is also the third place.
Yes.
Think about, people working from the cafes, and think about people ordering food from the office. And we see that actually technologies are helping the central business districts to be an ecosystem, not just, we're collection offices and we provide the commute so people can go back home, but ecosystem that also manage the third place in such a way that it actually leads to a productive work for people who want to work in this moment, or productive life if you want to live a productive life.
It's truly integration now, isn't it?
It's integration, and then technologies are more and more providing the solutions. And I would advise that we all think about how technology can help solve the practical problem of real people, rather than, be in other interesting technology solutions.
I love that as a closing message, solving practical, actual problems. I'm afraid we're out of time, even though we could continue this discussion for a long, long time. But I'd love you all to join me, please, in thanking Dr. Adel Al-Zarani from Roshan and Mr. Vladislav Butenko from BCG for their insights here today on future smart cities. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you.
That whistled by. Absolutely, really enjoyed it. And now I'm going to hand back to Abdullah for the remainder of today.
Thank you. Thanks, Miriam. We will be waiting for you back to the stage after maybe 2 or 3 sessions, right? نجدد الترحيب بكم في النسخة الرابعة من منتدى مستقبل.
To the Real Estate Future Forum. Yesterday, Dalia moderated the session about the role of the digital transformation in the Kingdom of Saudi to further facilitate the housing ownership rate. Today, of course, she's moderating another session about enablers and the supportive programs, challenges and opportunities. This is to be by Mansour, Mr. Khalid, and Mr. Al-Abdulaziz Al-Ansari, all kindly requested to come on the stage to start the panel discussion. Peace be upon you all, ladies and gentlemen, honored and excited to welcome you again to this panel discussion about enablers and supporting programs, challenges and opportunities. Housing ownership percentage. Our housing ownership is everyone's ambition and every family's ambition. Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has made this target objective a core one, while focusing very much on enhancing and increasing the housing ownership all the way up to 70% by 2030. To do so, of course, different programs, enablers have been launched which seek to facilitate and streamline housing ownership. In this panel discussion, we'll be shedding fresh light on the most important enablers, talking about challenges and looking into the future and opportunities. We have a great elite speakers in this regard. Please welcome our guest speakers, Mr. Mansour, the CEO of the development programs in the real estate Development Fund. Please welcome again Mr. Khalid Abu Hassan, the Vice President of the Individual Banking Department in Al Bilad Bank. Mr. Abdul Aziz Al Ansari, the Individual Asset Department in Al Inma Bank. We'll get started with the Real Estate Development Fund. Mr. Mansour, today the fund has more than 11 solutions or programs, financing programs. Recently you have launched. Your installation is equal to your support. These kind of programs and the diversified programs, let us talk about how this has helped really the real estate development for the beneficiaries and the stakeholders and the programs that you launch. Explain to us the mechanism about this and how you apply this mechanism. First and foremost, peace and blessing be upon you all. Of course, beyond a shadow of doubt, apologies, I can't hear him speaking. The speaker, the microphone, please. Apologies. Apologies, the source sound input is very poor. And so with this in mind, our own keen interest to innovate these solutions, we aim always to make these solutions always focus to address all the challenges faced by the stakeholders, in addition to addressing all the solutions that help them to enhance the housing ownership. Great. Mr. Khalid, Bank Al Bilad has such a great partnership with the fund and different government entities. Tell us more about how this kind of partnership has helped really individuals to enhance their own housing ownership. First, the partnership with Al Bilad Bank and the Real Estate Development Fund and the Ministry of Housing and Facilities, generally speaking, is a kind of partnership that is well extended, strong enough, and we work continuously to enhance such kind of partnership. Through, of course, launching different initiatives, enhancing this continuously. With this in mind, a good example, I will just cite it to you, a journey that is made up of different phases through which we work constantly to facilitate the procedures, approvals, processes, operations, and also the technical link and connection all the way up to more than 10 years. So this kind of full link between the Real Estate Development Fund and the Al Bilad Bank gives like more comfort, more stream optimization that really helps to establish trust and confidence across all the parties. Again, we work constantly to develop our financing and funding services and products to help all the segments of society and customers and through the programs initiated launched by the fund. Al Bilad Bank is the first bank to have launched program for the payment, for the installment, all the way up to 150,000 Saudi riyals, and the your own installment program. So we constantly work on these issues to further help individuals and the bank to support the volume of the number of the beneficiaries through the diversified funding and financing tools and services. Today we're speaking about 4 key products or services, the most important of which is the readily made housing units, which is a flat or apartment, a villa or a townhouse, or you name it. And they all go through an easy to do or a process. This is one product. Other programs, support programs also apply to this. There is a product which is self-building or construction. They have a piece of land. Many people have a piece of land. They want to buy it. They want to build their own house based on their own design, or benefit from the lands and the plots. The land, the plots are based on the land plots granted by the Ministry of Housing. Today, the programs there, based on the partnership between the bank and the fund, helps to support these or this segment of society to benefit from their own self-made and self-built houses, because this is very important for a bigger segment of the our community across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and there is more demand. The third product, which is easy, of course, which is good for customers and clients, those who have real estate properties and want to make it like a mortgage and want to take some money. This kind of money to enhance their own existing real estate and to benefit from this like more and more with the easy to do procedures. The final product, which is the market trend, whether in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia or elsewhere, which is like offline map or sale, which is very good for a good segment for our customers and clients, for those who have good readiness and preparedness to wait for about 5 years or 4 years to have like a good housing unit, much less than if they want to take it to, or a readily made house. So the program is continued, supporting, through which, of course, through the programs, supportive programs I have already referred to, which is your installment is your own support. It is a good program for the support of the offline map or sale. One final program for the Al Bilad, for the bank itself, is for the entire ecosystem. Today we are working on supporting the real estate developer through different facilitation services, and then later, of course, for the credit bank account in general, and then the and also financing and funding the stakeholders and beneficiaries. Mr. Abdulaziz, how much in Al Bilad Bank you adopt fintech when it comes to the financing and funding solutions? First, I need to talk about what is it that we do in Al Inma Bank in terms of depending on fintech. Well, this is there in, it is made available now in the application of Al Inma Bank in terms of the application itself, where, of course, the operation processes and financial one and the financing one as well can be further supported. It is very important as well to look and take care of the youth segment, youth people, for their own application, which is known as like dignity, and it will go to different levels. Speaking of the real estate support through the fintech, well, honestly speaking, it should be divided into two. the first part, when we speak about real estate housing unit, financing and funding, the beneficiary should go there and look into the program or the project and see the materials used. So he or she needs to see this on ground. Unlike, for example, if it is like investment property, certain things can be overlooked. With this in mind, of course, the journey can be fully technical. But again, it is very important for Al Inma Bank and for all the banks and other banks and financing institutions to put like alpha generation for the future. This kind of generation in 2030 and 2040, there will be a different generation, totally different generation that depends heavily on augmented reality. Like technology is changing, so the bank and all the financing entities should be ready for this kind of, like technically speaking. So the bank is investing a lot in this regard and using the AI and others. So we will be quite ready and looking into the future. What is it, the future that can help and how it can further help in terms of supporting in particular. Great. Mr. Mansour, today we have different social segments or society segments and different abilities. The question is, what is the biggest challenge when it comes to applying certain financial and financing and funding solutions? Well, perhaps we need to agree that any success or successful project or work should face some challenges. So recently we worked on how is it possible for us to address these challenges, particularly the one that impacting directly on the stakeholders and beneficiaries, to find good solutions to give the ability to the stakeholders. Challenges can be divided into two parts. The first part is that we have challenges at the level of the market in terms of the at the level of the marketing. We worked on this, of course, to reduce this. And we provide a service for more than 30,000 beneficiaries, in addition to finding out solutions to overcome these challenges. The question is how to enhance the ability or the purchasing power of the stakeholders and beneficiaries in terms of the product and service they can choose that can be implemented based on their own purchasing power. The other issue is to enhance and foster the awareness so that we can come to better understanding in terms of what is it that can be provided, so that they can have clear-cut access to the information easily, to explain it to them, of course, what is it that can be possible. Based on this, we focused on those who have, and we have come up with like different purposes. The first of which is Thara Plus, which will focus more and more, like more than 20,000 Saudi riyals for each stakeholder. And the other one is for the credit-based stakeholder, which is like to benefit from these support while they end up having and owning these kind of benefit, of course. So when we look into this, we see some segment need more focus, actually, based on these challenges. But really, we are very much keen that any kind of support should be focused on this. We need to find out like good solution for the good housing unit and housing solution. So we need to have different solutions. If we look into the first one and the highest one, or the lowest one and the highest one, so this is all related to the beneficiaries. Let's jump onto and talk to the society or society segment that doesn't have any kind of bankability, less than 3,000, and they didn't receive any approval from the bank. How do you support this segment? Well, as I've said, the program targeted for the stakeholder whose salaries are less than 3,000 Saudi riyals. They have a program known as a benefit that ends up with their own individual ownership. They pay just like third of the housing unit so that their commitment will be reduced all the way up to 20 years. This program is reducing the burden, ensuring that the house will be owned by them. And this is one of the most important segments that we really use to support the people. Thank you. Great. Mr. Khalid, how do you address these challenges, risks, based on the high interest rates and their impact on the people around? Well, honestly speaking, the increasing growing rate or interest rate, we have gone through this and we have seen how how impactful it is just recently, particularly when it comes to the housing financing program. Well, it can be referred to in two types. One, for the beneficiaries, we depend, whether in Al Bilad Bank or elsewhere, on which is on a program that is based on profitability, which is like a fixed profitability percentage. So the beneficiary comes out with risk in terms of the high interest rates, so he will be impacted. The second point, when we have like high increases, we hope that directly, of course, by the Ministry of Housing, led by the Real Estate Development Fund with solutions to have better support. Recently, it was for the reduced support, and it really helped a lot. It really helped a lot. A big segment of society for the reduced support or reduced funding support or supporting fund and financing across the world in comparison with the world countries' programs. Mr. Abdulaziz, what are the most important challenges or key challenges facing the banking sector or system? Challenges are always most often motivating or motivational to creating like innovative solutions to overcome such kind of challenges. The biggest challenge is to find housing units appropriate and suitable for individuals based on their own income or salaries. Well, of course, in close cooperation with developers and the Real Estate Development Fund, we always try to link between the program available and the housing units available as well, be it like ready or offline map and sale. Well, continuously, this kind of work should always be there without any kind of compromise in terms of the ability of the individual or purchasing power, in terms of the salary, income. So we always try to do so across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia region. Let's speak a bit more on future. I'll quoting your speech, Mansour. Challenges create opportunities. Yes, promising opportunities have come into play and have seen light, and also ample opportunities, meaning that you come with the new ideas and insight. What is it that you have in terms of the update, the new in 2025 at the Real Estate Development Fund? We always seek to have our work resilient, ready for any challenges or opportunities that we can benefit from. Recently and currently, actually, we have been very much keen to providing more and more, particularly when it comes to the people who are in dire need, particularly for 2025, in order to achieve 25% of the housing ownership, and we hope to achieve it at the highest, which is, of course, to make it all the way up to by 2030 up to 70%. We always are working to achieving this all the way up to 2030. Bank Al Bilad, what is it that you have new for 2025? Well, Al Bilad Bank still working, driven by governance, regulations, supporting the real estate development programs and funds by the ecosystem developers, of course, as well, and supporting the different programs and projects. On the other side, we have been always talking about the supported segments. As for the non-supported segments, which are the majority of the society segments, we're working as well on new programs. We hope as well to help us more and more to help people to benefit more, or the customers and clients, those wishing to own houses. And this goes in line with some programs in HC that open the doors wide for housing ownership for non-Saudis. Bank Al Bilad Bank is always having something new every year for more enhancement, for more improvement. You'll announce this? Sure, yeah, sure we will. Sure we will. Al Inma Bank, any update? Any something new for 2025? Well, we're always at the bank puts in its own plans the digital transformation, which will be a key driver. And of course, it'll cover the biggest stage and the most available solutions or products more technically, without any touch points with clients. This is one thing. The other side is, as my friend said, that segments are different, and we don't ignore or turn a blind eye to the different segments, but we need always to focus on the marginalized, on the less focused segments in such a way to address their own needs across all the segments. It means, it seems that you talked about technicality and the technical side. Have you come to a point where the client seeks like a kind of financing and funding without he or she visiting the bank branch, not for all products or services, some of which have really become kind of automation or self-made, but again, some services or products require customer bank kind of communication. So, but the development coming into play across all the government entities and the oversight entities also help us to make decisions well-informed, faster, to take care or care for and cater for the requirements, which at the end of the day helps by and by to achieve a good journey milestone that is a fully digitalized journey. Great. Truly said, the future of the financing of housing unit and this kind of integration and harmony and harmonization between the banking system and the entities, also the fintech has really produced financial and financing enablers that will help into enabling a good segment of society to help them realize their own dreams. My big thanks go to you, Mr. Mansour, Mr. Khalid, Mr. Abdulaziz, big thanks go to you. You as well, the audience, thank you so much. Your attention is highly appreciated.
شكرا أستاذة داليا سيبي على إدارة هذه الجلسة ولضيوفك الكرام. Mr. Ben Deshetri, welcome.
very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining this session. I can promise you we have a very interesting discussion ahead of us. Today we talk about Vision 2030 and how mega projects are really transforming the cities and bringing as well innovation into our real estate sector. My name is Ben de Schietre and I'm Managing Director and Partner with Boston Consulting Group. And I have the true pleasure of welcoming two veterans of the real estate industry with me here as well, also two CEOs of large mega projects. David Henry, CEO of Mohammed bin Salman Non-Profit City, or MISC City as well, is with us, and Mr. George Tanasevich, the CEO of King Salman Park Foundation. Now, of course, Vision 2030 has really set an overall purpose for the country, has set a clear roadmap as well for transformation. And the mega projects in the city are a true engine for that transformation and for innovation as well in our industry as well. And so when we look briefly at, for example, Mohammed bin Salman non-profit city, MISC City, you know, it's truly set by a very strong vision of His Royal Highness to be a dynamic home as well for the youth of Saudi Arabia, for the future leaders in technology, in arts, in entrepreneurship as well. We have King Salman Park Foundation as well, a truly transformative project for the city of Riyadh, right? The regeneration of the old airport site into a green lung of the city itself, a place for the city to gather, for people to have an active lifestyle. But what I found interesting as well when we discussed, both projects are also led by foundations, which is a very different business model overall. You are both at the helm of King Salman Park Foundation and as well MISC Foundation. And this also gives a different angle, I think, right? You're not only there to develop, but also to think about the long-term sustainability of the actual place that you're developing as well. So I'm very happy to have this discussion with the two of you. Thank you very much for joining us. Maybe my first question, David, starting with you. When we look at, indeed, MISC City, how has Vision 2030 really inspired the city? And as well, when we look at how you're building the city, how you're building the organization, you know, how does it inspire you and the city itself?
Thanks, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. I think if I look back on my 6 years here, the vision His Royal Highness had for MISC City was really about opening up the opportunity for Saudi youth. And as you know, given you had some input into the original brief, he had a vision to build a real estate-led ecosystem and then to house all the subsidiary businesses owned by the foundation at that time in the city. And most of those are youth-focused. So on the one hand, MISC City, which is now a 100% owned subsidiary of the MISC Foundation, is the real estate, call it engine room. The programs that I think respond to Vision 2030 are delivered by, in many ways, the foundation. And the foundation owns, as a lot of people know, quite a few different subsidiaries, such as schools, science discovery centres. So they're all housed in the city, and therefore it responds to the 2030 vision in respect to all the new economy jobs. As you mentioned, creative industries, education, technology. So we're the catalyst to bring the youth, particularly into the city, and give them that opportunity to grow the human capital of the country, and create the future leaders, particularly from our education in the city. So that's I think the short story of how the city's going to respond to the 2030 vision.
That's very interesting. And George, when we think about King Salman Park Foundation, I think indeed the project doesn't need an introduction as well. It's right in the middle of the city. It has made a promise to transform the city as well, right, with fantastic green space. Again, when we look at Vision 2030 and the targets, how are you, embedding that as well into your project, and how are you working towards that?
Well, the Vision 2030 is such a comprehensive and exciting strategy. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. There's so many bits and pieces to it that I think apply to many of these projects, and there may be some common aspects of it across the projects, but if you look at ours and really drill down to see what the core essence of it is and how it's distinguished from the other projects, I think it's in the sense that ours is very much about quality of life and the experience of people who are going to live here, work here, visit here. And as we move forward, we have this great opportunity because we have a 17 square kilometer site, which, as you say, is right in the middle of the city. And probably the most outstanding aspect of it, or unique feature of it, that relates to quality of life is the green space. And that's going to occupy about 70% of the 17 square kilometers, which is really quite substantial and provides us with the opportunity to do some really interesting and creative things. And we're working very hard right now to transform this area, which, as you say, used to be an airport, meaning it's going to be very flat, to something that will not resemble an airport at all. The earthworks that we're engaged in right now are reshaping this piece of land in ways that you can barely imagine. But outside of the green area, we're going to have commercial districts or mixed-use districts that will have residential and commercial and food and beverage and hospitality, you name it. It kind of reminds me of my old industry, the integrated resorts industry, in the sense that integrated resorts, strong selling point is the idea that there's so many amenities or attractions or opportunities all under one roof. So that convenience factor is very important in that context, but it's just a single property. And the similarity between what I used to do and what I'm doing now is that it's also a broad menu of opportunities, attractions, and things that you can do. And so we have to think hard about how it is that we lay things out, get the adjacencies right, the connectivity right, and then across these different zones that are going to be developed with us and other partners, we need to make sure that when you look at King Salman Park as a whole, it's a broad menu that offers a wide range of things for people, so they want to live there, they want to work there, they want to continue to visit and come back again. And so as a result, you know, it's a pretty complex process, but we get it right, we're going to really make an impact on the quality of life for everybody who either works with us, lives with us, or comes to visit us.
I like the comparison to a resort. In the end, it's a place that you don't want to leave, or that you want to come back to again and again and again, right? And that is, I think, a very interesting
Well, we need to make sure that we have certain things there that will draw people in because they're recurring and we're building a reputation or a brand around them, but then there needs to be a component of things that is constantly refreshing over time, so that, you know, there's new reasons to come back and enjoy King Salman Park.
No, absolutely. And maybe, I mean, we touched upon around already innovation itself, and maybe that's the next topic that I would like to discuss with you. I mean, these mega projects, they also have a certain responsibility, right? The idea is also that they transform the industry, the real estate sector as well, right? They transform the way we design our communities, the way we build our communities, but also the way we will operate and use our communities. David, going back to you, I mean, you started already in 2018 with Miss City. Could you maybe highlight some of these key innovations that you've already brought into the project itself, into how we develop the city?
Yeah, I think the first thing I noticed, particularly in the master plan competition that His Royal Highness eventually approved, is there were very few what I'd call mixed-use projects in Riyadh. So that was an innovation in itself, and now we've seen other projects roll out where mixed use is now the predominant business model. So that was the first thing. The second thing is the innovation you have to think about when His Royal Highness mandate at that time is, I own the real estate, I'm a foundation, and could you please manage the city on the foundation's behalf in perpetuity? Which means we don't have freehold opportunity like King Salman Park and some of the other projects, Roshan and Darigate. So the innovation you have to bring about is, yes, you can build buildings, but you have to think about what's the innovative business model that a foundation should look at in real estate, which is pretty unique. The other thing, again, is the key assets of all our foundation subsidiaries required his sign-off on the design. And every design competition he approved, it was the first entry of that particular design group into the kingdom. So with that comes different thoughts from British or Japanese or Dutch architects, and in doing so, there's been quite a bit of what I'd call built form material innovation, particularly Misgaard. I think many of you might have seen, if you looked at our website, it's a very unique building that touches the wadi and the plateau and has like a borosilicate glass facade, which has to have then long-term 50, 60-year life cycle. So innovation in design, innovation in how you think about making the project for a foundation both economically and physically sustainable. So I think that's what we've seen. I mean, most projects are in the smart city realm. We're doing the same. So it's innovative in the country, but I don't think it's particularly everyone's doing it now. What you have to do is actually invest in the innovation in sustainability and smart city, which makes a difference, and that's affordable. Because, as I said, it's not a commercial real estate transaction where you sell real estate. It's actually we keep it and we bring in partners who want to rent or lease office buildings or apartments. So
maybe
quite
jumping
different.
on that, David, I mean, the fact that you're also operating all of your assets going forward, how has that influenced as well your decisions in terms of technology, in terms of design, material uses? Are you thinking differently than, I mean, in your previous life you were a developer, right?
Yeah, correct.
Are you thinking differently about it?
You have to. I think, as I said, the current mandate is please manage the city for me and don't give me any headaches, right? So therefore, the life cycle that a typical maybe short-term thinking developer would, you just build a building, you're going to sell it, so it doesn't really matter what happens 5 years, 10 years down the road. Here, particularly with our Science Discovery Centre Museum, and they're there for the next 30, 40, 50 years, operated by, by one of the subsidiary business of the foundation. Joe, your thinking is different. The other thing is we've invested now in the digital twinning, which might be a buzz, but it actually does make sense in our case because it should lead to a very efficient management operation of the city. So you have the least amount of expenditure on electricity, water, a district cooling plant, because ultimately, a non-for-profit foundation needs to have a minimal operating cost, and that's fundamental to everything we think about now.
Clear. And George, when we talked about innovation, King Salman Park has put a lot of effort as well into the design to really create a sense of place. But then again, also creating a very large park the size of, of literally global proportions is not an easy feat. So what are some of the innovations that you've brought into the project and that you think are also very useful as well and widely used in the sector here?
Well, I think that there's a lot of innovation that is going into the green piece of the project. We're going to have over 1 million trees. We're going to have 800 different species, 600 of which are not indigenous to Saudi Arabia. And so fortunately, we have experts who understand the science behind this, and they've helped us to develop a plan that will be able to support this type of growth. So the right kind of soil content that we have to bring in and layer on top of the land that we have right now, a very complex irrigation system, a nursery where these trees and plants can start from seedlings, or if they're mature, they can climatize. We brought in already 100,000 trees from Asia and Europe that are on site right now. And so we're in the midst of our second planting season. And so that certainly is an area where a lot of innovation and creativity is being exhibited, and we're hopeful that we'll advance knowledge in this respect and be able to serve as an example for other destinations that have similar climates. But then on the business side, I think we're approaching this in a very innovative way, in the sense that we're not trying to do this all ourselves. There's not the green part, but these mixed-use zones and the ones that are have a commercial element to it that can earn a return. We're going to package those up and tender them out to the market and invite private sector investors and developers to bid for the opportunity to partner with us to develop those zones. And the RFP that we put out there is not so prescriptive that we tell them exactly what to do, but instead we want to leave enough room for them to exercise their discretion, their creativity, their innovative ideas, and then bring something that is new and different to this project. Because we've gotten a very clear message from our chairman and our board that ordinary and routine is not acceptable. And as a result, we're trying to create something in every respect that is very special and that is new to this market and really new to the world in the sense that nothing like this has ever been done before in a climate or an environment like this. So, you know, the opportunity for creativity and innovation spreads throughout the entire project.
And I'm keen to understand, George, I mean, what has been the response of the private sector, of the developers that you work with? I mean, many of them, you know, in the room here, has the response been positive? Has the, you know, what's been the initial
very positive. We've already completed the tender process for one zone, and Naifal Raji is on site right now. We're doing construction works there. We're in the midst of the RFP process for the second zone that we've tendered out. And we've got the next one ready to go, actually the next two ready to go. And so far the response has been very positive. I think people recognize that this is a great opportunity and a fantastic location, that the mix of assets that are going to be spread around the green area provide for lots of synergies and will be very attractive. Quite frankly, I think we're going to have the best views in all of Riyadh for our residential properties. So it should attract a lot of attention, not just from investors, but people who want to come and buy a residence or set up a business or just participate in the exciting economic growth that we're going to generate.
Fantastic. Look, David, I have one more question for you. I mean, I'm very keen to understand, MISC Foundation is all about Saudi youth. Sure. And so how do you build a city for youth? How have you changed your master plan? What is different about your district than the rest of the city that would really appeal to youth, to you know, young entrepreneurs, startups, etc.?
I think, as I mentioned before, all the subsidiaries of the foundation will relocate in the master plan, and that was His Royal Highness's vision back in 2018. And so we'll have about 2,000, put aside the teachers, but 2,000 employees, which are pretty much youth. There's also a keen desire, I think, from His Royal Highness that as many of the foundation employees live in the city. So you look at what does the youth of the world look for today? The challenges are getting a job. So we encourage that through all the foundation subsidiaries moving there. The next thing is, how do I get affordable housing? A challenge all over the world. So in a mixed-use precinct, we have everything from studios to two-bedroom apartments. The other thing, I think the youth of the world are looking for recreation space. So 40-odd% of our land is recreation space. We've finished our sports fields already. We have 3 schools, so the youth of the city start off at grade 5. So a little 7 or 8 year old girl or boy will start their schooling in the city and ideally migrate through the ecosystem and ideally then do training. So so then the whole offering is affordable housing, place over a roof over your head, employment opportunities, everyday service, and then in essence, when you put together the subsidiary businesses, we're really building from scratch a youth-focused cultural centre.
Yep.
And hopefully, time will tell, and we plan to open the city for living towards the end of the year. That will be attractive not only to our own staff, but to the wider youth-focused market. And then on the other side of that, we operate the City Hub, have for the last couple of years. We host hackathons. A lot of the programs that the foundation run are held in the city. We were fortunate to host the Miss Global Forum in November last year, which is, as you know, it's a youth-focused mini Davos, and we have people from all around the world. Bill Gates was there in November to speak, so that's encouraging people, particularly in the youth, and we bring youth-focused speakers from all over the world. So that's how you try to then brand the city, if you like, a youth-focused ecosystem.
It's interesting, you're not only building a city, you're building essentially a community. And I think that's a very, very interesting point. Look, and we're running out of time. So before we close, I wanted to ask each of you if you have one big thing that you would like to really leave as a legacy as well on the projects that you run, one big innovation that that is for you, your moonshot, your what you want to achieve, what would that be? Maybe George, starting with you.
Well, I think our project is all about transformation. You already mentioned sort of the urban regeneration aspect of it, converting this former airport into a green space that has all kinds of lifestyle elements in it. But I think the transformation of the physical will lead to other transformations as well. Most notably, the increase in awareness and the increase in understanding about what is happening here in Saudi Arabia and in Riyadh in particular. I'm almost embarrassed to admit how little I knew about this place until I started learning about this opportunity to become involved in this project and then ultimately moved here. But I think it's to most people out there, at least who I interact with, it's a hidden secret. And through these big projects that are going to grab attention through the media, people are going to start to take note. They're going to start to ask questions. They're going to get curious. They're going to plan trips to come here. And I think that's going to open up a whole new world of opportunity and transformation for this market. And so I think it's an extremely exciting aspect of not just our project, but everything that's going on here under the 2030 vision. And so ultimately, what I hope is our contribution will be to all of that's happening here is that we'll be a catalyst for the next step. We're all focused on, and we frequently refer to 2030, but that's not an endpoint. That's just a platform from which the next great plan can innovate and build and contribute lots of great things to this market and to draw more people in so that they can come here and learn what a wonderful place this is and experience all that it has to offer.
Yeah, and then hopefully King Salman Park will be a real destination as well for many people who visit Riyadh in the first time, right? And an enjoyable place for them, yeah, absolutely. David?
Our current strategy is to finish what you call first stage build out about 2034, 35. So a legacy would be to me that the place is full. I've got close to 20,000 people living there. I've got young startups moving through the education program, and the place is activated. The challenge I face, and I think a lot of projects in Riyadh do, is how do you maximise the investment in your assets by people using 24/7. Now, you might not get close to it, but my challenge is to make sure people are on the streets at 5 a.m, going to the gym, getting a coffee, and given the Saudi culture, they're there at 2 or 3 a.m. in the afternoon, and in between with people living there, people working there, people visiting your art institute or your science discovery centre, you've got this vibe happening.
Yep.
The smart city is just a technology support for your community. And we have a wonderful partner across the road, Dorrigo, Jerry's here. So it's the interaction between the old historical part of the kingdom, the new part, Sports Boulevard through the middle. It's a melting pot of just fantastic opportunities. So come back in 10 years and see all that working would be the legacy.
Fantastic. Look, with this we close. Thank you, George. Thank you, David, for sharing your experience with us. And we truly, I think what we've been able to establish in this discussion is how truly transformative on multiple levels these mega projects are, right? And they're not just transforming, again, the city, they're changing the way we build our cities, the way we're going to operate our cities, the way we think around greening in the desert. I mean, truly transformative. So thank you very much for sharing your experience, and we truly wish you the best on both projects, and we look forward visiting in the next few years both Mist City and King Salman Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really thrilled to be here today at the Real Estate Future Forum, and it's a great honor to share the stage with you, Jerry. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Philippe.
So, Jerry Nzalo, you are the Group CEO of the Diriyah Company. Jerry leads the extraordinary Diriyah project that is blending Saudi Arabia's cultural heritage with modern urban innovation. This is a project I'm truly passionate about, so really happy to spend the next 30 minutes talking about the project with you. So let's start with a vision. It all starts with a vision. Can you tell us more about the vision for the project of Diriyah, how it came up, and how it contributes to the greater vision of transforming the kingdom?
Yes, thank you. Salam alaikum, and a great pleasure to be with you, Philippe. Let me just thank His Excellency for having us today, and to give my sincere congratulations to two of my beloved colleagues on the amazing, amazing job they're doing at Miss City and King Salman Park, David and George that we just heard from, and referencing the great work that Jane McGovern is doing at the Sport Boulevard. So Diriyah is the birthplace of the kingdom. It is the ancestral home of Al Saud. It is the source of our national identity and the source of the national pride. So when you have something that even in the modern Saudi state, the third Saudi state is 94 years, and going back to the first Saudi state of 300 years, which we will celebrate for the fourth time, thanks to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, who we praise and send our love every day to. Him and His Royal Highness, our dynamic Crown Prince, allowed us to have a second holiday, Founding Day, on February 22nd, which we'll celebrate for the fourth time, because that honors the 300-year history of Diriyah, in addition to our beloved National Day on September 23rd. So the idea was, how do we keep and preserve our rich cultural heritage of at least 300 years, open up the kingdom in the mother city of Riyadh, the G20 city of Riyadh, and use it as one of the giga projects in its complementary of what would be needed by the society, and allowing 27 million people to come to see the birthplace of the kingdom. So what our DNA is that makes us unique is that we are the celebration of culture and heritage. Where did Arabia start? Diriyah. Where is the home of Al Saud? Did that lead to the prosperity of the Gulf? Clearly, right? Will it lead to better quality of life in the decades to come? And that's one of the manifestos, as George said, of Vision 2030, because as the first manifesto, it's not an end game, it's a step along the way. What will quality be like 2030, 2040, 2050? And His Royal Highness has put these building blocks into place. So Diriyah is very, very important because it's not just a destination, it's the source of Saudi pride and Saudi identity. And that has to be preserved for generations to come.
Fantastic. So, heritage, culture, the history of the kingdom is at the core of the vision of Diriyah. But at the same time, you're developing one of the largest urban districts in Riyadh, a city within the city, that also brings modernity, innovation. So how do you blend heritage with innovation? How do you balance the two?
Well, this is where it's super easy to praise His Royal Highness. And all my fellow CEOs all agree on one thing. There is a misconception in the world that modernity is in conflict with the preservation of rich cultural heritage, national identity. They're actually not. And in His Royal Highness's vision, how can we use the best technology to benefit the human experience while at the same time preserving who we are as a people, right? So there is a very definitive Saudi culture of music, costuming, dance, food, but it's richly different in all 13 provinces. If you come to Diriyah, it's much different than Jeddah. If you go to Jeddah, it's much different than Dammam, much different now than Tabuk and Neom, right? So how can we welcome people from all over the world to principally do three things? Number one, probably one of the greatest things in the world is to allow 2 billion Muslims to feel welcomed on a life's dream to fulfill a pilgrimage to the two holy cities of Mecca and Medina as the custodian of the two holy mosques, which the kingdom is. Number two, to come to a rich, diverse country. You know, if you take the 6 GCC countries, a lot of people don't know this. The 5 other GCC countries, beautiful in their own way, all fit into the state of California. But Saudi is 5 times the size of California. The Egyptians, our brothers and sisters who we love, they're famous for the Red Sea. They control 21% of the Red Sea, but Saudi controls 45% of the Red Sea. We have the largest sand desert, the largest palm groves, right? So there's so much to do around the kingdom with its own distinct personality, right? Which Diriyah is. You know, obviously the 2 swords and the palm tree, the symbol of the nation. The Arda, the national dance, originated in Diriyah. So these are very, very important things. And now welcoming, it was 100 million, as you know, but now His Royal Highness has moved it up to 150 million visits by 2030. So just very quickly, you know, for us, our leadership, to have and host the Asian football games 2027 to Riyadh, 2029 to have the full winter games in our Neom city of Trojena, where most people in the world don't know that it snows in Saudi Arabia. That would be transformative, right? Then everybody thought, well, you know, the Saudis have a chance, but will they have the leadership to win the Expo? And we won it on the first ballot to have the Expo in Riyadh for 2030, which clearly, if you listen to His Royal Highness's vision, will be the best Expo. Then the World Cup 2034, and I'm sure there are many other events that will be programmed to the kingdom. This is to have self-esteem, that the kingdom is capable of producing and staging anything, science, technology, art, culture, and then to welcome people from all over the world to see the birthplace of Arabia, the ancestral home of Al Saud, and the only one Diriyah.
Jerry, you talked earlier about quality of life. And we've talked about it a lot, you know, in the past together. It's really important for you, close to your heart, to make sure that Diriyah is offering a superior quality of life, a superior lifestyle experience to the residents, the visitors, the whole community of Diriyah. How do you see this superior quality of life happening?
Well, you see, everything, you know, having the honor, and I say that from my heart, to have seen His Royal Highness's vision in practice. June will be 7 years for me. But pretty much everything that motivates him is quality of life. Are my people safe? Are they educated? Are they healthy? Are they entertained? Are they trained? Are they joyful? Are they festive? Is their self-esteem? So now, with us, we're 82% Saudi. We're 39% Saudi women. 16% of those Saudi women are in leadership, and they're rock stars. But the thing I'm most proud about is 14% of my staff, now 3,200, are from our community of Diriyah, right? So with these big projects that are difficult in the early years, land acquisition, demolition, dusty, noisy, trucks, you know, it's painful in a lot of ways to fulfill a vision, right? So we want to show the community that the community itself will benefit from quality of life. So here's where it comes in. We've already finished 9 kilometers of parks where you can take a horse and a bicycle, a skateboard. You see families by the thousands picnicking. You see the fabulous work at MISC where they're connected to the Wadi Hanifa now. The unbelievable job that George has done in King Salman Park on quality of life. What's happening in Gidea now, quality of life. It's really all coming together. So quality of life is very important. His Royal Highness saw Diriyah as a walkable pedestrian city. So that's why we had to put all the smart city technology underground. It was not easy. As you know, you've been with us every day. We had a core drilled through 10 million cubic meters of rock. We took out 700,000 rock loads to put 60,000 parking spots underground, all deliveries, all garbage, all circulatory systems, tour bus, Ubers, all new fiber optics, electric. You know, we just opened 2 of our big power stations. So infrastructurally, on a 2030 project, we're about 75% done on infrastructure. This will benefit quality of life.
Amazing. You hinted at some of them, but when we pass by Diriyah, we see Bougerie that is up and running. We see a lot of, you know, the buildings that are shaping up. It's fantastic progress. I can imagine that the past 6 years have not been a walk in the park, right? Can you tell us more about some of the big challenges that you have faced, right, to start to bring this project to life?
You know, the kingdom had a spectacular Davos. And in praise of His Royal Highness, he felt it was so important that the kingdom sent 10 of its ministers. And they were amazing. And all the talk in Davos was about 2 things, AI and how great the Saudis are doing, right? This makes us very happy. But one of the journalists asked me a question and said, as CEO of a 14 million square meter, $64 billion project, how often are you managing a problem? That was the question from the journalist. I said to them, hourly. It's not even daily. You know, you have the jobs that we have. We call them, in my family, we call them hot potatoes. Every hour you got something. But I'll tell you the complexity of Diriyah now, which is actually a good thing. We're in the middle of Riyadh, and we have 40,000 workers on site now. Ready for this? This is really remarkable because we have a Saudi, Isaac, who heads up my safety and security program. 40,000 workers. You ready for this? We just finished, outside certified, 209 million construction man hours, and I'm knocking on wood. You see the wood? Without a fatality.
Congratulations.
Right? This shows how important quality of life, safety, and security is in his eyes of His Royal Highness. Our workers will be treated with dignity and respect. We have the best contractors in the world. We just won Best Place to Work again, like my other colleagues have. But here's the complexity. Last night we had 11,000 people enjoying Diriyah season, Layali Diriyah, the UNESCO World Heritage Site, and Bougerie Terrace, right? My fabulous protocol team that are here with me now, yesterday we had 11 delegations. And, you know, very important people. You know, we, right after this session, we'll have the benefit of hearing from the former American President, William Jefferson Clinton, Bill Clinton, who's just fabulous, right? So last night, a number of Saudi ministers welcomed him. We welcome them to one of the more beautiful farms in Diriyah. So now you're operating because you're doing 75, 100,000 people a week. Your protocol, because everybody's coming to visit the kingdom, right? And you're building a 14 million square meter project. So very complex. We happen to have a fabulous staff built with great leaders for the future. So that's the thing that's complex, but that I'm most positive about.
You talked about all the delegations that you host regularly. Diriyah is clearly a must visit in Riyadh, right? And you have really put Diriyah on the global map. How do you do that, Jerry? How do you put such a project on the global map in such a way?
Well, you know, I've spent 50 years in tourism, and I believe that tourism is ambassadorial for bringing people together. We have always said that today will be one of the great gathering places in the world. You walk in Bijeri last night, Chinese, Japanese, Omanis, Qataris, Emiratis, all over. Everybody enjoying themselves, listening to music, eating beautiful food. Now the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Tenerife is the largest night-lit UNESCO site. Absolutely beautiful at night. So now people are coming from all over the world. You look at the leadership of GACA, and you look with His Excellency Saleh Al-Jasser and what's happening in transportation. You look at the fabulous job that Saudi Tourism is doing. You look at the fabulous job that Ministry of Culture is doing, right? Turki Al-Sheikh, His Excellency, and the General Entertainment Authority. His Royal Highness, Prince Abdulaziz bin Turki Al Faisal on sport. So now people are coming from all over the world to see Saudi, and they're going home happy because they're seeing genuine Saudi hospitality, mostly by young Saudis who are very fired up and positive. You know, so this is how you put it on the map. And we really, really have to give credit to His Royal Highness because he's given us the resources to surround ourselves with the best and brightest people to put Saudi on the map. And by 2030, when these giga projects are really out of the ground, you won't recognize Riyadh by 2030.
Now, let's look at Diriyah as a company and not as a project for a minute. You are an employer of choice, right? Very attractive for talent, for young Saudi talent in the kingdom. You have built a very, very strong team. And what I believe is also a fantastic corporate culture, right? Can you tell us more? How would you describe the overall culture of the Diriyah company?
Yes, this is a very important thing, and this is not unique to Diriyah, but it is unique to the Giga projects, and now you're seeing it throughout the ministries. His Royal Highness feels you must give the entrepreneurs the ability to have the funds to train everybody to be the best embodiment of themselves. So His Royal Highness is not looking for a competent staff for 1 year or 2 years. He's thinking about what are my leaders for the next 10, 20, 30 years throughout all the Giga projects. Now with Diriyah, we believe that when you come to work, you are entitled as a moral imperative to be treated with dignity and self-respect. Everybody. So there's a very strict code of conduct of how you interact with each other. Now, we're lucky because the kingdom right now is running on abundant energy of positivity and optimism. All the young Saudis who were super educated abroad are all coming home. Now His Royal Highness is presenting unbelievable resources to take the Saudis that are staying in the kingdom to have the best universities and to train everybody to come up. So we believe very much in employee culture. We believe very much to be the embodiment of how you see yourself, right? And we will give you the resources to work towards that. What I say to everybody is this is one of the few countries in the world now where the only thing in between you and your dreams and aspirations is your work ethic, like His Royal Highness. He works an 80-hour week. Your ability to expedite and get things done, and your ability to work as a team and believe in the future. You know, when we say there's only one Diriyah, what does it mean? Where did it come from? It means every individual, everyone, is responsible to deliver their work to fulfill Vision 2030. We're one family. In our victories, we celebrate. When you do these complex projects, you're going to make some mistakes. His Royal Highness is okay with that, providing you learn from the mistakes and don't do them together. We're unified under one Vision 2030. All are welcome to come to the kingdom to see genuine Saudi hospitality in a beautiful country, and Diriyah is the birthplace.
Fantastic, and the energy and positivity of your teams, I can tell you, is contagious. What is also very exciting as a Riyadh resident is to see the offering that is coming online, that is coming available. Can you tell us more about what's coming in the next few weeks, in the next few months? What are the openings that are planned?
Yes, so we just opened up our first of 42 hotels, our Bob Salman Hotel. Fabulous because it's built in a strict Najda typology. One of my great friends who's an architect right here in the first row was there last night, had a big time. So now the hotels will open. We opened Prince Badr's first of 9 museums, which is called Diriyah Art Futures, and absolutely beautiful. I'm thrilled to say that we're selling a lot of our residential real estate. And then when we go to Cityscape in November, we'll be putting several hundred units on the market for the mid-level buyer, not just a high-level buyer. We now are getting ready in April to soft open Zalal, which will be 23 new businesses. Some people call it Bajeti number 2, but its historic name is Zalal. We just finished 9 kilometers of parks that the public and our visitors can enjoy. We just finished the Greg Norman 27-hole golf course in Wadi Spar, and the country club that accompanies it will be done this year. So we have 2 more very complex years of infrastructure. Land acquisition is done, but demo and dust and dirt is still more for 25 and 26. But every single year now, we will open assets that the public and our guests from abroad can enjoy up until we get to the finish point of DG1, which will be the greatest expo ever done, which is Riyadh Expo 2030.
Fantastic, and that's actually my last question, Jerry. Then, how do you see the next 5 years? Right, I guess you have a plate full for the next 5 years, but how do you see?
Well, I think all the CEOs would agree on one thing. Let's round it off to 6 years until 2030.
Yes.
You know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we still had to convince a lot of people that what His Royal Highness's vision wasn't just renderings or concept or theoretical. All the heads of state that are coming now, we had President Macron from France with us a few weeks ago. We had Prime Minister Starmer from United Kingdom. His Royal Highness hosted Prime Minister Meloni from Italy in the winter camp of the staggeringly beautiful Al Ula. And everybody now is saying, Your Royal Highness, I can't believe that your vision's coming out of the ground. So if you roll it 6 years forward, not 6 years back, the country will be completely transformed. The spectacular job that, especially for the real estate forum, I was just talking with His Excellency on what's happening in all Saudi cities now in terms of housing, the National Housing Authority, the great work being done by Roshan, the great work for all the giga projects. You know, Qiddiya made a big announcement on the Six Flag and the water park. So the kingdom will be unrecognizable. But what I would say for sure by 2030, even though I believe it now, and that is that the kingdom with its leadership now is capable of hosting any global event on any way, and not just hosting it, being the best host of that thing, whether it be a World Cup, an expo, whatever.
Jerry, thank you so much for sharing your incredible insights and your vision. Diriyah is not just a project, actually it's a really living, breathing example of how you bring heritage to life and how you bring it, you know, in the modern world, how you contribute to Vision 2030. To our audience, I hope today's conversation has, you know, inspired you. And Jerry, thank you so much again for your very inspiring.
Thank you. Only one Diriyah, right?
Yes.
Thanks, Pete. President Clinton is on.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jerry.
That was a lot of fun.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jerry Nzirello, and thanks, Philip Cornett, for moderating this session. Sada wa Sayyidat.
And gentlemen, now we will have the final discussion of the Real Estate Future Forum. It'll be with former USA President Bill Clinton at 5:30. It'll be at 5:30. So the panel discussion will be with former USA President Bill Clinton all the way up to 5:30 sharp.
do come in and take your seats. I hope you're all ready and excited about the upcoming session, but do grab some seats. Thank you. It's both an absolute privilege and an honor to introduce onto stage one of the most impactful leaders of our time. A man whose name is synonymous with global leadership, diplomacy, and service to humanity. As the 42nd President of the United States, he led his nation through transformative times, fostering economic growth, peace, and global cooperation. His legacy, though, didn't end with his time in the White House. Since leaving office, through the philanthropic mission of the Clinton Foundation, he's devoted himself to addressing some of the most pressing issues of our time: improving health, fighting poverty, tackling climate change, and empowering communities worldwide. Today, we have the rare opportunity to hear from him directly as we explore his journey of leadership and service. We'll delve into his reflections on the past, his vision for the future, and the lessons he believes are essential for leaders in today's rapidly changing world. Please join me in giving the warmest welcome to President Bill Clinton.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the 42nd President of the United States, Mr. President Bill Clinton. What an honor, honestly, for me personally, to welcome you to Riyadh, the vibrant capital, the city that is rapidly emerging as a global symbol for transformation and prosperity. So tell me, what excites you more being here in Saudi Arabia at this time and here in the Real Estate Future Forum 2025?
Well, first of all, I have always felt drawn to this country. I've always liked it, and I had a very good relationship with the kings of Saudi Arabia and the governments with which I worked when I was president, and I've been back a lot since, but not in 8 years. So I've seen all these changes, and I think the lesson is that we should be trying to do something like this everywhere. So a lot of countries don't have oil, but they all have something. And I think that the ability to develop human potential will determine the future. And I think we need to, and I have a very different view of this than some people, but I think that we need to learn how to develop win-win solutions so that the people we do business with will do well and we can all grow together. The great reaction that's occurring all over the world, ironically, is because the prosperity, the unparalleled prosperity of the last several years has not been broadly shared. And I think that the thing that Saudi Arabia is doing now in 1,000 ways, developing the tourism potential of the country, for example, will provide more opportunities for more people to live up to the fullest of their capacities, and I think that's very important.
Absolutely. It's the core of everything. Well, let me take you back. You have visited Saudi Arabia multiple times over the years, 1994, 2002, 2003, 2009, 10, and 11, and now 2025. What is actually defining the major transformation for you here in this country?
Well, I think you've had both good leadership and buy-in from the people. So it seems to me that most people I talk to since I've been here have really bought in to your leader's view of developing a much more broad base for the economy so that you use your oil resources to diversify the income, including energy, but also in many, many other areas. And I think that if you look at the United States, for example, one of the real problems in America has been that the capital investments have been highly uneven and not sustained over a long period of time. And our people are pretty well divided 50-50 politically, and that has made it harder than it should have been to develop sustained economic policies and social policies that will lift everyone and bring them together. And in countries where the elections are divided, the winner often is the person who's most successful at placing blame. Who's to blame for all this? But that doesn't tell you what to do about it. And I think that for the next 20 years or so, the most success will go to the countries who answer the how question. That is, if you talk to most politicians anywhere in the world, whatever kind of system they come from, they often talk about how much money you're going to spend, whether it's on a program or a tax cut or something else, and who will benefit. But very few people talk about how do you propose to do whatever it is you're doing that maximizes the benefits to the largest number of people. And I think answering the how question is really important. And the thing that's impressed me so much in this brief stay I've had in Saudi Arabia is how a lot of people are going about whatever their job is, whatever their mission is. And I think that you will see 5 years from now, for example, the rewards that go to the countries that focus on how to maximize the potential of your people and your natural and other resources. So it's going to be a very exciting period, and it could lead finally to what I thought the 21st century was going to be about, which is a period of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and cooperation. But we have to realize when people get in trouble, stirring up the populace to be angry about something may provide enormous short-term benefits, but it solves no long-term problems. So our leaders have to find a way to inspire us to do things that lift people up and bring them together.
Absolutely, and answering the how starts with a bold vision. And this will lead me to the Saudi Vision 2030. It's considered one of the most ambitious plans in the modern history. How do you see this vision, Mr. President, shifting the narrative of leadership and change globally over the next decade?
I think it's, first of all, I think it's very important. And secondly, I think it's worth investing in, both by the people of Saudi Arabia who have the means to do it, and the government, and by anybody from the outside that you welcome into the country to be a part of it. But about 11 years ago, I read an amazing book by a man who now has passed away, but he was almost 90 when E.O. Wilson wrote a book called The Social Conquest of Earth. And Wilson was famous in America for being the foremost expert on ants. He was a microbiologist from the state of Alabama who lived most of his life in Massachusetts. But he basically said if you look at all of history, including what we know now of our pre-human ancestors, the most successful species that have ever lived were ants, termites, bees, and people.
Interesting.
Because they were successful in the sense that they found a way to avoid being exterminated, to endure, and they did it through habits of cooperation, which just evolved in ants, termites, and bees. That is, as far as we know, they don't have any consciousness. And he said people are the most successful because they have consciousness and a conscience. And so when they get right up to the point of self-destruction, they step back because their conscience kicks in. That's what we have to worry about now. We have to worry about how to keep being positive and how to see solutions that help as many people as possible. And to me, it's fascinating. The older I get, the more I'm interested in examples that are very small, like ants, termites, and bees.
Ants and bees.
Or what we're learning from the human genome. If you look in this rather interesting crowd, every difference you can see that is not age-related is located in about 0.5% of our genome. And yet most of us spend 99.5% of our time worried about that 0.5%. We have to figure out how to connect it to the larger world.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of connectivity, in 2018, you met with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. How do you see the momentum of the Saudi-US relations, and how can actually both nations break new grounds, in your opinion?
Well, first of all, we always had, at least in my time and since then, pretty close relations with the Saudi government because in the Cold War era, we provided security guarantees and the Saudis kept us moving with the oil. Now, America's a very large oil producer, and we like it when there's enough energy to promote stable prices and fuel economic growth. But I think that we, Americans, should come here and study this 2030 plan and ask ourselves, what is our equivalent? What do we want America to look like in 10 years or 20 years or 30 years? And you might imagine that I don't really agree that immigration is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. And since America has a negative birth rate of 1.7 per thousand, unless you believe artificial intelligence is going to do all the work, we need to find a way to get along better than we're getting along right now.
How to compete
and
in this.
I'm doing what I can to support that.
All right, well, let's talk about relationships. You and Jerry Anzarello have shared a really long-standing bond.
We've been friends a long time.
He's here, watching
see him
you,
in the front row.
sending you all the love. Well, his role as a founding advisory board member of the Clinton AIDS Foundation to his current leadership role as the group CEO of the Dir'iyah Gate Company in Saudi Arabia. First of all, did you visit Dir'iyah?
Excuse me?
Dir'iyah? Did you visit Dir'iyah?
Yes.
Yeah? Tell me about it. How did you find the Dir'iyah?
Last night?
Yeah, last night? Oh, yes?
I thought it was breathtaking. And I saw a lot of the buildings that have now been modernized and changed years and years ago, so I could remember very clearly what it was like before all this started. And I think that it's sort of a metaphor for what people can do if they free themselves to imagine a future and then come up with a plan that gives everyone something to do to advance that future. It's amazing.
Absolutely.
I think you should all be very proud.
We are so proud.
You should be.
Well, let me just take you back. Let's revisit a pivotal moment in your life. 24 years ago, on January 18, 2001, you delivered your final address to the nation from the Oval Office. You spoke these memorable words. Let me reflect them. My days in the office are nearly through, but my days of service, I hope, are not. In the years ahead, I will never hold a position higher or a covenant more sacred than that of the President of the United States. But there is no title I will wear more proudly than that of a citizen. So here's the question. What is the most fulfilling part of just being a citizen today, and what do you miss mostly about being a president?
Well, first of all, I control my time more. So I have focused on helping countries all over the world in natural disasters because I had a lot of experience with that as president and before that when I was governor of my home state. And we were able to pioneer a revolutionary way to lower drug prices for poor countries with big disease problems and get the medicine delivered in ways that saved millions of lives just because it was so much cheaper. And I started working with the companies in India, the suppliers in China, and one company in South Africa to change the whole market for life-saving medicine because it used to operate like a jewelry store. That is, it was a low volume, high profit margin, uncertain payment business. So as a result, people were dying like flies because the system was not organized to achieve what should be achieved, which is keep as many people alive and healthy as possible. And we changed the whole model to a massive volume, low profit margin per unit, but absolutely certain and prompt payment business. And Jerry helped me start that. But
amazing.
There are now, my little foundation negotiates contracts for more than half of the almost 30 million people who get AIDS drugs every year, and 75% of all the children that are kept alive. And we learned what else we needed to do. So once we found there's something else we needed to do, we figured out how to do that. But I think people who work in the nonprofit section should work with government and with the private sector wherever possible to do things faster, cheaper, and at higher quality. And it can be done. So that's what I've done in my life. I was always fascinated when I was the governor of my little state about how to do things. And I would hear people give all these great speeches about this bad thing or that good thing, but almost nobody ever talked about how to do it.
It's always about how.
Yes.
How.
And to do that, you have to be prepared, because I don't have to have any press coverage anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Lucky you.
in other words, if you have to get attention every day in politics, if you're running the show like your leader is here, you can do that. But if you're not, you have to decide, well, I still want attention, so you can say outrageous things, but you may not get anything done. I think the most important thing is when your life is all said and done, is whether people are better off than they were when you started, whether children have a brighter future, and whether we're coming together instead of being torn apart. I think all the rest is background music. And if you think about it, everybody who's in this audience today is always keeping score about their lives. We all are.
We all do.
I often think if I had had the body of a great athlete like LeBron James, I would have gone into a different line of work.
But you're still fit.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you take good care of yourself.
But, I mean, we think about it. We all keep score all the time.
Yeah.
And so I think every human being should think hard
And
about
figure
how they
the house.
keep score.
Yes. Well, when it's all done and all said, how do you want to be remembered by history? Not just as the president, but as Bill Clinton as a person. What part of your life you thrive to define your legacy?
Well, I have no control over that, but I think about it because I would like for people to know that I was just, I came from a very ordinary background. I'm the last president of the United States who ever lived in a house without indoor plumbing.
Oh.
When I lived on a farm when I was a kid. And it's a great story to tell in politics because people think you rose on your own, which is not true. Nobody, as one of my friends who was the leader of my party at one time, Robert Strauss, said, every American politician wants the voters to believe that he or she was born in a log cabin they built themselves. But that's not true.
Yeah,
every
for sure.
one of us who amounts to anything either had somebody to help them, a teacher, a parent, someone who gave them their first job opportunity. And I think that I just wanted to be said that I had a chance because I figured out how to do things better, faster, and cheaper to save a lot of lives, create a lot of jobs, and give our kids a better future, and to advance the cause of peace. I also believe that politics is competitive. You can only have one person in one position at one time. But in the end, you need a larger vision that will lift everyone. That's what I like about your 2030 plan. Everybody in this country can find something they can do as the vision is implemented.
Exactly.
That they could not do beforehand. Some way to enrich their lives, and not just financially, but personally and emotionally as well. And I really think when young people come to me and they ask, you know, I want to be in politics, what should I do and all that, I said, first you have to have a vision.
It all starts with the vision.
You have to have a strategy for achieving that vision. You have to compete if you have to win an election. But in the end, when it's all said and done, the way you keep score is whether other people were helped, not whether you were. And I think that's, I always tell every young person I talk to, you're going to keep score in your life. You're keeping score right now in ways large and small. Think about it and write it down and adjust it over the course of your life so you're comfortable with the way you're keeping score. You won't succeed all the time. You won't win every fight. You'll disappoint yourself from time to time. But if you're keeping score in the right way and working for it, you'll get good results and you'll be happier.
And let's not forget to work like bees and ants, collaboratively.
Yes.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to what your mother taught you. She taught you to never give up, to remember your roots, and to show compassion for those less fortunate. This clearly resonates in your philanthropy journey. Since 2001, the Clinton Foundation has transformed lives globally. So how does giving back through philanthropy compare to the sense of accomplishment as a president?
As a president?
Yeah, if you would compare both.
Well, when I was president, I had a wider range of responsibilities. And there was something that could be done every day to help somebody. Now I can concentrate on fewer things, and I can literally count the number of people that have been helped. But when we started the Clinton Global Initiative 20 years ago this year, I just thought there were a lot of meetings like Davos, which I respect, where people go and listen and talk, but nobody ever asked anybody to do anything. And so we started having a meeting saying, if you come to our meeting, you have to make a commitment to do something. There's no minimum, you know, you don't have to be wildly wealthy, you don't have to do anything specific, but you do have to show that you care about something and be willing to come back over the course of the year and say how you're doing on your commitment. And pretty soon, most of the people who worked with me were bright young people who devoted themselves to helping people find partners so that if somebody had a good idea but no money, they'd find somebody who had some money but didn't want to waste it on a bad idea and put them together. And then they would work on how to do it and report back. And we now can document, according to independent reviews, not me, that more than 500 million people have derived some benefit from these 20 years of commitments that have been made.
Impressive.
And they feel good about it. People like it when they do something that makes a difference. That's why I think so many Saudi leaders are excited about the 2030 plan. People want to believe that in a life that is always too short, even if it lasts 100 years, that you made a difference.
Yes.
It's not complicated, but I think that I see a lot of people who have defeated other people in one way or the other, but they're not necessarily happy because when they won, they were still trying to play the same game. And when you have responsibilities, you have to try for win-win solutions. You have to try for things that lift people up and bring them together. And I think, you know, as I get older, it's about the only thing I'm still interested in. I still have a lot of energy for that. I like it.
Yeah, we can feel that. Is there a moment in your philanthropic journey that really touched you deeply and changed the way you see the world around you?
Oh, yeah, many. But,
can you list a few?
But you mentioned my mother and her father had an amazing influence on me, and I'll just tell you one story. My grandfather had 2 jobs that I loved, and my father was killed in a car wreck before I was born, so my grandfather was the primary male influence in my life when I was young. He was first, before there were refrigerators, they were called ice boxes, and they really were. And so every little town had its own ice plant, and we made ice. And my grandfather, who was 5'8" and weighed about 150 pounds, would carry 100-pound blocks of ice on his back and deliver them to people. And during the Depression, he just found kids and paid them basically about $0.25 a day to work for him. And I kept running into these kids. Then he had a little grocery store before we had any national food assistance programs or any of these things. And so my grandfather would feed people when they had no money, as long as they were working. And so I kept hearing all these stories after I grew up about people who had, almost all of them were black, and had bought food from my grandfather, and he would just tell them to come back and pay him when they could. So in 2016, 66 years, 66 years from my first encounters when I went to the grocery store with my grandfather in 1950. I was in a town in Ohio, and it had a famous barber shop where all the politics took place and people talked and met. And I was driving a little bus in there campaigning for my wife when she was running for president. And there was a man on the side of the road with a large cross, so I could tell he was a black minister. And he was just standing there, and I said, I think we should stop and talk to this guy. There's a reason he's standing on the outskirts of town. 66 years later, and I lived in a town of 6,000 people, a long, long way from this place in Ohio. And I got out and shook hands, and he said, Mr. President, I'm going to save you some time. I'm for Hillary. I was always for you because I'm the proud grandson of Luther Black of Hope, Arkansas.
Wow.
This minister, I knew what he was going to say. And he said, my grandfather called me when you ran for president and said, you know, Bill Clinton's grandfather fed us when we had no food. And we were working after World War II, and we often didn't get paid every week. We worked all the time. And he said, my grandfather said I was in that store one day looking at the food, and then Governor Clinton's grandfather said, Luther, you need to feed your family, and you have no food. You have no money, do you? He said, no, I just didn't get paid this week. I'll get paid eventually. He said, will you take what you need and sign for it? Because anybody who was willing to work to feed his family deserves to be able to do it. And he said, you know, his grandfather didn't have much more money than we did, but he found a way to feed the town and still keep the store going. And he said to me, he said, I want you to support Governor Clinton, because if he's half the man his grandfather was, he'll be a great president.
Wow.
And he said, and I feel the same way about Hillary. She's a great senator from New York, and I think she should be president. And that's not the point. The point is
the moral of the story.
That's the way the world works better. When people can trust each other, when they don't. And my mother, when my grandfather died, he was only 57. He had a chronic lung problem. But she found all those notes, and the people who paid him back, and some of the people who never paid him back. And they became family treasures for us.
Of course.
Because we all wanted to be like my grandfather.
Looking up to him.
And it was amazing. And there I was, I confess, I was crying when this man finished talking to me, because I thought, here we're talking about electing a president and what a big deal it is. And for this man, the first thing was, do you really care about other people?
Yes, you do.
And do you believe in work for everybody? And do you believe in everybody's potential to do something? And it's the most moving thing that's happened to me in a long time.
This is so beautiful to hear. And if they say, they would say you got it from your grandpapa.
Yeah, I loved him. The other day, I also used to go out and sleep in the back seat of his car, because he had another job as being a night watchman at a sawmill. And all of our sawmills today, they're mostly big timber companies that do all this work. But back when I was a boy, there were a lot of independent lumbermen who brought their timber to this sawmill to be cut and shaped. And my grandfather was a night watchman, so I'd go out there and spend the night climbing in mountains of sawdust and looking at the stars. And all those things shaped
who you are today. Absolutely. And having devoted so much to the humanitarian work, do you feel that you have done enough good and good enough for humanity, or do you still thrive for more in the coming years?
Oh, no. Look, if you get to be president, especially if you grow up the way I did, the chances were 1 in millions, that I would have ever gotten to do this. I don't think that you can ever stop. As long as I can go and be helpful to somebody, I'll do it. And I don't care anymore about whether there are Republicans or Democrats in America, or whether they have different systems around the world. If they ask and we can work together, I try to help when I can.
Amazing. Well, I don't want to finish this conversation, but I have to. I know you have a tight schedule. And to culminate this dialogue, a bold dialogue indeed, if you had the chance to give an advice to young Saudis, the young leaders of tomorrow, what do you want them to hear from you?
That for most of human history, people had no choice in the work they did. And Saudi Arabia is not just the wealth, but even more important now, the visionary leadership and the plan are going to create millions and millions of opportunities for people to choose what they do with their waking hours. And I was raised right after the Great Depression, and most of the people I knew had jobs that were pretty well set out, and they had to do them. Now you're committed to building an education system, a training system, building the infrastructure, including the digital one, that will give people an unprecedented range of choices about what they do with their lives. That should be seen as a great gift that millions and millions of people who preceded us didn't have. They didn't have that choice. And even young people of very modest means should feel fortunate to know that if they work hard and they get educated in the work they want to do, that they will have these choices. And that should make every day exciting and life feel more worth living. And if you suffer setbacks, that's life. But you have to get up, you have to keep going, and you have to realize that every day you're making these choices. Even if you pretend you're not, you are. And I think that's the one thing I always try to impress on young people, that it's a gift to be able to decide what to do with your waking hours. And even if you have a job that you have to take because you're helping your family or you need to do it, how you do that job and how you relate to people and what you learn from the people you come in contact with, it's a choice. And the one thing I really feel here now is that the whole country feels like it's on a mission.
Yes.
And
believing in it.
So there's something for everybody to do. I think I was counting the other day, I've done something like, I don't know, in my life to earn money, probably 24 different jobs. But I learned something from every one of them. And every time I did something like that, I had more choices about what I did next.
Yes,
and
it opens doors.
That's what you want for people. You want people to feel that life is worth living, it's inherently rewarding, and if you do whatever it is you're supposed to do well, you touch other people as well as your family.
Amazing. This is really inspiring, and it's been my honor to have this sit down and navigate this conversation with you, Mr. President. I'm pretty sure it's going to resonate with me for a very long time. Thank you so much. It's been a great honor and really big pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the 42nd President of the United States, Mr. Bill Clinton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On stage for one moment. Please stay on stage for one moment. I'd like to invite Mr. Abdullah Al-Harbi, the CEO of the Real Estate Future Forum, to come and join us because they have a token of their appreciation they'd like to share with you. And could we also, while we're waiting for Mr. Abdullah, give a massive round of applause to Ms. Wiam, because she's done an amazing job again. Ms. Wiam Adahil, an amazing moderation. Thank you so much. With our warmest thanks and appreciation once again, President Bill Clinton. And that concludes the 4th edition of the Real Estate Future Forum 2025 here in glorious Riyadh. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for your attention and your participation. It's been a privilege and an honor, and we really appreciate your attendance, your interest, your participation, and all the ways that you've made this forum such a spectacular success. Be safe, be well. See you again soon. Thank you so much, everybody.